The Attalus Empire bore many children and placed the strongest upon the throne, which meant the children would slaughter one another. The final survivor would become the emperor. Among the children of the emperor, the youngest prince was the junior most in age. At the age of 13, during the bloodline succession ceremony, he killed all of his siblings to become the crown prince. The crown prince gripped the hair and dragged the severed necks of his brothers and sisters to stand before the emperor. Upon seeing this, the former emperor was deeply impressed by the youngest prince's strength. He was overjoyed and praised him. In that very moment, a dagger suddenly flew forth and stabbed the former emperor in the chest. The little prince smiled innocently at the sight of the former emperor vomiting blood. He looked at the former emperor and said, "I am tired of waiting. I want to take the throne immediately. It is annoying to have someone still above me. He is the current emperor of Activos, Raniero Activos, with both of you, to build an eternal bond as husband and wife. Will you pray for the protection of the god Activos?" The girl thought to herself, "Now I have just been sold as a bride to this emperor. This tyrant, he is staring right at me, yes." "Go on," she had to answer. "Yes, yes," Attalus suddenly spoke up. "What? Are you planning to keep this act up until I am sick of it?" "No, no, no, please exchange your rings." The girl secretly reassured herself. "Pull it together. No, I must not drop it. If I drop it now, I don't know if in 5 minutes, my head will still be on this body. Then please share a vow kiss." She cried out internally, "Oh my God, he probably intends to actually do it." She closed her eyes tight, but after a moment, nothing happened. She wondered, why hasn't it happened, or is he skipping it? She opened her eyes, and what struck her was the image. Activos was staring intensely at her. She gasped to herself, "Wow, no, after all, how can he look like this?" Suddenly, Activos smiled and said, "How lucky, I made you feel anxious." What? Suddenly, Activos grabbed her waist, pulled her close, and whispered, "If you had opened your eyes 5 seconds later, I would have been bored to death." She thought to herself, "I don't know why it turned out like this. It's hard to believe, but currently, I am inside a novel. I transmigrated into a novel, and I am in the wedding hall with the tyrant emperor of flowers blooming by the abyss. The flower here is the female protagonist in the novel, Saintess Seraphina. The abyss is the Actalus Empire, the emperor of the Actalus Empire, who has a hobby of conquering. Raniero, while being busy as usual, met Saintess Seraphina at the temple. The emperor saw himself, stained with blood, in the eyes of the beautiful saintess. He felt intense love and hatred for Seraphina. As a result, he abducted her from the temple, brought her to the empire, and tried to defile her just like himself. But instead of being tainted, she shone even more beautifully. The emperor's obsession became increasingly severe. He even killed the female lead's first love, the holy knight Eden. Seraphina could not endure it any longer and went mad. The emperor was destroyed like that. This is the prologue of Flowers Blooming by the Abyss. Aside from that, there are many other characters appearing in the novel. I possess the body of the empress, the one who appears the least among them, a character with no sense of existence in the Actalus Empire. Monogamy is the rule and divorce is impossible. The act of remarrying can only be done after one of them passes away. That is the reason why. After the emperor kidnaps the saintess and returns, the first thing he does is behead the empress. The empress is not even mentioned again, and loses her life right at the beginning of the novel. That is me, dear author. Because I left those bad reviews? Am I being punished like this? No way. No matter where I look, I don't see anything romantic. So why is this being sold in the category of romance novels? I have read many novels about possession, but normally wouldn't one transmigrate into the body of a villain, then try to distort the original plot by not committing those evil deeds that the original villainess committed? But I transmigrated into a faint supporting character. I'd rather have transmigrated into the body of an evil woman. Even if I had to act against the original plot, at least I would still have a chance. But in this case, what should I do? If I had transmigrated here before the wedding, I would have fought to avoid getting married, or made the carriage fall from a cliff, and faked my death. If so, then taming that emperor. Am I crazy to choose that? How would that terrifying emperor react when he is being tamed arbitrarily? It's not like I have 9 lives, absolutely not. But I cannot die obediently like that. There is only one way. Live as if I were already dead. After the wedding, Raniero will not visit the empress. It seems the original empress initially opposed that idea. The original empress frequently tried to attract the emperor to notice her existence, so Raniero eliminated the empress after capturing the saintess. And on the day Raniero goes to the temple, I will fake my death and run away. He won't necessarily check whether the empress is actually dead or not. Killing the empress is simply because he needs a reason to take the saintess as his wife. And if he didn't know the empress existed in the first place, then the emperor wouldn't have done that. She put her hand over her mouth and exclaimed, "It's much easier than I thought, compared to what I was worried about." Everything will be resolved smoothly. Honestly, I worried for nothing. Then suddenly, Raniero called the Empress in a cold voice, making her startle and cry out. Ah, he asked. How long do you intend to pretend you don't know I'm standing in front of you? Are you looking down on my existence? Hearing these words, she was so scared she almost cried. Save me, I determined to live as if I were dead. But it's only been a second and I'm already in danger. She hurriedly replied. How could that be? How could I dare to commit such a disrespectful act? Suddenly she tripped on her skirt and fell to the floor. She secretly felt terrible. It was so humiliating. Even so, it's lucky that I reacted in time. Raniero is someone who hates boredom. Everything before him must happen quickly. Even Serafina in the novel was tormented for not answering him quickly enough. Furthermore, many subordinates lost their heads for not quickly correcting the parts he was dissatisfied with. I must answer him within 5 seconds. But is impossible. However is one of the 3 forbidden words. Raniero stepped on her skirt and ordered, Lift your head. I will give you a chance to explain. Empress, you... She stammered. Then I... Sire! She gathered all her courage and shouted, Your Majesty, I suffer from a chronic illness, where I faint upon opening my eyes. Are you shouting in front of me? She immediately looked up and said in a low voice, I have a chronic illness where I faint when I open my eyes. Your Majesty, I never heard of such a thing. When I received the letter about you from the kingdom of Anlos. It doesn't happen to me often, Perhaps your Majesty's presence is too powerful. A lowly person like me cannot endure it. So that's it. Then it's my responsibility, right? I knew it. Wouldn't anyone who looks directly at the sun be blinded? Therefore, no matter who it is, one cannot say that the sun is guilty. Raniero said coldly, Oh, so that's how it is. So, hearing this, she could only pray for herself. Please spare me. Today I have used up all of my reflexes. What else are you going to say? Save me, Raniero suddenly asked. Do you plan to never look at my face for the rest of your life? Because you will faint? Of course, if your Majesty allows it, I would be very glad. He replied, I allow it? Hearing those unexpected words, she opened her eyes wide. How should I understand this? Does it mean allowing not to look, or allowing to look? Of course, all answers must be within 5 seconds. Even so, if I choose wrong, my head will be separated from my neck. I don't know. Anyway, it's to be allowed to look, right? Then she raised her head. Raniero knelt down. Well done. She was immediately shocked to the point of choking. He looked at her appearance and laughed, saying, Interesting. It was good that he chose her. She is not boring at all. She let out a terrified sound. Raniero asked, Is that sound due to your chronic illness? No. It is the sound of my peace. He spoke again. Do not take offense in vain. If you feel like you are an eyesore to me, then leave immediately. You answer quickly, too. His hand touched her lips. How observant. If it is you as the Empress, it is not bad. Since you have improved my mood, I will reward you. No matter what you ask, I will answer mercifully. She cried silently in her heart. What kind of reward is this? If he doesn't like my question, he will change his attitude instantly. Won't he? She looked at him tremblingly and stammered, I heard that your Majesty directly chose me. Why was it me? He curled his lips into a cold smile. His hand suddenly tightened around her neck. Is your question too boring? Empty and old-fashioned, how disappointing. I might just go crazy from boredom while answering you. She was terrified by this tense atmosphere. Then he released her. You should feel happy, because I promised to answer mercifully. When I said that I would get married, many nobles and kings sent me portraits of their daughters. Raniero reminisced. How many were there in total? A lot. His feet stopped before the window. Then he spread his arms wide. Enough to fill the walls of this room. I ordered all of those portraits to be pasted on the walls. Why did I do that? The Empress quickly replied. It was to see the faces clearly, sire. Faces? I have no interest in that. I cannot distinguish the faces of others. Everyone looks the same to me, she thought. Actually, in this novel, the Emperor is the most superior. Already, could the faces of others even catch his eye? Right? They all look like squids. Suddenly she saw something. What is that? She looked over at the sitting Raniero. He stated, I sat here and threw daggers. The memory from before surfaced. Raniero had thrown daggers at the wall, and that dagger pierced right through one eye of the Empress. He pointed at the Empress and said, It stabbed right into your left eye. He burst out laughing, which terrified her. Haha, thinking back, it truly is a fun memory. I will take back what I said about being bored to death. It is indeed boring. I must go to sleep now, leaving the Empress in a state of confusion. Wait, didn't he just say choosing me was good? If it's an Empress like this, it's not bad. Suddenly Raniero paused. Come to think of it, what is the Empress's name? She sat there stunned. Her name. She wondered, what is the Empress's name? A moment later, she exclaimed, Angelica Viña de Anlos. What do your relatives call you? It's Andre, sir. So that's it. Raniero used his foot to lift her chin. Andre, he said in a cold voice. You must remain calm. Then he stepped over her. If I were to kill the Empress like this because of boredom, wouldn't that be very awkward for me? I understand, sir. He flashed a satisfied smile. Very well. Having said that, he left, leaving her alone in the room. After a moment of composing herself, she collapsed onto the floor. I survived. Luckily, I remembered the name in time. To be honest, I don't even know if Raniero's Empress, when he meets Serafina, is actually Angelica or not, because the novel doesn't mention the Empress's name. Or maybe Angelica was killed right after the wedding, and the Empress in the original plot was someone else, the fifth Empress or something. Anyway, the wedding day passed safely, right? She lay on the bed, groaning uncomfortably. Raniero suddenly spoke up. You seem to be writhing, don't you? The Empress heard his voice. She startled and snapped her eyes open. Raniero leaned close to her ear and whispered, Shall we count to 3? 1, 2, she thought to herself. Before he counts to 3, I have to jump up quickly. Why is your Majesty still here? It is a bother for me to have to come back. What? Did I speak my thoughts out loud? Raniero grabbed Angelica's chin. Don't you know that your expression gives away all of your thoughts? Already? Hearing that, she stared at him blankly, with wide eyes. It is past 9 o'clock, and you still haven't woken up. The Empress is truly lazy. 9 o'clock. The wake-up time for the imperial family is already very late. Why did no one wake me up? He turned his back toward her. That person is completely devoid of color, monotonous and boring. Raniero's gaze became colder, dull. Angelica thought dejectedly. Yes, yesterday he just said choosing me was lucky. While she was thinking, someone stepped forward and called out, Your Majesty the Empress, I will help you prepare. How do you feel about taking a bath first? Angelica replied, Let's do that. No, do it for me. Smooth locks of hair gently floated on the water's surface. Angelica looked at herself in the bathtub. She thought pensively, It's fine now. Raniero already sees me as something monotonous and boring. Therefore, there's no way he will visit me again. In the meantime, I will find a way to get out of here. Angelica asked the servant, What is the date today? It is May 19th, Your Majesty the Empress. May 19th. The two of them will meet in the cold winter, until Raniero meets Serafina. It's about 7 months away. In the middle of winter, in the original work, Raniero will meet Serafina in the Temple of Tunia. If it's 7 months, then I don't need to rush until last night. I only remembered the name Angelica. But as time passes, memories of this body are gradually appearing in my head. Angelica is the second princess of the Kingdom of Anlos. She has an older brother and a younger brother. Remembering family relationships is a good sign. Angelica is also royalty, so she must have learned things like basic geography and history. Aside from what is in the original plot, there is a lot of information worth using. Suppose I have to flee to a certain country. That country's border shouldn't be too far. The palace also cannot be hostile toward the empire, or have security that is too tight. Whether that country is rich and strong or poor and weak doesn't matter. Anyway, by spring, this empire will collapse. Serafina, the female lead of the original novel, is the Saintess of Tunia. She is in a one-sided love with the knight Eden, the brilliant monarch but tyrant male lead Raniero. After Raniero kills the holy knight Eden and causes Serafina to collapse, the entire empire, which relies solely on that great king, will completely crumble. First, I must prioritize my own survival. At this moment, a lady approached. Your Majesty the Empress, I have prepared your meal. She laid out the dishes on the table. She wondered, can I eat comfortably in my room? The servants here, compared to what I've seen in movies, cinema, and novels, seem more professional. They only do what they must do. They don't seem to harmonize with my mood or be friendly at all. Even so, this distance is actually very good. I'm going to escape from here anyway, so if I get close to them for no reason, difficult things might happen later. But first I must act as naturally as possible. Pretend to be a very cool empress, she thought. Angelica looked at them and asked, Come to think of it, I don't know your names yet. Could you tell me? Forgive the late introduction, Your Majesty the Empress. I am Marchioness Jatsu. I offer my greetings to you. I am Lady Countess Lack. It is an honor to serve the Empress. She thought to herself. Marchioness, Countess, Duchess. They are all women from prominent families. But what is the sense of discord? Something is strange, she spoke up. You all must have waded through a lot of hardship. I am still not used to the Actilus Empire. I want you to guide me until I get accustomed to it. That is naturally our duty, sire. Right, what is the schedule for today? Today there is no official schedule at all. You may simply rest comfortably. I understand, in that case I won't refuse. I'll rest today. Wait, what? There are still 7 months left, so I will only rest for 1 day. But the following day, when she asked the woman, she only received the answer. Today there is nothing special either. The day after was the same, and the day after that. There was no official schedule for the Empress. Angelica gradually realized something. Only now do I understand the nature of this discord. The servants are abandoning me. By common logic, there is no way the Empress would be this idle. Inspecting various departments, approving the budget within the palace, maintaining relationships with different parties. Annual documents must be handed over before they can be reviewed, and the work can begin. Do I have to request it first? The support team should have come to work first. Now I can understand the professional attitude of the maids. It is so they won't be caught making mistakes. If I raise a question, then I will become the sensitive and strange one, completely excluding me and treating me like an outsider. But honestly, that is quite comfortable. However, staying like this probably won't do. She remembered her own maid, a princess marrying into the Actilus Empire, ruled by that crazy emperor. It cannot be like this. Come to think of it, there was a girl that Andre brought along from her homeland, named Season, at the Empress's palace. Angelica lifted her teacup and slowly asked, Marchioness Jatsu, I have something I am wondering about. Please speak, sire. There is a girl I brought with me from the kingdom. Where is that girl now? Because I don't see the child at anywhere. She paused. We are aware that she is currently undergoing training to become a servant worthy of Actilus. But why didn't you tell me all this time? She did not answer, but only looked at her in silence. The servant standing behind also simultaneously avoided her gaze. Silence? If it were Raniero, she would have answered immediately. I have no dissatisfaction with that education. But isn't it strange when I am that child's master? Yet I know nothing at all. She ordered her to bring Shisen here. We shall meet for a moment. Your Majesty the Empress, since you did not ask, I thought you already knew. She angrily clenched her fist at this devious woman. You want to pick a fight with me, don't you? Angelica took a breath and then smiled brightly, taking the blame herself. That was my fault then. Please accept my apology. Those words left her astonished. Angelica thought to herself, if I bow my head to her first, she will have nothing left to say. Can self-esteem put food on the table? Survival is the goal, so she asked once more. So where is Season? After that, Sue returned home and slammed the water glass down in a rage. That woman, I thought she was foolish. But it turns out she is a fox. Calm down, mother. This person is Marquis Jiatsu. Something must have happened. Sue continued to shout. She even dared to oppose us. A young woman from a tiny country. Doesn't even know her place. Really? A voice rang out. Mother, what is the matter? Marquis Jiatsu's younger sister, Sylvia. She lamented. If you had become the Empress, I wouldn't have to worry like this. In recent times, no one had any objections to this child becoming the Empress. Mentioning this, Sylvia's heart grew heavy. She thought resentfully. To get into the good graces of my family, the family of the future Empress. How many people have lined up? And yet, the second princess of the kingdom of Anlos became the Empress? While waiting for the announcement from the Emperor, I missed out on so many marriage proposals. And that lucky Empress only knows how to stare with wide eyes. It's truly ridiculous, Mother. Anyway, she is the person the Emperor directly chose. Mother, don't hate the Empress too much. Brother, you should say something too. That woman who doesn't know how to do anything besides sleep. Hearing that, Sylvia was frightened and reminded her. Mother, please watch your words. Sue brushed her daughter's hand away. I don't want to hear it. What was I waiting for? While your value continues to drop, all of this is meaningless. Hearing her say that, Sylvia immediately felt hurt. She stood up and ran away, stopping at the door to wipe her tears. At this point, Marquis Jatsu finally spoke to comfort his mother. Mother, don't worry too much. His Majesty didn't even go to the Empress on the first night. That's true, but who are you? Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs, Marquis Jatsu, and normally the Emperor. His Majesty does not care about that woman. At all. As long as we provide an appropriate excuse, the Emperor will personally eliminate her. Mother, you also know how His Majesty's succession ceremony took place. Right, what is essential is her status, Mother. Hearing that, she smiled with pure malice. I understand. Her flaws are many. We will suggest it to His Majesty at the appropriate time. Yes, Mother. Even if the Emperor handles everything based on his interest, there is still a single principle. Whatever harms the country will be erased immediately. That is the reason why the Empire is currently enjoying unprecedented prosperity. We just need to arrange things a little. Now is the time for budget approval. The budgets for all departments must go through the direct approval of both the Emperor and the Empress. However, currently, the Empress is not working at all. An Empress wandering everywhere searching for a servant, brought from her own homeland. Anyone looking at her would see she is hindering the prosperity of Activos, mourning at the Empress's palace. Season has returned, and a few days have passed very peacefully. As expected, she knows Angelica very well. She even knows the dishes that I can no longer eat. Meanwhile, the bullying by the head maid, Marchioness Jatsu, continued. But I decided not to react at all. But staying like this forever won't work. At that time, If I had paid attention, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Currently, Angelica is standing with her head bowed before Raniero. She cast her eyes down toward the ground. Did the Emperor call for me? No matter how I think about it, the culprits are likely those maids. But who is the other person? If it's already like this, then I must bow my head lower than those beside me. Thinking this, she immediately knelt down and pressed her head to the floor. Raniero looked at her mockingly. The Empress doesn't even know what's happening. Yet she's already bowing down low, isn't she? I wonder if there is something wrong with your legs, Angelica replied. My legs are quite weak, but there is no problem, sire. Is that so? Then continue, Marquis Gyatso spoke up. Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs, Marquis Gyatso. The draft budget for the third quarter has been prepared today and submitted to His Majesty the Emperor. Among those, there is an issue in the budget draft for the Empress's palace. So His Majesty has asked for all the details. Angelica glanced at him. What, the budget draft? Raniero said, I never asked for the details. I only ordered it to be revised. Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs. He quickly replied. Yes, Raniero spoke dissatisfactorily. I did not tell you to answer. The Empress has a lot of nerve. How courageous. To the point that it is unbelievable for a newcomer to the imperial family. What were you thinking to approve such a large sum of money? Angelica spoke up, wanting to explain something, but when she had only said a few words, Marquis Gyatso interrupted. Your Majesty, the Empress has neglected the care of the Empress's palace and is always immersed in entertainment. His slander left her dazed. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. It seems she has no intention of performing her duties as the mother of our country, so I have allocated the costs to select and hire an official to replace her in her work. Only now did she understand. The reason why the Marchioness did not make me work all this time was for this, right? Aside from your entertainment expenses, there is an additional unimaginable amount of money. All the officials pretended not to know about this, but I could not pretend not to know. Her face turned pale. It's all over. Most of the Marquis's words are fabrications. Even so, there is no way to prove that my words are the truth, because the head maid has isolated me all this time. So the only person in the imperial family who would side with me is Tison, Raniero asked. So what does the Marquis intend to do? I have no other purpose. I only wish to speak the truth. With boundless loyalty to the Actilus imperial family, all decisions are to be made by your Majesty. I will decide everything to this extent. Yes, this is a grave matter. Please consider it. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Angelica thought, that is typical of Raniero. He is very concerned with running the country to maintain his power. The situation is too dangerous. His classification of value is boring is guilty, monotonous is guilty. The Empress is scared, so she requested a groundless budget. This matter only needs the budget draft to be revised. Even if I have to persuade Raniero with this dull excuse, maybe it will work. Doesn't everyone know how Raniero's mind works? The fact that he has issues. What if I am the only one? Who can see through Raniero's thoughts? As someone looking from a third-person perspective, the author's perspective, even though the subordinates say that Raniero is very cruel and only seeks pleasure, aren't they mistakenly thinking that, as long as he has a heart for the country, he is a righteous emperor, right? His eyes said, do something interesting because I'm about to get angry. Thinking this, she bowed her head low and spoke up. Your Majesty, all of this is due to my lack of virtue and my carelessness. I am deeply pained that His Majesty the Emperor has to go through such a tedious process, when I should have discussed matters such as budget plans with you. Since your Majesty has had to endure this boredom, with my gratitude and apologies, I would like to suggest some entertainment to soothe your mood. All right, what suggestion will you offer? The hand placed on her chest clenched tightly. She answered solemnly, a human hunt, sire. Hearing that, the two members of the Gyatso family looked at her in shock. And of course the prey consists of only 3 people. Us. What do you mean by that? Raniero ordered Angelica, continue. All the citizens of the Actilus Empire are descendants of the god of war, Activos. I heard that anyone can develop the skills to become a soldier at any time. Therefore, they are perfect as prey for this type of entertainment. Raniero laughed with interest. Angelica whispered to herself, all right. Human hunting once appeared in the original work. I knew for sure he would be interested. Even so, I do not want to become the prey. I can only gamble this much, she spoke up. But as you know, I have a chronic illness. I also haven't been in Actilus for very long. Anyway, releasing a sick rabbit in the hunting grounds wouldn't be interesting. Raniero asked, if so, do you mean only you will escape? Angelica loudly protested no. I will correct myself, your Majesty. I will ensure that this will be a wonderful hunting game by winter. So please postpone the hunting of Angelica for the sake of greater joy in the future. Marquis Gyatso loudly objected, your Majesty. This is truly absurd. She secretly felt triumphant, just as predicted. Get a grip, Marquis Gyatso. Is status that important? The budget issue is the same. Marquise Jatsu stammered wordlessly. What? She spoke again. If you had gone through me first, then His Majesty would not have had to deal with such troublesome matters. To compensate for His Majesty's precious time, on the contrary, shouldn't becoming the prey be considered an honor? Raniero clapped in admiration. As expected, if it's this empress, it's not bad. Marquise Jatsu knelt in fear, pleading, Your Majesty, how could you make my elderly mother go through such a cruel thing? Please just do it to me alone. Cruel? How can you say that? Didn't the empress already say it? Becoming the hunting. Pray for my entertainment is your honor. Both mother and son turned pale with fear after Raniero's words. Your Majesty, as the empress said, all three are guilty. The empress looked a bit foolish when she heard him mention her. She startled and froze. Marquise Jatsu tried to plead, Your Majesty. About the human hunt, Raniero interrupted. Guilty of not being able to stop you from bothering and making me bored. You are guilty of trying to use me to settle a personal grudge with the empress. It cannot be like this, Your Majesty, Angelica thought to herself. Raniero. It turns out he already knew about the personal grudge of the Marquise Jatsu family. Marquise Jatsu's younger sister, Sylvia. Sylvia was not appointed as the empress. One day, a situation like this was bound to happen. Despite knowing everything, he still let it be. There is no reason for him to care about such personal desires. Raniero stood up curiously. If Sylvia had been appointed as empress, could she have become an empress like this? All right, lift your head, it's not bad. Angelica whimpered as he kissed her. She wondered in confusion. Why did he suddenly kiss me? I want to say, please stop, but I have to endure it. The kiss is enough. Raniero said you didn't commit any mistake then. If you made a mistake, your head would be flying by now. Raniero picked Angelica up. How long can you go without making a mistake? Then he threw her down onto the chair. He reached out to lean against the chair. She cried out in surprise. Your Majesty, this position. The throne. Looking at her small figure, a spark of excitement appeared in his eyes. He looked at her with a delighted laugh. Ha ha ha. You are too small, so you completely don't suit the position of the emperor, do you? It feels like putting a dog at the dining table. I feel so much pressure that I'll probably get indigestion. Suddenly, he reached out and placed his hand on her head, making her feel a bit shy. Are you blushing? Is your mood happy? Yes, Your Majesty, my mood is very happy. The next day, a big change occurred in the empress's palace. When Marchioness Jatsu became the hunting prey, she resigned from among the maids of the Actilus Empire, those who felt burdened by that vacant position. Season has secured the position of head maid. Angelica felt a bit guilty letting her take this position. There were no other candidates. Thank you, Season, for bravely taking this position, and I'm sorry for not being able to take care of you sooner. Not at all. I also guessed that the princess would be treated like a stranger and would be unable to use her power, she thought to herself. It seems she hasn't noticed that the princess has changed. I am sorry for pretending to be your master. The position of head maid was changed, and a series of incidents spread throughout the palace. People no longer looked down on the empress. Marak asked Angelica, What color of flowers should I arrange? Which flower color do you prefer? Angelica replied, Isn't a vibrant yellow very good? She thought that she wasn't particularly scary herself. She is paying attention to my gaze. Actually, I am not a scary person at all. Receiving her answer, her face brightened as she replied, I shall obey your command. She thought, No, I am not a talented person. I am just a reader who knows the original plot well. Are there any rumors about Marquise Jatsu being scolded? I just didn't want to go against the emperor's mood. But in the end, the image of me not participating in high society activities has caused noisy rumors. They say I am an empress who is both hot and cold. Although the rumors are worth worrying about, I finally had a busy day, performing the duties of the empress. This is a big problem. I am working by all means, but the work is harder to handle than I thought. Season said it was because I haven't adapted to Actilus yet. But when I entered this body, Angelica's abilities did not seem to be utilized properly. Practical supervision and landscape planning in the garden, tea parties and ball planning, and even the summer solstice, the most important event of Actilus. The symbol of Attalus in the past life was the sun. So it is said that this event is held on the summer solstice when the sun is longest. Angelica walked slowly down the hallway. She saw a girl standing below. She turned to ask Shisen, Who is that? Ah, that. Are you being silent in front of me now? That is Sylvia Jiatsu, the younger sister of the prey, Henry Jiatsu, sire. Why is she standing there? She is requesting an audience with Your Majesty the Empress. But because I thought the reason for the audience was too obvious. So Angelica glanced at Sylvia. At that moment, she also felt her gaze. Then she respectfully bowed in greeting. Angelica asked Season, The matter of the Marquis's wife and son was decided some time ago. Why did she come looking for me today? She came looking immediately after it was decided, sire. Since that day, she hasn't bathed or eaten for 5 days. She sighed and ordered Season to bring her inside. Sylvia performed a respectful greeting. It is a great honor to meet your majesty the empress. I am the daughter of the prey Robert Gyatso, the younger sister of the prey Henry Gyatso. Sylvia Gyatso, she said. It cannot be considered that the matter was not predetermined. I apologize for making you wait outside for 5 days. But if you have come to beg for leniency, please go back. Not at all, sire. I believe those two are merely receiving their retribution. Angelica was a bit astonished. She didn't come to beg for leniency? Sylvia's hands clenched tightly, your majesty. The prey has left the position of your majesty's maid. I know that there is still a vacancy. Instead of my foolish mother, please let me serve your majesty as a maid. Angelica looked at her in disbelief. What are you saying? The child of an enemy is going to become my subordinate? Does she want to stay by my side to seek an opportunity, and then try to take revenge for her mother and brother? While I let my guard down, with this suspicion, she could not trust her, and also did not have the authority to decide. Angelica frowned and asked, do you know that I am currently in a position where I cannot accept your petition arbitrarily? No, yes, I know, sire. However, her body shook because she had not eaten for many days. Looking at her like that made Angelica feel a bit uneasy. She's trembling so much, it's making my heart waver. I will hide nothing, your majesty. I was raised to become the emperor's partner, if the ruler were a man, or a maid and friend, if the ruler were a woman. I have stayed almost entirely within the house. I myself have no power whatsoever within the family. Now, my family members are collapsing because of the hunt. I also have nowhere else to go. Sylvia, the woman of a fallen noble family, has no place left to go. Her words make sense. Even so, Sylvia spoke again. As for family matters, naturally my heart is pained. Even though my family treated me so poorly, they are still my own flesh and blood to me. However, your majesty, more than that, I want to live. Fine, Sylvia. I also just want to live. Lying on the bed, she frowned and thought. The only person who would not waver at Sylvia's appearance is likely Raniero. However, this is not a matter that can be decided by pity. Perhaps she is nursing a grudge against me. Angelica sat up and walked out to the balcony, though she had replied that she would decide as quickly as possible. Angelica turned her head to look down at the flower garden. Suddenly, Raniero appeared, making her startle and cry out. What do I do? Raniero teased her, oh ho. Suddenly screaming like that, is it also part of your chronic illness? Angelica backed away and stammered. What business brings your majesty here? He leaned his hand and moved closer to her. Must there be business for me to come find you? That's right. If you keep coming without any reason, it is very awkward. It is just that I thought it was about time to come find you. Is it not so? Regarding that duty, I hope that you will not be bound. Oh dear. My dear, are you having hiccups? You are truly pitiful. Angelica groaned softly as he kissed her. A moment later, he finally let go of her lips. Now they have stopped, haven't they? Her face turned beet red as she replied. Thank you, sire. Suddenly he asked, are you happy today? And what about your majesty? Ah, I was very happy. The hunting prey have begun their training. I have added 2 rules to that hunting game. Do you want to hear them? Angelica immediately nodded. One is the decision to give weapons to the prey. If they can survive for 3 hours, then that side wins and will be set free. Thinking back, I added rules according to my own wishes. But you won't feel dissatisfied, will you? If your majesty is happy, then isn't everything fine? That's right. How was the Empress's day today? I was very busy reporting and surveying the garden, landscape, and also, actually, suddenly he interrupted, telling her to bring that woman in. She was bewildered and could only cry out, huh? Suddenly he exclaimed, it will probably be very interesting. The more she heard, the more Angelica didn't understand what he meant by interesting. What exactly is interesting? If you send that woman to the hunting grounds as a hunter, could she wash away her past and prove her loyalty to you? She felt terrified. He wants to release Sylvia Gyatso as a hunter into the hunting grounds, telling her to kill her own mother and brother with her own hands. He asked, isn't that a good way? Whether Sylvia Gyatso intends to harm you or not. Aren't you curious about that? Ah, thank you for noticing. Clearly, it's just the worry of normal people, isn't it? Bring Sylvia Gyatso in here, my dear, on the condition that if she performs well at the hunting grounds, she will be appointed as an official maid. I understand, I think that is a good way. But why is your face like that? Of course, I will be the one to give the orders to Sylvia Gyatso. Even giving the orders verbally would surely be very painful for you, because you are weak, according to the standards of Your Majesty. Isn't everyone in the world weak? Raniero Actilus, though born as a human, he regards humans as souls, much like livestock and insects. His childhood held no misfortune that forced him to become so cruel. He is simply a pure demon. Suddenly, Raniero poured wine onto her. My wife is particularly faint-hearted. but when immersed in pleasure, she temporarily forgets her fear. Angelica's cheeks turned a shy crimson, a pure devil, stronger and more beautiful than anyone else. Seizing hegemony, suddenly Raniero flashed a smile and unexpectedly pulled her away. She secretly reassured herself. It's okay, this time as well. I will move forward without making any mistakes. After being intimate, Raniero looked at her for a while and then commented, Your physical strength isn't very good, is it? Moreover, you are so small that it is difficult for me. At this rate, when will you ever become a great prey? Angelica screamed in fear in her heart. That's right. I decided to become the Emperor's prey. In the winter, work was so busy that I forgot. In fact, I have no intention of becoming the prey. I am just buying time until winter. If Raniero leaves for an expedition, everything will go according to plan. Raniero, who meets Serafina during the expedition, will not bother looking for me. Thinking back, I haven't told you the second rule of the hunt. You must also participate as a hunter. Angelica immediately sat up. Your Majesty, I do not have enough strength to hunt. How can I be a hunter? There is nothing to worry about, because the prey cannot harm the hunter. This is the rule. No way, the hunter is Raniero. Could it be that those Jatsus can't possibly survive against this demon? Even if they die, do they want to take me down with them? Even Raniero knows that the rules are meaningless. Even though he knows everything, he still included it in the rules. She asked cautiously, What day is the hunting competition being held? Because I haven't heard of it before. It is on the summer solstice. You must be very busy from now on. It is 1 month at most. Originally, my purpose was to strengthen close relationships with the nobles before the summer solstice. But to survive, I have canceled all social gatherings. The next day, Angelica went to watch Henry and Sylvia training. Sylvia swung the knife out with great force, and Henry, too, was trying his best to practice with his axe. Angelica swallowed hard. What is that? I can't even see the tip of the blade. I came because I was told I could become a hunter and visit the training ground. The reason these two are a bit foolish is because they lack talent in this field. Within the Actilus Empire, all citizens, including women and children, learn practical martial arts so they can be mobilized for war. Duchess Nerona, Angelica's maid, she explained that, originally, I heard they were very lazy with their training, but ever since the Emperor visited yesterday, they have changed. She thought to herself, he must have told them the 2 additional rules. Currently, I am inquiring for the best teacher, no matter how good the teacher is. Is it really possible to learn archery in just 1 month? But if I accidentally step into the firing range, I will lose. No matter what, I must stay far away. I absolutely must stay far away. She took her hand and spoke earnestly. Please teach me archery, so that I can try to stay as far away as possible. Angelica slumped down after practicing shooting for a while. She was panting heavily with exhaustion. The arrows are much heavier than I thought. Your Majesty, it's a bit embarrassing to say this, but I have never seen anyone say they are heavy, not even a 10-year-old child. She picked up the bow and stood up. I understand, I will practice again. This body is different from the Actilus people. Its physical strength is very poor. Today's goal is to at least hit near the target. I don't even need to hit the bullseye. After trying to aim at the target, Angelica let go and the arrow flew out. At this time in the Emperor's palace, Raniero asked Sylvia, You said you wanted to be the Empress's maid. Do you know what that position of yours entails? Yes, I know. I have one condition. She joyfully said those words then. Just fulfill the condition. To become a hunter on the summer solstice. Sylvia turned pale and stammered. Yes. Then he said boringly, the reaction is exactly as predicted. Not fun at all. Send her back. Sylvia cried out. Your Majesty, Raniero asked. What about the Empress? The servant respectfully replied. She has cancelled all the social meetings intended to be held. Is that so? It seems she is learning archery. Raniero laughed with delight. Truly a coward. But regarding the Empress, she has fainted. His hand resting on the chair paused abruptly. What do you mean? In the room. Angelica dreamily woke up. Did I faint at the training ground? If I had known, when Duchess Nerona told me to stop, I would have stopped. Angelica is a princess. I thought she would have learned to ride horses and have good physical strength. Or has her physical strength been poor since she was a child? Raniero suddenly walked over and asked, Why do you speak as if you have no memories of your childhood? Angelica startled and screamed, Your Majesty, the Emperor, no! There wasn't even a sound. Isn't it because your reaction is too sluggish? What business brings you here today? Because I heard my beloved wife had fainted. I thought something terrible had happened. Could it be that you fainted while foolishly walking around the training ground? Although she was angry, she still had to force a smile and reply, Thank you for worrying about me. Empress, you are still pale. No wonder. My whole body has been stiff until now. Is it because of the body aches? Now I don't even want to rest anymore. Isn't he planning to leave? Raniero looked at her intently. and assessed that. No matter how I think about it, you are far too weak and foolish. Don't you realize the fact that if you are tired, then you must rest? Her hands clenched tightly. Top tier. Predators like you, how could you possibly understand my feelings? Fainting despite not doing much. The people of this country probably don't understand that. Humans can also be weak. She was so resentful that tears began to fall. Then she sobbed. I know already, if I'm tired, I must rest. Seeing this, Raniero was a bit surprised. She choked out through her tears. But I am truly trying my best not to die. Raniero spoke in a soft, reassuring voice. You won't die, she secretly thought. Liar. Raniero stood up and reached his hand toward her. He ordered Duchess Nerona. Bring cold water and a silk towel here. She called out in confusion. Your Majesty? The Empress seems to be in a lot of pain. I will take care of this patient. She was terrified in her heart. What? Raniero is truly not a person who knows how to care for others. He soaked the towel and placed it directly on her forehead. The towel was dripping wet and soaked her whole face. He glossed it over, saying, The Empress is breaking out in quite a cold sweat, isn't she? She protested. That is not it, sire. It seems this is not the right method. Is that so? He decided to call the maid. Duchess Nerona finally had to take care of Angelica. He felt she was truly weak. Just moving your body a little and you get a fever. I have never seen anyone like this. It is because she is too weak, that is why. Doing things that she has never done. And the body will be shocked and protest. If my dear doesn't do things that aren't gentle like this, then you can't be relieved? Hearing these words, a warning spark appeared in Angelica. That mannerism is a danger signal. Raniero is shouting the words boring with his entire body. Thinking this, she said to Duchess Nerona, Duchess, I am very hungry. Could you bring some food for me? Ah, yes. 10 minutes later, Raniero fed her porridge. He commented, Your mouth is truly small, Empress. Tomorrow you will probably just be locked in the palace. She thought to herself, Is he worried? But he smiled coldly and mocked her. I want to see just how terrible the training process is. Angelica's face darkened, thinking there was no way that was it. I had hoped it would be very interesting to see the prey. Escape. At this rate, I will probably only see the image of a hunter being betrayed by the prey, just as predicted. I don't think there's any chance. You can entertain me during the winter hunt. So what will I receive after such a long wait? Once again, her life is about to be threatened. Angelica's face turned pale with fear, even though I am playing the role of the hunter this time. A few months later in the winter, I will become the prey. Of course, I will run away before he meets Serafina, she explained. Please believe me. I am also looking for a teacher to learn from. Raniero looked blank. A teacher, Since this is a life-threatening matter, I told you that you will not die. But, how exactly? Raniero smiled and replied, but she hurriedly interrupted. Yes, I understand. I will find a good teacher. Very good. But a teacher hasn't been decided yet, has one? Yes, that is correct. Suddenly he proposed. Then I will teach you. She was so shocked, she was speechless. Pardon? Raniero spoke in a cold voice. Do I have to say it a second time? Angelica quickly replied in fear. No, absolutely not. Thank you for teaching me. I will become the best hunter. In her heart, she thought, I'm doomed. The next morning, the medicine the Emperor gave me is truly good. I don't know if it's because of the medicine that Raniero gave me last night, but I fell fast asleep just like that. I heard that Raniero stayed with me until past midnight and left at dawn. She asked Jason. So when did His Majesty tell me to go to the training ground? He didn't say anything at all. If he didn't say anything, you should have asked. Hey, Season, hurry up and get ready, damn it. What about my bow and arrow? She muttered to herself. No matter what happens, I must get to the training ground before Raniero. Hasn't Raniero arrived yet? Not seeing him at the training ground, she felt secretly relieved. What luck. At that moment, Raniero appeared right behind her. Did you sleep until now before waking up? How truly lazy sleeping past 10 o'clock. I'm sorry. I have been waiting for 2 hours. 2 hours? I made the Emperor wait for 2 hours? What is that child's toy? Because I still don't have enough strength to pull the bowstring. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment at the object in her hand. Looking at the compact and exquisite bow, Angelica was confused. Huh? Seeing her dazed expression, he tilted his head and asked her, Don't you intend to use a weapon that suits your stature? Well, originally, my goal was just to run far away. She held the bow in her hand and felt it. It's lighter than the bow I used before, and the grip is very firm. Even a bow that shoots far is useless if the shooter cannot even pull the string properly. He spoke frankly, and I am actually grateful for this. She smiled happily and said, Thank you, sire. Suddenly he reached out and touched her earlobe. You still have a fever. It seems the medicine I gave you yesterday wasn't very good. Angelica's face flushed crimson. She quickly dodged away from his hand. He turned around and said, Let's begin. She thought to herself, I arrived late. But his mood wasn't affected much, was it? An hour later, she was panting heavily with a sweat-drenched face. Raniero coldly called out, "My dear." He picked her up while holding a sword to her neck with his other hand. "Do you realize that you have died for the 7th time? In just a single attack? What kind of disaster is this?" Raniero felt bored with the lesson. After practicing archery for less than 30 minutes, he brought wooden swords from somewhere to the class. The swordsmanship lesson began immediately, and as soon as he held the wooden sword in his hand, his gaze immediately changed and became sharp. As expected, practice is the best. He rushed forward to attack, making her face turn pale with fear. Practice without theory or basic foundation. He mocked her, saying she had too many openings, and even let him know her movements. Angelica struggled to raise her sword to block. Using all her strength to push him away, she shouted loudly. "Ha! Ha!" just as she intended to attack. He had already moved to the side, easily knocking the wooden sword out of her hand. "You are so foolish," repeating the same mistake over and over. After that, her sword was knocked away again, spinning through the air. He pointed his sword at her as she lay on the ground. "Why is that? You just need to catch my gaze and avoid it, right? As for that, I couldn't see anything at all, Your Majesty." He helped her up. "Or are you also suffering from a chronic illness that makes you blind?" She thought to herself, "It was too fast. I didn't see anything. If I just say, 'Oh, I'm dead,' close combat doesn't suit me." As expected of a distance specialist, Raniero asked her, "Where did you get the confidence that you could keep your distance from the prey? How truly stupid." "That is also true." Raniero began to explain every basic detail. "The longest and largest range and trajectory when moving is the waist. Additionally, the shoulders, elbows, and wrists must also move in that order." Even though Raniero complained about me not being able to keep up with his movements, it seems like he has no intention of giving up on teaching me. It's strange that a person who feels bored with everything would now accept boredom and see this through to the end. The practice session ended. She said, "Thank you for teaching me. Even though it takes time, I will work hard." It really helped a lot. He didn't say anything, but just looked at her intently. Then he reached up and stroked her head. No matter how vast the Actilus Empire is, the speed of rumors spreading is as fast as the speed of light. Even though there hasn't been an official announcement yet, the story about the hunting festival has already spread widely among the nobility. On the summer solstice, the location is the new hunting ground. The prey is the Gyatso mother and son. The hunters are the emperor, the empress, and Sylvia Gyatso. Rumors spreading to this extent is somewhat cute, but the fact that I fainted while walking around the training ground and was cared for by the emperor, or the fact that I made the emperor wait for 2 hours, just for training, even the fact that the emperor gave me a bow and arrows. The nobles in the capital and even neighboring countries all know. Angelica glanced at Mirek, making her startle. What should I do now about the person who is the ringleader in spreading rumors? This was originally the job of the empress's maids, to hide the bad situation inside the palace, while the empress and the emperor must build a good image for themselves. This will strengthen my position bit by bit. But my goal is to escape the empire. Having the focus of high society's gaze on me is a burden. Even so, right now I need to create a good impression with the emperor. Who knows if a second, Marquise Gyatso will appear again. She opened the door to her room and saw gift boxes piled up inside. What is this pile? They are all gifts for you, Your Majesty the Empress. All of this? There is a high possibility that you will receive them continuously for several days. Duchess Nerona spoke with an amused smile. It takes a few days for rumors to spread to the local areas. Lately, you all have been continuously expressing positivity and standing on my side. If it weren't for Robert Gyatso's past, I would have happily accepted it. Angelica picked up a card and read it. We are very much looking forward to the hunting festival. Angelica thought to herself, with only 1 month, how much can really be achieved? Thinking back, when will the construction of the new hunting ground be carried out? It will be soon. Can you stop by in about 3 days? No matter how hard I try, it will be difficult to beat the Gyatso, mother and son. If that's the case, then I must collect information as much as possible to gain an advantage and widen the gap. In terms of improving her physical strength, Angelica actively ate chicken breast salad to build muscle. At the training ground, Raniero practiced close combat with her. After a while, Angelica couldn't take it anymore and knelt down to plead. "Oh, Your Majesty!" "I can't do it anymore," Raniero said boringly. "I feel skeptical about the brain of a creature called a human. How many times have I died? 1,000 times? 2,000 times? It is said that geniuses have no talent for teaching. Raniero is only good at noticing redundant movements and giving out reprimands." Thinking this, she laughed it off and suggested, "How about we practice running, practicing escaping?" He replied, "That's fine too. Let's go see the hunting ground." She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally, a moment later, she stood up high, looking down. Seeing the spacious hunting ground in front of her, she exclaimed in awe, "Wow, the Empire truly makes everything grand. A hunting ground on this scale? From this tower structure, a wide view can be guaranteed. The environment is good enough for a bow to gain the upper hand." Raniero said, "You should know that I prioritize your convenience a lot." "Of course I know, but I can only thank you. Are you satisfied with the hunting ground?" Once again, she was moved by Raniero's gentleness. Raniero spoke again. "At first, I thought if you just ran around clumsily, it would already be very interesting. But now it's truly a problem." "Pardon? Why?" "Since I have taught you personally, shouldn't I receive tuition fees?" The summer hunter, the winter prey. I am looking forward to it. After that day, my time passed in a busy blur. Every morning I met Raniero and had to exercise my body, and then work until late at night. The fact that I couldn't meet Sylvia since that day has been weighing on my mind, but I had no free time to think about other things, even if I wanted to rest for a bit. Raniero would suddenly come to the Empress's palace. He opened the door, stepped in, and called, "Empress!" The servants saw him and immediately ran away. Angelica watched them go. Whenever Raniero appears, everyone runs away again. Seeing him, she felt terrified again. Raniero looked at her fearful expression with a bit of dissatisfaction. "I don't know if it's due to chronic illness or your liver getting bigger. Why do you put on such a terrified look?" "It's because of the chronic illness, sire," she cried silently in her heart. "Even though we meet every morning, I'm still scared." "You are weak and easily startled like those rabbits, aren't you?" Hearing that, she looked blank. "Huh? A rabbit?" He moved closer. "Why are you looking at me with those eyes?" How am I looking at you right now, sire?" "Looking like you're telling me to stop talking nonsense. You are truly arrogant and bold, Empress." She immediately waved her hands to explain. It's not like that." Such a small, cute animal with soft fur." Suddenly his hand reached out. She was still speaking. "I feel sorry for the animals." When he suddenly locked his lips onto hers, she was kissed unexpectedly and didn't dare to resist, only able to moan, A moment later, he finally let her go. As for her whole body was trembling. He gently pulled down the zipper of the dress she was wearing. The dress was taken off and fell to the floor. Angelica's cheeks flushed. What is this?" Could it be that his eyes contained desire as he looks at her? He smiled slightly and said, "My dear, you're very slow at learning this and that, aren't you? I know very well which spots the Empress likes." These words made her cheeks turn even redder. Suddenly he said, "Then let's stop here." She was stunned. "Pardon? I know what you're expecting. Are you disappointed?" Expecting what?" He pushed her in front of the mirror. She looked at the dress in astonishment. This? "Because you're always dressed as if you're wearing nothing underneath." She looked at herself in the mirror and thought, "Is that why he undressed me? It's so beautiful. Thank you, sire." He gently lifted a lock of her hair and gave it a soft kiss. It was full of tenderness. "It suits your hair color very well. I will have you wear it at the summer solstice banquet." The summer solstice banquet. So if you die at the hunting grounds, this will become a dress without an owner. June, the summer solstice. Angelica thought restlessly. Today is the summer solstice that everyone has been waiting for, and the hunt will begin in the afternoon. From the moment I transmigrated into this novel, my only goal has been survival. After the preparations were finished, Angelica stood up and said to the servants, "Let's head out. Pull yourself together. There's only half a year left. Just get through this difficult stage. Live like a dead mouse and then run away from here." She smiled brightly and asked Raniero, "I'm surely not late today, am I?" He grabbed her wrist and replied, "You're late." He pulled her to sit on his lap. "I have been waiting for you for 2 hours." Angelica's cheeks flushed. This posture. If anyone were to look, it would look just like a harmonious married couple. She forced a smile and explained, "I also woke up 2 hours early." The servant's eyes lit up. "There will surely be more rumors before long." Raniero asked, "What about your health?" "It's not bad." "What will you do first when you enter the hunting grounds?" "I will run toward the center to reach higher ground, because I want to avoid that." Feeling his chest vibrate, she thought in confusion, "What's so funny? Even at the very last moment, you still couldn't survive my dagger, could you?" "I still survived for 30 seconds. Do you know why?" "You move at an absurdly slow pace." The trumpets began to sound. The master of ceremonies spoke up. "We announce the start of the summer solstice festival." The cheers of the people rang out. Raniero raised their intertwined hands. The people standing below whispered noisily, "Look, it's the Empress." "She is holding His Majesty's hand." She raised her hand and frowned, thinking, "The sun is so bright." After the opening ceremony, now everyone is seated at the tables, enjoying the banquet. He asked her, "Don't you have an appetite?" No. What should I do?" "The upcoming hunt is making me so nervous that I can't swallow breakfast." He pushed a wine glass toward her. "That is my gift." She picked it up and clinked it against Raniero's glass. the wine different from Raniero's? The color is the same. He leaned in close and whispered, make sure to drink it all. Yes, yes, I must do as I'm told. If it is something I gave you, would you drink it even if it were poison? Angelica's heart suddenly pounded. She clutched her chest uncomfortably, gasping for breath. My body is so hot. What did I just drink? The laughter of the nobles sitting below rang in her ears. Angelica felt dizzy and wanted to collapse onto the table. He supported her and smiled. Try to endure it, Angelica. Everything will be different soon. She leaned her head against him. Her body trembled with every beat. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! This left all the nobles astonished. Angelica supported her forehead and let out a breath. What are these things? It's truly not interesting at all. Ha ha! Didn't you hear what the Empress said? She picked up a knife and cut the piece of meat on her plate forcefully. Then she ate as if she were a hungry tiger. I can feel the rich flavor of the meat, and I am more sensitive than usual, she thought in admiration. So delicious. Ever since Raniero gave me the wine, I have felt very strange. My body heated up, felt light, and then became heavy again. Now, instead of being nervous, I am starting to look forward to the hunt. Duchess Nerona approached and said, This is a gift from Emperor Soleo. It is a form of pure lethal venom, extracted from poison frogs. His Majesty the Emperor said that you surely know how to use it. Angelica looked at the vial and smiled. The trumpet sounded, and the announcer called out, Her Majesty the Empress is entering. The nobles cheered excitedly and boisterously. Angelica thought to herself, it's truly a pity. Everyone is gathering to watch the interesting scenes, but because they are outside the fence, like that, they cannot see clearly. The prey is hiding within this hunting area. Where should I go to find Marquis Jatsu? Sylvia, her face was pale, her mouth muttering. It's okay, it will be fine. Angelica thought, she must perform well in the hunt, to be able to become my maid. But if she is so weak-hearted like that, it's truly awkward. A few weeks ago, when I saw Sylvia kneeling in front of me, I still felt a bit of pity. But now I feel like all of it was just a lie. If the assigned task is performed well, then one will be eligible to receive a reward. If not, then death is understandable. Raniero entered the hunting grounds. The trumpets immediately sounded. His Majesty the Emperor is entering. Raniero approached her and said, My dear, I told you, didn't I, that you will not die? Raniero, what did he put in the wine? Soldiers, open the gates. Then now we ask permission to open the gates of the hunting grounds. The hunters will enter the hunting grounds in order. First is Sylvia, and next is Angelica, giggling with excitement. Oh, I want to go in there. Immediately, it's truly unbearable. Now I understand. This unbearable thirst is like a hungry cat. Right now, he and I are definitely of the same kind. An eagle soared in the sky, she thought in admiration. The body is very light, the vision is wide, and everything is clear. All the poison that Raniero gave me has been applied to the tips of the arrows. Focus on the sound. Suddenly, Sylvia appeared within her line of fire. She looked up in confusion and called out, Your Majesty! Seeing it wasn't the prey, but Sylvia. Angelica was a bit disappointed. What is it, Sylvia? I have something to say. But at this moment, a hand reached out toward Sylvia. Angelica, standing up high, saw it. She frowned and looked down. Sylvia's hair was grabbed by Sue. She screamed in pain. She growled. Sylvia, my poor daughter, I will cut open your chest while you are still alive and offer your heart to the Emperor, becoming a sacrificial lamb for the summer solstice, offered to the eldest son of Actilla. I will survive using that. Seeing the prey I've been waiting for appear, Angelica pulled the bowstring taut and gave an interested smile. Is this the secret trick that Jatsu prepared? I must hit the target in one shot once the prey felt within range. Angelica immediately let go, and the arrow shot down. Sue felt the arrow graze past her and immediately stopped struggling with Sylvia. She shouted in anger, Who is it? Angelica was a bit disappointed. I've been spotted, that bitch! Seeing that she wanted to climb the tower, Sylvia ignored everything and held her tight to stop her. No, I can't let you go. Sylvia tried to hold her back. Mother, you wanted to live so you killed me, didn't you? What about me? As for me, she picked up a stone from the ground and held it high, with a ruthless look in her eyes. I want to, too! Then she repeatedly struck Sue's head. Sylvia, as if losing her mind, kept screaming, I want to live! I want to live! I want to live, too! I will definitely survive. I will definitely find my place here. Angelica slowly walked down the stairs. It's a pity Raniero can't see this scene. Your Majesty, this prey is for you. Please, Your Majesty, take it away. Truly praiseworthy, Sylvia. Then she reached for the dagger. Angelica held it close to Sue's neck. She felt the coldness of the dagger and trembled. Hick! Afterward, blood splattered out. She screamed in agony. Angelica showed clear excitement after killing the prey. Sylvia trembled with fear. I can. But as if unable to bear this horrific bloody scene, it caused her to faint. Angelica said in a cold voice. Then next, Henry carried the axe on his shoulder, staring in shock at Sue's body on the ground. Mother! Angelica heard his voice and immediately turned around. Henry's body was shaking. Ah, ah, ah! He looked at his mother's body in misery. He was driven mad with rage and glared at Angelica. How dare you! He roared in fury. Without hesitation, Angelica shot an arrow, hitting him in the shoulder. She thought to herself, even though it missed its mark, he will still be poisoned. Suddenly, Angelica's heart pounded hard. Her body suddenly heated up in an unusual way. What is this? My muscles feel so hot like they're tearing. It hurts so much. At this very moment, Henry took the opportunity to rush forward and push her forcefully. She fell backward, her body slamming hard against the ground. Her body trembled. What am I doing? Why is my spirit failing me like this? It hurts so much, help me, Henry muttered. My mother's enemy. He raised the large axe in his hand high. I will kill you. Angelica shed tears in fear. No, I don't want to die. Right at this moment, Raniero appeared. The tip of his blade pierced through Henry Jiatsu's body. His axe fell to the ground because of it. Raniero looked down at Angelica's terrified face. I told you, didn't I, that you will not die? He gently lifted her body up. Angelica groaned. It hurts so much. It hurts? Ah, right, that's because of the medicine. The medicine you took allows you to exceed the limits of your physical abilities, increasing feelings of exhilaration and erasing fear. All right, look at me for a moment. He quickly took out a vial of medicine. However, the drawback is that it causes the body to overload severely and lose effectiveness abruptly, so it cannot be commercialized for military purposes. Medicine. Again with the medicine. No need to look at me with that expression. It's just a basic painkiller. Then he poured all the medicine into his own mouth and fed all of that medicine to her through his lips. Angelica coughed uncontrollably because she couldn't swallow in time. She secretly felt, I think the pain has subsided a bit. Thanks to you, I had a great time. Look at the things you hunted yourself. Now you are truly a person of Actilus. With the effects of the medicine wearing off, Angelica finally felt the fear. Raniero laughed joyfully and said, Tonight's banquet will be for the one who was reborn. After the hunt ended, Angelica and Raniero stood on the palace balcony, looking down below. He announced in a loud voice, Everyone listen. The Empress has personally hunted all the prey. Today's hunt has concluded. The Emperor and Empress have finished the hunting. Now the Empress is also a true person of Actilus. Hearing this, the people below knelt down in great reverence. Angelica found it a bit difficult to adapt, as expected of people who follow the movement of worshipping strength. So their attitude can change like this, a nobleman said. The Empress is truly the Emperor's true partner. Raniero laughed joyfully. True partner, ho-ho. She felt a secret chill. Ah, please. He pulled her into his arms and said, Yes, that's right. The protagonist of tonight's banquet is the Empress herself. Then came the banquet. The musicians began their performance. The announcer called out, Her Majesty the Empress is entering. Angelica slowly walked into the hall. What a relief. It took a lot of time to get ready. But I arrived on time. He said, Come sit here. And she obediently replied, Yes. Why are you staring at me like that, sire? It's truly miraculous. Thank you. Aren't you going to ask what I mean? Haha. Even though I don't know what it is, for all the attention your majesty has given me, I am very grateful. You're becoming more and more silver-tongued, aren't you? What I mean is that now I know what your face looks like. She looked at him in shock. Huh? If it were a normal person, meeting someone dozens of times, they would be able to remember. Raniero, in principle, cannot remember other people's faces. I just thought that because he is the emperor, he didn't feel it necessary to remember others' faces. It's very strange that this intelligent man cannot remember to that extent. Raniero stood up and led her down. Empress, come here. She was still lost in her own thoughts. Is it an illness? If not, why could he suddenly remember my face? What have you been thinking about all this time? Pardon? Ha. At some point, Raniero reached out and pulled her back. Thinking about something else again? There are still side effects from the medicine, so that's why I'm being so dazed. He reminded her, I do not like lying. Hearing that, she could only remain silent, telling herself to stay focused. While I was distracted, this Emperor Buddha had already started the first dance. I shouldn't provoke Raniero any further, because I had to practice hunting. I had no time to practice dancing. It's lucky that the body of Angelica still remembers the dance steps. I'm going to step on his feet. I must move away or I'll fall. Her body leaned backward. She reached out, wanting to grab Raniero's extended hand, but then she did not take that hand. She fell to the ground, her face contorting in pain. Raniero, with his hand still reached out. It turns out it wasn't without flaws. Angelica stood up and thought, if I had taken the hand he reached out, then I would have touched his body. Without being permitted, Raniero warned the nobles not to look down on the Empress. He stepped forward and picked Angelica up. He asked with concern. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, sire. What's this? You let me fall. And now you want to check if I'm injured? Delicious dishes were laid out on the table. The banquet finally began. Angelica thought, everyone is busy trying to strengthen their close relationships. At this moment, Sylvia stepped forward and bowed, sending greetings to the Empress. The nobles, buzzed with gossip. It's Sylvia! Sylvia Gyatso, what a truly brazen girl. How could she dare to show up at the Empress's banquet? Does she not know what shame is? She knew the severity of what her mother and brother did. A nobleman spoke up in indignation. Your Majesty, the Empress, just seeing a woman from that family, makes my heart ache. Please expel Sylvia Gyatso from the banquet. Angelica was dazed. Huh? Me? Why? How? If you are asking me, Angelica looked at Sylvia and asked, does your loyalty have any reason to suffer? To show her loyalty to me. Sylvia even sacrificed her own mother, no matter how sinful she was, to serve as my prey. Sylvia seems more loyal than you, doesn't she? Oh dear, it seems I should consider the atmosphere before speaking. Hearing this, he was flustered and didn't know what to say. Your Majesty. Raniero burst out laughing with delight. That is truly interesting. The words you just said. No, I was only joking. Hearing that, the nobles could only force a laugh and play along. That is a truly interesting joke. Very subtle, ha ha ha, she thought dejectedly. Everyone is forcing a laugh like dolls. Sylvia spoke up. Emperor. Your Majesty, I have come to receive the reward as per your promise. Raniero looked at her and replied, yes, as promised. I will appoint Sylvia Gyatso as a lady-in-waiting to the Empress. Sylvia bowed respectfully. Thank you, sire. The nobles fell silent after Raniero's announcement. Angelica secretly thought in admiration. It would be great if Sylvia became the Empress. In fact, she could have received the appointment. As a lady-in-waiting quietly after the banquet. However, as if to show off to the other nobles, she was appointed by Raniero directly in the banquet hall. As if to say that now she is the Empress's person. No one can treat her arbitrarily. Truly clever. Chisen suddenly called out, Your Majesty the Empress. Your Majesty, may I offer my greetings to you? Angelica was startled to see the nobles waiting to be greeted. The summer solstice is no different from a social gathering. Angelica replied with a smile. I will welcome each person one by one in order. After finishing the greetings, Angelica sat quietly by the fountain. Today my strength, wisdom, and social energy have been exhausted. Even though it's quite late, the day is still long because it's the summer solstice. How did I become possessed by this world and end up like this? Why did I transmigrate into this place in the first place? The sound of Raniero's footsteps rang out. She realized it and turned her head. Your Majesty. Raniero spoke. Quite composed, aren't you? She asked in confusion. Pardon? You don't seem to have anything but thoughts. I mean, you did kill someone. Don't weaklings usually fear the act of killing? He gently tucked a flower into her hair. She realized. Ah, right. Even if it was to protect myself. I am still a killer now. But even if I feel guilty, nothing will change. Angelica asked. If I eventually killed a person related to me, I would feel guilty. But in reality, that's not the case. I wanted to win, so I survived. And thank you very much. Raniero asked in confusion. What for? If your Majesty had not appeared then and killed Henry Gyatso, I would be dead by now. Gratitude. To me, this kind of love is nothing more than the intimacy of ants. Squeezing and crushing an ant to death doesn't require any reason at all. That's why I gave her the medicine. I actively participated in the hunt and created fun scenes. Even though I knew the side effects, I felt no sense of guilt, because every single thing went according to plan. The unpredictable thing was how the Empress would accept everything, whether she would feel guilty or fearful and hide away. Therefore, when the Empress, whom I thought wouldn't be able to attend the banquet, wore the gifted dress and entered the banquet hall normally, a slight shiver arose. I didn't know what others' faces looked like, but now I can see it. It is a truly strange thing. Thinking this, he reached his hand toward her and said, Let's go back. Angelica stared at his extended hand. Then she gently placed her hand in his. The first person whose face I can accurately remember happens to be such a weak human being. In the hall, people were talking noisily with one another. Angelica said in surprise, Oh wait, this direction. This is the Emperor's palace. Raniero pushed the room door open. Angelica cried out inwardly, This is Raniero's private secret room. I read about it in the original work, but I never expected to come to this place. Suddenly, Raniero took off his shirt, making her startle. Why is he suddenly taking off his shirt? He suddenly spoke up and asked her, Do you like what you see? He stepped forward and pulled the still dazed Angelica into the room. He pushed her against the wall. Then he wrapped her in a kiss that made Angelica's body tremble. Behind them was a massive bathtub already filled with water. She said with difficulty, Ha! Stop it! He smiled and asked, Stop? His body was so large it was as if it wanted to envelop Angelica. He finally released her lips. The sound of trickling water rang out. Angelica stared blankly at Raniero. He said in a low voice, "Come here." Knowing what he wanted made her cheeks flush. Angelica gently set her shoes aside. She sat down and dipped her foot in to test the water. The water is too hot. It's about to cool down, so soak your feet in the water. She wondered to herself, what was he thinking, showing me the Emperor's bedroom? A place no one knows about. As expected, you are far too cowardly. He grabbed her foot and pulled her down. Even though she was held by Raniero, she still cried out in panic. "Ah, the dress, the dress," he said. "Don't mind it. Is the water still hot?" No. Instead, this posture, the hand. Her trembling hand wanted to touch him, but she didn't dare. He thought to himself, was it because I was so satisfied with the lack of mistakes? Now it's a bit annoying. He looked at her and called, "Angelica, I give you permission." Angelica's hand faltered. Then immediately after, she wrapped her arms around Raniero. At this time, her body was only wrapped in a towel as she got into bed. He looked at her, who was somewhat exhausted after their intimacy in the water. His gaze clearly showed satisfaction and pleasure. Then once again, Raniero intertwined his hand with hers. Angelica, being too exhausted, sank into a deep sleep. Raniero sighed and said, "I haven't given you permission to go to sleep yet. How truly arrogant. Now even if I close my eyes, I know what she looks like. Now the Empress has been recognized as a person of Actilus. From tomorrow on, everyone will respect her as a superior." Succeeding in the hunt against Actilus, people who have trained their whole lives, after only 1 month of holding a weapon, is truly great potential. Angelica seemed to be having a nightmare. Her body trembled along with a groan. Raniero startled and turned his head to look at her. She was still in the nightmare, screaming in fear. "No, you can't." He pulled her into his arms. Hyperventilation? Having said that, he kissed her lips. Angelica opened her eyes dreamily and suddenly bit Raniero's lip. He frowned because of the sharp pain, but he still continued and did not let go. Only much later did he release her, on his lips. Raniero had been bitten by her until he bled. Angelica said in a trembling voice, "The prey, their throats were cut." Angelica shed tears of fear, muttering, "Chasing me with an axe." He spoke gently. "Is that so?" She huddled into Raniero's chest. "I'm so scared." Raniero held her and soothed her. "It's all right." The next day, Angelica vaguely heard someone calling her, "Angelica, Angelica." She was so tired she couldn't open her eyes. But that voice still rang out, "Angelica, did you not hear my words?" At this, she woke up. She sat up with a start. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you waking me up," he thought to himself. This woman is now recognized by everyone, and has become an object of admiration as a person of Actilus. He tilted his head and told her, "Go wash your face and prepare to apologize." Angelica quickly replied, "Yes, yes!" After getting dressed and sitting at the dining table, Angelica's face clearly showed caution. Raniero's sharp gaze stared intently at her. She froze, thinking to herself, "This gaze is so pressuring. Eating at the main palace like this will give me indigestion." She called out tentatively, "Your Majesty, I want to go home now." After saying it, she realized she had made a slip of the tongue. Home. I should have said the Empress's palace. Raniero reminded her, "This is your home." She scratched her head and replied with a forced smile. I'm sorry, sire. It's because I'm so sleep-deprived that I'm talking nonsense. But you slept so soundly. Actually, today is the day Sylvia comes to the Empress's palace. As her master, I feel very anxious. Isn't it because you want to go home? Angelica bit her lip, thinking resentfully. He knows it, yet he's still teasing me. Teasing her seemed to make Raniero's mood become much better. Angelica only now noticed the wound on Raniero's lip. The wound on his lip. It wasn't there yesterday, was it? Seeing her staring, he looked questioning but said nothing. Fearing he would be angry, she quickly explained, I'm sorry, I was being rude. Seeing your body harmed makes me feel concerned." He suddenly wrapped his arm around the back of her neck and pulled her toward him. "If it bothers you, then look closely. It's because of you, my dear." "Pardon? What is he saying? Did I really do something that crazy?" "It seems like I did do that." "There's no way that happened. Which one should I choose?" Her hands clenched as she stammered. There must be some mistake." "Why do you think that?" "If I dared to harm your Majesty, my head would have been separated from my neck long ago." "That sounds about right. Indeed, the wound on my lip is quite painful. So I suppose a punishment is in order, isn't it?" Angelica nodded immediately without thinking. Yes, that's right. Therefore, I cannot let you go home. The person who harmed my lip must be punished. That is only right. But that criminal wants to return to the Empress's palace. I will have to punish you by keeping you by my side and not letting you return. To the Empress's palace. Angelica was completely flabbergasted. The Emperor usually handles correspondence from other countries in the morning, holds meetings in the afternoon, and trains at night. When will I ever get out of here? Will I even have a chance to enter a political meeting? Why are you standing like that? Because you told me to stay here. He repeated the question. I asked why you are standing. Because there are no chairs. He signaled to a servant. You, bring a chair for the Empress to sit. The servant bowed and replied, yes. Raniero cast his gaze toward her. If you keep standing like this, the Empress will be looking down on me. Understanding the meaning behind his words made her startle in terror. Immediately, Angelica knelt on the ground. I didn't mean it, I'm sorry. You've become much quicker, haven't you? You can stand if you want. I understand your zeal, to not raise your head higher than the Emperor. But when the servants bring the chair, do you plan on staying on your knees like that? She wanted to cry from frustration and whispered to herself, how do you want me to live? I want to go home so badly. Season, Duchess Nerona. He watched the expression on Angelica's face with amusement. Your answers always seem reasonable, but I can see through everything you are thinking. Suddenly, he noticed something on the table. He picked up the letter. Reading the letter in his hand, he muttered in surprise, a letter from Tunia Temple. Tunia Temple? The temple in the barren, unclaimed northwestern lands. This is a place where only the followers of compassion remain. Pitiful. The people who gave up all the fertile lands in the world and left only the rough parts for their descendants. The content of the letter is very simple. The Actilus Empire and the Sonia Kingdom are currently in a state of tension. The reason is that the Actilus Empire is calling for help in the name of compassion. Why is it not worth answering? They are all just boring letters. He turned his head and called, Empress. But at this moment, Angelica had already fallen asleep some time ago. He stared for a moment and then called out, Hey, Empress! It wasn't until he pressed his hand against her cheek that she reacted slightly. He muttered, Have you lost your mind? Did I prepare a chair just so you could sleep? Then he moved toward her lips. Suddenly he bit them once, making her cry out in pain. Ah! She covered her mouth and asked, What was that? He said, Don't sleep anymore. She flusteredly replied, Yes, yes, even though she still didn't understand what was happening. Her head was full of question marks. Raniero picked up a pen and started writing. She called out hesitantly, Please excuse me, Your Majesty. Could you tell me if there's anything I can do as well? Or perhaps, is it not allowed to look at the letters you've finished reading? He thought to himself, her way of speaking is quite cute. The Empress naturally has the right to know how the country's situation is unfolding, but now is not the time yet. She looked at him irritably as he ignored her. What's this? Is he angry? Did I do something wrong? He looked at her and thought, everything she thinks shows on her face. It's interesting, so I'll just leave it be. After a long day, she lay on the bed and sighed with exhaustion. Finally, Raniero dragged me along all day. Whether it was mealtime, the afternoon political meeting, or the individual training session at night, I had to go through it all before I was released. That Emperor. 2 continuous days of tension. Duchess Nerona brought a blanket and draped it over her. She asked with concern, Are you cold, my lady? It's still summer, but it's still cold at night. Angelica replied, Thank you. It is good to see the two of you so close like that. She thought to herself, From a national perspective, it's good. But for me personally, it's not very good. I only hope His Majesty wouldn't care about me even a little bit. And originally, I intended to hold a palace entry party for her today. But because it's Raniero, I had no other choice. The lady called softly, Her Majesty the Empress. Yesterday's hunt was truly something to be proud of. I was truly very impressed. Angelica said in confusion, Is that so? Now Your Majesty has become the mother of the Empire, and is truly loved by everyone. Everyone is anxious to meet Your Majesty. Therefore, regarding the social gathering that is being postponed. Hearing that, she immediately paused. Right, there's that too. She nodded and replied, Yes, I understand. I am very happy, Your Majesty. In fact, though it was arrogant of me, I have been waiting for this moment and spread rumors a little bit within social circles. Hearing that, what rumors? I said that it would be best to show everyone your sincerity first. At the beginning of next month, there will be an opportunity to meet the Empress. That opportunity is not for everyone, she screamed in her heart. Next month is only 3 weeks away, she replied with a forced smile. Ah ha ha, thank you. After researching the situation inside and outside the palace, if the official debut into society is concluded, then from that moment on, you will manage the royal ambassadors. I will help you both materially and spiritually. She thought to herself, even for someone of high status, there is nothing that can be achieved effortlessly. But right after finishing one thing, I have to work like crazy on something new again. In the end, when is the escape plan supposed to happen? Today is a beautiful sunny day. The sunlight is not too harsh even though it's a summer day. It's already only 15 days until the event. During this past time, I have been very absorbed in studying with Duchess Nerona, without knowing how time has passed. Names, family relationships. and the businesses of the nobles currently staying in the capital. My head feels like it's going to explode. When am I going to memorize all of this? Duchess Nerona said that I don't need to know anything else. I just need to memorize this alone. Suddenly, Raniero grabbed the book from her hand. He picked it up and said, "Doing such tasteless things." She stammered in astonishment. "Your Majesty, isn't it that you come to the Empress's palace too often? I don't know who forced you to do these useless actions. Did they? You say they are useless actions?" He threw the book aside. "That's right, useless actions." He propped himself up and lifted her chin. "Sit in that position. Lift your chin like this. Smile arrogantly and speak like this. That is enough. I don't know you. You have no sincerity at all. But I will listen to your identity. You are not just a person of status, but also my wife." Angelica felt this method wasn't very good. "You always speak in your own way, Your Majesty. You also have the right to speak in your own way. Only I know the truth that you are this weak. If you don't want to do it my way, then learn how to control the expressions on your face." His words left her unable to retort. He hit the nail on the head. "It's true that whatever I think shows on my face." He spoke again. "But is your body not feeling well?" She replied blankly. "No, sire," he exclaimed. "All right," leaving her confused, only able to look at him without saying anything. 1 week before the social gathering, Season said firmly, "We must postpone the social gathering." Duchess Nerona sighed and said, "Postponing is one way." But before she could continue, Season spoke firmly. "The Empress's menstrual cycle is irregular, so the pain is very severe, especially on the first day." Now Angelica finally understood Raniero's question from that day. "Is it that Raniero has great foresight? I only thought it was because my body wasn't feeling well. I didn't expect it to be because of my period." Jason spoke again. "Nothing is more important than Her Majesty, the Empress's health. I respect your opinion. However, please reconsider how hard Her Majesty worked to build her position." Angelica raised her hand to stop them. "All right, wait. Season, Duchess Nerona is right. This is a rare opportunity that I earned after the hunt. The social gathering will proceed as scheduled. Remember to bring the painkillers," Nerona replied joyfully. "Yes, I will prepare them." Jason could only look at her with concern. "Duchess." Nerona quickly ran off to work. Jason took Angelica's hand, feeling heartbroken. "Your Majesty, since arriving at the Empire, you have worked so hard like this. It's all right. I've even entered the hunting grounds." "Season, you are on my side, aren't you?" "Of course, Your Majesty." "All right, your will is very strong. Just as you said, life in the Empire is not easy at all. I understand your sense of unfairness. But what can we do now? We are in the Empire. This is something I will just have to endure. The time for the social party has arrived. Damn it, is menstrual pain always this severe? I heard the level of pain varies from person to person, but I never felt this much pain in my original body. But anyway, it has already begun. I must do my absolute best." Angelica endured the pain. Looking down at the nobles seated below, she spoke. "Thank you all for accepting today's invitation. I hope you will be proud to be invited to this event, and always think about what you can do for the Empire." The ladies and gentlemen invited today were all selected by Duchess Nerona. If these are people with great ambitions, then they are also people worth my becoming close to, Season said. Then from now on in order. Suddenly, Angelica's vision blurred. The abdominal pain was agonizing, making the information she had memorized become jumbled. "This is bad. My stomach hurts so much that I can't concentrate." Marchioness Spotlight has a son born late in life, right? No, that's a different family's story. Is it truly Spotlight, or is it Spotlight? Wait, what did I just say? I should have canceled the event, as Jisen suggested. I was too stubborn. If it were Raniero, what would he do at a time like this? She recalled the moment he looked at her, and when he lifted her face to instruct her. Angelica decided to do it his way. "That's right. Even if I regret it, it won't do any good." She spoke in a low voice. "It's truly a pity. I have absolutely no idea who you are or what you do." This made the nobles below stare at her in stunned silence. She calmly pointed at the lady below and said, Let's start with that lady over there. There's no need to come here. Just stand up where you are." "Pardon? Me? Me?" "Yes, introduce yourself briefly and clearly." Everyone fell into a momentary silence. She looked at Duchess Nerona, whose face was turning pale, and thought, "I'm sorry, Duchess Nerona, but I cannot ruin my own image. Just because of weakness, I must lead the atmosphere." She radiated an oppressive aura exactly like Raniero. "Are you going to make me wait?" "I am Acquavella Docino, the wife of Count Docino. It is insignificant, but we own a mineral mine." The other nobles also quickly stood up to introduce themselves. I am Viscount Franzmore." "I am Louis." Angelica smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you all." After the introductions, it was time to enjoy dessert. The nobles below talked amongst themselves. "The tea is so delicious." "Ah, indeed." Duchess Nerona said, "Your Majesty, I was very surprised. You didn't give me any hint at all. It seems that the social gathering went differently from her own plan, so she is regretful. Normally, I wouldn't have gone this far. It was all arranged by Mother Nature. Did you come to support me or to play politics for yourself? Even though I cannot worry about my own body. Are you criticizing me now? No, I didn't mean that at all, but your words led me to misunderstand. Duchess Nerona knelt to admit her fault. It was my negligence. Your Majesty, please forgive me, she told herself. Duchess Nerona is a quick-witted person. I need to arrange things so that she cannot walk all over me. I'm so tired. At this moment, Rhaenyra walked toward the nobles. Seeing him, they were astonished. That person? She looked at them in confusion. The nobles simultaneously bowed in deep respect. It is a great honor to meet Your Majesty the Emperor. She didn't expect him to appear here. Your Majesty. He placed his hand on her forehead and then turned to look at the nobles. I have absolutely no idea who anyone is. Your Majesty, I already said those lines earlier. He bluntly said, have come to take the Empress away. Question marks appeared in the minds of all the nobles. Ignoring them, he slid his arm behind her back. He picked her up and said, so I will take her away once again. Question marks appeared again among the crowd of nobles. Before taking Angelica away, he didn't forget to taunt. My wife seems to prefer being with me rather than spending boring time with you all. Then let's go back, Empress. An act of complete indifference toward the guests who were feeling confused, or the maids who had to clean up afterward. Although it was a bit sudden and shocking, this is the first time I've been glad to see my husband. How can he just do whatever he wants like that? At the Empress's palace, Sylvia and 2 other maids bowed respectfully in greeting. Rhaenyra told her, the Empress is not feeling well. Sylvia quickly replied, I will assist, sire. He carried her past her. No need, I will do it. He gently set her down. She secretly speculated, the Emperor seems to be gradually becoming more generous with me. If it were the beginning of the marriage, no matter how awkward the situation was, it probably would have been very difficult for Rhaenyra to resolve it. Sylvia stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, shall I bring more painkillers? Angelica replied with difficulty, I'll count on you. Yes, I will prepare them. Rhaenyra pulled a chair over, sat down with a thud, and let out a sigh. It seems you always overestimate yourself. I didn't expect you to even think about appearing in front of everyone like that. She immediately said, I'm sorry, sire. He poked her cheek with his hand. Should I feel lucky? Because everyone gathered there was a fool. Isn't that right? It's true that most people in this country don't seem to be that intelligent. She suddenly seemed to remember something. He laughed joyfully as she played along with him. She sat up abruptly. No, isn't it time for your political meeting? How can you be here? He ignored her and said, I'm not going. Pardon? They're just topics with no value to discuss further. I thought it would be better to gather the ladies and go see what they had to say. The Actolus Empire is known as the world's greatest power. Is it really possible to conduct politics so absurdly? She asked with a forced smile. What were those topics? He replied in a low voice, Tunya Temple. She paused. Tunya Temple? This is where the female protagonist, Seraphina, is staying. She asked in shock. Tunya Temple? That's right. Correspondents arrived from over there, a land with tiny influence, barren and not worth the effort to conquer. Therefore, Tunya Temple didn't even receive any attention from Actolus in the novel. Tunya had repeatedly requested the 2 powers, Actolus and Sonia, to reconcile with each other. She asked timidly, is it perhaps because of the situation with Sonia? No, it's just that it's time for the demonic beast's eggs to hatch, and we must subdue them. Hearing that made her shocked. He spoke again. Isn't it quite funny? Does killing demonic beasts count as compassion? It's truly contradictory to say a compassionate god allowed them to descend onto this land with no other choice but to be slaughtered. But you're going to do it anyway, aren't you? His eyes glowed with an unusual red light. Her hands gripped the blanket tightly as she thought. The Emperor will go because Rhaenyra loves bloodshed, he said indifferently. I don't know. If they directly bow at my feet, then perhaps I might grant them compassion. Suddenly, I can sense the presence of Seraphina again. The temple will send messengers, supposing that among the messengers sent to the Empire, Seraphina is included. Then what? No. Stay calm. I must think rationally. If it follows the plot of the original work, then Seraphina won't come, because her first meeting with Rhaenyra is in the winter. But what if the timing of Seraphina's appearance has also changed, just like how I and Rhaenyra have become closer than in the original work? If the content of the novel I remember is different, then what? Seeing her lost deep in thought, Rhaenyra pushed something into her mouth. It's candy, don't you like it? She replied awkwardly. Thank you, sire. She thought to herself. It was like this last time too. Does he think taking care of a patient is just a game? Even so, eating something sweet seems to help. Suddenly she called, Your Majesty, can you preserve my life until winter? He looked slightly surprised, as if understanding something. He smiled gently and agreed. All right, I will do my best to make the Empress feel at ease. Seeing him lean close, she quickly said, Your Majesty, I am impatient. I know. Sigh, what is he saying? Then he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Time passed. The social gathering that was cancelled could not be reorganized on that day because my interest had shifted entirely toward the temple of Tunya. I need information about Tunya Temple. Since it didn't appear in the original novel, I know Serafina isn't coming, but I still can't feel at ease. Perhaps the two of them will meet early. If the original plot changes, it will be very awkward. If that happens, my head will roll before winter. I still haven't come up with an escape plan. Tunya, Saintess, found it. The Saintess of Tunya is the most important person in the temple. Therefore, she does not leave the temple or have contact with the outside. And that's it? What, is there only that one sentence? The content of the original work is about the terrible intertwining between the Saintess of Tunya and the great god, Actilus. I thought Tunya had power at some level. On the contrary, there are more stories about magic. So when facing a serious food shortage, Tunya Temple probably catches and eats magical beasts. Haha, could it be? Near the temple. The land of demonic beasts has an irregular breeding season. The number of demonic beasts is increasing. They have even started plundering human lands due to food shortages. This is called a wave. Is it not the temple? Do they always take on the role of a shield? Anyway, Serafina really won't come, right? No, wait a minute. If they go to the land of the demonic beasts, then they might meet there through the Tunya Temple. If that's the case, I must also go along on the expedition. Go along and then, if the two of them meet, I will run away immediately. A few days later, this day finally arrived. The first foreign delegation I met after getting married happened to be the people from Tunya Temple. She and Raniero ran into each other in the hallway. He called out gently, Angelica. Why did you skip breakfast? She replied awkwardly. Your Majesty, I don't feel very well. I can't say it's because the messengers are arriving that I have indigestion. In that case, it would be better if you didn't come to the meeting with the messengers. Pardon? She hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. No, that's not allowed. He turned back and looked at her intently in silence. She quickly let go of her hand. I'm sorry for taking the liberty of holding you back. But I definitely want to meet them. I am also a person of Actilus. He smirked and repeated the words she just said. A person of Actilus? That's right. By becoming my wife, you became a person of Actilus. Right, because I am your Majesty's wife, I am a person of Actilus. Later, Raniero sat above, looking down at the group from Tunya Temple. Welcome to the land of the god Actila. Followers of Tunya. Great disciple of the god Actila, it is an honor to meet you, Emperor. Your Majesty. Oh, the Archbishop came in person? If so, then here he is, the Holy Knight of Tunya Temple. Eden, Serafina's first love. The Holy Expedition of Tunya Temple is a place where only the strongest warriors gather to face the beasts. Eden is not a very major character, but he is a promising knight who rose to the top of the martial arts holy expedition. Born in the original work, Eden was murdered by Raniero just because Serafina always missed him and met a tragic end. Don't panic. Since Eden is a holy knight, it's natural that he could come here. Angelica looked at Eden, the one who was silently bowing his head and looking down. Raniero spoke up, interrupting her train of thought. If so, then those who requested help must have come here with sincere intentions for me, right? Of course, O great disciple of the god Actila. Although small, before he could finish, he interrupted. No, what do you have? I will show a bit of mercy by not accepting any offerings that were brought. She thought, why do I feel so uneasy? He looked at them coldly. Instead, all of you kneel and beg for salvation. The knights from Tunya Temple were all shocked and said, What did you say? She smiled bitterly and thought, I knew it. Raniero ordered, Now what are you doing? Plead and beg for my mercy. She looked at them and secretly exclaimed, No wonder I feel pity. But in the end, there was no choice but to kneel. Even if they returned, with only the power of Tunya Temple, they would not be able to handle the wave. Archbishop, what are you hesitating for? At times like this, just close your eyes and kneel. At this moment, Eden stepped forward boldly. She looked at him in surprise. Will Eden kneel? And just as expected, Eden knelt down. The Archbishop was a bit reluctant, but then they all had to accept it and knelt down simultaneously. Raniero, seeing this scene, laughed with satisfaction and said, Ahaha, how ridiculous. Angelica secretly exclaimed, Wow, he looks like a villain. Back at the Empress's palace, Angelica was lost in thought. Eden kneeling first is indeed a bit strange. Eden, as described in the original work, is a stubborn, holy knight with a rebellious temperament. He absolutely will not do anything that he considers wrong. Even if others were to kneel, he would still hold his head high. Wait, the voices of the servants rang out, making her pay attention. How was it? Did you see? I heard they are practicing. Mirak asked curiously. How so? She replied. I was actually very surprised because he was quicker than expected. I think when it comes to martial arts, no place can compare to the Empire. Angelica secretly speculated. It seems the maids have sneaked off to take a look at the messengers from Tunya Temple. Have decided to stay in Actilis for 10 days. Good, as a person of Actilis, I should also care about them. I will do what I can do. At this moment, Raniero appeared and wrapped his arm around her. He softly called, Angelica. She raised her head and replied, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, why have you come here? Do I need to have a reason to come? I thought you would be busy. Because you had to speak with the Archbishop. We can talk slowly later. She thought to herself. He just left because he found it bothersome, didn't he? He asked her, Where are you going? I was just about to give instructions regarding dinner, since we cannot notify everyone to come to the table. I thought I would wait for related instructions. Haha, my dear, there is no need to work so hard. I have already decided everything, so now you have nothing left to do, right? Ah, then shall we go back to the Empress's palace? Let's go, she thought dejectedly. Following him again? Good grief. He also glanced at her and pondered. Not long ago, she was preoccupied with the temple, giving up the social gatherings that she had worked so hard to earn, searching for information about Tunya Temple in the library. Clearly, her body was unwell, yet she still accepted the audience. With the temple, the Empress's origin, the kingdom of Anlos, and Tunya Temple are far apart. There is no reason for them to have dealings with each other. Raniero recalled the image of Angelica looking at the people from Tunya Temple. It made him feel uncomfortable, and the person he noticed most was Eden, that righteous gaze. At this moment, she set down her teacup and inquired, So have you decided who will have a place at the dinner party yet? He asked back, What do you think? She thought for a moment and replied, The Archbishop, the head of the liturgy, and 2 elderly priests, according to each person's rank. But thinking back, choosing like this seems tedious, doesn't it? Raniero said nothing, only glanced at her. She smiled and continued, Actually, I don't know who is important. They are all people I've met for the first time. He thought to himself. If it were 2 months ago, then this answer would have been truly boring. It doesn't seem like she is thinking about facing that. Night at the dinner party. He slowly walked in from the balcony and sat down on the chair. He beckoned with his hand and called, Angelica. She glanced toward him. She quickly stood up and went to him. He grabbed her wrist. Satisfying obedience is good, but it would be even better if you begged a little. Kiss me, Angelica. Her cheeks flushed as she did as he said. After that day, I instructed Zeeson to monitor Eden's actions. I am not entirely sure, but perhaps he often goes to the library. Did you say he reads books whenever he has private time? Yes. The size and shape are like the books the priests carry, and it's as if he's reading in secret. Reading in secret? Yes. He often hides the book in his coat and reads where no one is around. She frowned and pondered. A book that must be hidden from people in the temple. A forbidden book? Am I being too baseless in my thinking? If I want to check if my hypothesis is correct, I can't leave it all to Zeeson. Zeeson, I will not attend the grand competition this time either. Your Majesty, just say my body is unwell. I'm counting on you. She looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Then finally, she nodded in agreement. Yes, she thought, if it is Zeeson, she won't say any nonsense to the Emperor. On the day of the grand competition, Angelica said to Duchess Nerona, Just go watch the competition with the other maids. But your Majesty is sick and must stay in the palace, so how can we go and enjoy ourselves alone? Nothing special will happen. Isn't it only for a few hours? Zeeson alone is enough. All of you, just go. Duchess Nerona still felt worried and wanted to say something more. She continued, Actually, everyone wants to go see the competition. Not long ago, during the social gathering, after I put Duchess Nerona in her place, she spoke again. Actually, I am also very curious to know who wins and loses. Go watch the match and tell me who won. If that's the case, then we will watch the outcome of the victory with all our eyes. She waved goodbye to the maids. Seeing that they had gone, she turned to ask Zeeson, If it's right now, then there should be no one at the Imperial Library, right? Are you really going? Don't worry. Nothing special will happen. At the library, she wore a black cloak and walked down the hallway. She secretly felt lucky. There is no one here. It seems even the people here went to watch the friendly match. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be so excited. But these are the people of Actilis. Over there is the Holy Knight's palace, used as a lodging. If one goes to the library, they must pass through this path. And then Angelica saw Eden. She hid in the grass and thought to herself, Here he is. Angelica suddenly stood up and called out, Wait a moment. I don't know what documents you're looking for, but you probably won't be able to find them. Eden heard that and turned his head. She explained, If you are just a visitor, there aren't many books you are allowed to touch. I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking around. Do you like books? I do. Suddenly being approached, yet he reacts very stoically. Stay calm. What is your name? He replied in a low voice. Eden. I am Eden. I have dedicated my body and mind to the god Tunya. I have no time to worry about the secular world. Do you have any other nickname besides that name? No, I have determined to become a holy knight and burn away all old enemies. I didn't ask that. Eden stared at her blankly. Besides the name that the god Tunya bestowed, there is still the name given to you by the person who gave birth to your body. That was also given to you. If there isn't one, I will leave. Hearing the hidden meaning in that left, Eden astonished, seeing that he didn't answer. Her heart sank as she thought, did I guess wrong? It was then that Eden revealed his real name, Chasuhyun. As I thought, I knew it. Do you know Flowers Blooming by the Abyss? I know it. I read it. Oh, since when? For me, about 2 months ago. Me too. May 18th. It's the same day, isn't it? I am very surprised. So I wasn't the only one who transmigrated here. What should I do? Until now, I thought I was all alone. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I ordered my maid to watch you. So that's how it was. How should I address you? Just call me Her Majesty the Empress. Because everyone calls me that now. In that case, Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to meet you. I never thought there would be another person in the same situation as me. Of course, I died on page 1 in the original work. I was wondering how you knew, or if you were just comparing my actions to the original work. You acted differently from the original work. How could I not notice? Even so, I don't have time to stand here for this long. We should keep this short and simple. I heard you were reading books in secret. It's a forbidden book, isn't it? I am reading about forbidden magic. Forbidden magic? That's what brought me to this world. I never thought about approaching the truth from that direction. The problem is I've read too many novels of this genre. The background is the setting, the default of the novel I was reading. So I didn't even wonder why or how I transmigrated here. Since you said you thought you were alone. It seems the Emperor is a character from the original work, right? Huh. If the Emperor had transmigrated here too, it would have been great. The problem is he is still as crazy as the original work. With each passing day, I feel like I'm sitting on thin ice. Then why is it only you and I? What we have in common is that we are supporting characters who died in the original work, or at least have a death scene. What are you going to do about that? Of course, I must break the magic and return to my original world, to the place where I used to live. Return to where I used to live. But most creatures who transmigrate here, usually, cannot return to their original world. At the match grounds, the sound of horses neighing was loud. The knights from Tunia's side were struggling greatly, while those from the Actilus side looked at ease. The crowd shouted frantically, "Crush them! Crush them! End it quickly!" Raniero looked down at the match below. His eyes clearly showed boredom. He glanced at the Empress's chair placed beside him. A knight saw him stand up and called out in surprise, "Your Majesty," Raniero said boredly. "This is too tasteless." The Empress's palace. Raniero opened the door and walked in. Yisun looked at him in shock and stammered, Your Majesty, what is the matter? Why is it so awkward when I arrive?" She bowed her head. That, he yanked the blanket off the bed. Yisun cried out in fear. His eyes were cold as he questioned. "My wife said her body was unwell, so where has she evaporated to?" "Your Majesty, that..." He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shut up! I never gave you permission to open your mouth. I will hear the excuse from my wife's own lips. That holy knight has left the great hall, and the Empress used illness as an excuse to be absent. How irritating." At this time, Angelica and Eden were still talking to each other. "So, Chasu Hyun, you lived at Tunya Temple, right? I wonder if you have met Seraphina yet, because I have been extremely tense, perhaps out of fear that Seraphina would join the delegation this time and meet the Emperor." When she was mentioned, Eden hesitated slightly. "Seraphina, what's wrong? Is there a problem with Seraphina?" "Oh no, there is no problem with her. It's just that could it be that you like her?" Eden was startled and retorted, "It's not like that. It's actually the opposite." "What do you mean by the opposite? Is Seraphina different from the original work?" "No, I don't really know her personality well either, because I tried my best not to meet her." "Is that so? But as time passes, the memories of the host will merge with us in some way. Actually, the host's emotions were so strong that the original self is wavering. What exists now is just a distorted image. So I can only say that I do not know much," he stated. Eden loathed Seraphina. "What? Eden? What? I thought Seraphina and Eden had a mutual relationship." "Was it not so?" He explained that rules and doctrines were Eden's life. He felt uncomfortable when the saintess harbored feelings for a holy knight. "That's truly shocking. So Eden looked at Seraphina like that? Are you participating in the expedition? I have to go. There is something I want to see. The forgotten sacred hideout. That is the borderline dividing the mages and humans. If I cannot find a clue through normal means, then I must take a risk. I understand the plot well. I also agree that it would be better to find out the reason why we are here. In that case, I will first look into it at the Imperial Library. I would be grateful if you would do that. If there is new information, I will tell you through Tunya Temple. Through Tunya Temple? Are you also coming along on the expedition? I had originally intended to go, but I still haven't told the Emperor that I'm going. Don't ask me the reason why I'm going, Eden thought to himself. Is there a reason? I understand. It is better if for now we do not have any further contact. Yes, it would be better if you returned before the friendly match ends. Yes, then I'm leaving. The two of them then returned to their own places. Angelica hurriedly ran back to her room. Phew, thank goodness. I made it back safely. She opened the door, walked in with a smile. Phew, Shisen. I'm back. Her smile was quickly extinguished, replaced by wide, startled eyes. Raniero sat on the chair, resting his chin on his hand, questioning her. You said you weren't well. Shisen avoided her gaze. Seeing her not answering, Raniero said, I suppose you were wandering around again. She replied with a forced smile. Ahaha, didn't you go to see the grand competition? Her hands were shaking with fear. I had a headache, so I went for a little walk and came back. Your hands are shaking quite a bit. Or were you just stabbed somewhere? That's because your majesty is making a scary expression. Suddenly he asked her directly. You met that holy knight, didn't you? Hearing that, her heart beat as if it were about to jump out. Are you perhaps suspecting me? Raniero asked himself, suspecting. Just because the two of them didn't arrive at the same time, yet were in the same place. Is this preoccupation an overreaction? What exactly is the problem? Even if my wife likes that person, is there a need to be angry? Because the great disciple of Actila does not feel human jealousy. How can one be jealous of an ant? If my wife wants that holy knight, I can just treat him like a toy and give him to her. That would be enough. Nothing special at all. Thinking this, he reached his hand toward Angelica. Seeing this, she gasped in fear. She slumped to the ground, her voice trembling. I'm not lying. You know that. He gave a smirk and didn't answer. She shed tears, choking up. If I am found out, what should I do? That is truly, truly terrifying. He knelt on one knee and spoke gently. That's right, you are right, she thought to herself. Angelica, whose every thought shows on her face, is so incredibly weak and unacceptable. Suddenly, Raniero hugged her tightly. She asked in surprise. You aren't angry? He told himself. If I say I'm losing my temper, she'll probably be terrified again. He replied tenderly, I'm not angry. That was the first time Angelica had completely deceived Raniero. While those two did not know, this relationship was experiencing a small reversal. Night fell. Shisen said, Your Majesty, I will bring some tea. Angelica held her head and screamed inwardly. I thought I was dead. I really hate this right now. This feeling is too horrible. Perhaps I'll die before I can even escape. Just because I wasn't at the palace, Raniero shouldn't have been able to get that angry. Because to him, I am just a mediocre prey. Clearly there's another reason. Is it because I met Eden? But why be that angry? Could it be that he discovered the truth? That I am plotting something? No, there is no way that is the case. The fact that Eden and I do not belong to this world is something no one knows. Anyway, in the coming time, I should not leave Raniero's sight. To me, the most important thing is not to go against the mood of Raniero. That's how it should be. Eden seemed to avoid someone's gaze by hiding behind another. Holy night, Raniero stared intently at him. Angelica did not expect things to turn out like this. How did it become like this? Raniero asked. I didn't know the holy knights had a hobby of strolling in the garden. The brown-haired knight could only give a forced laugh. The Imperial Palace is originally very beautiful, so every time we look at it, we find it very refreshing. Eden, standing behind, remained silent. Angelica, beside them, felt secretly uneasy. That's right, just pretend like we don't know each other. She turned back, linked arms with Raniero, and smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty, let's go. About that. He put his arm around her waist. What's the use of behaving so heartlessly? What is with this sudden kindness? He smiled and stroked her head. I wonder if there is any inconvenience in your sleeping quarters. Thanks to your Majesty's concern, we were very comfortable last night. Is that so? And how was the meal? Is the food here to the liking of those from Tunya? She secretly cried out. So embarrassing. Why does he keep caressing me? In front of the maids, it's normal. But if I look closely today, something is very different. I heard he was crazy, just like in the original work. I'm going crazy. Doing this now is even scarier. Suddenly he called her name, Angelica. Yes? Suddenly he kissed her lips, taking her by surprise. Huh? The two kissed in front of everyone. She groaned softly. So embarrassing. But Raniero directed his gaze toward Eden with deep meaning. Eden saw his gaze and stiffened, while Angelica, her face completely red, stammered. What was that? Everyone, please don't look at me, huh? Your Majesty, the knights have to move as well. Goodbye. Raniero saw Eden's reaction and calmly said, That's right. In any case, the Empress is desperate to be alone with me. You guys go on ahead. After that, he held Angelica and brushed past Eden. Eden sensed his intentionality, while he smirked victoriously. To one side, Angelica was lost in thought. It must be so. When we met in the palace garden, Raniero looked at Eden. Does he know that Eden and I met? His point was for me not to wander around anymore, right? Could it be that he knows about the conversation that day? She held a letter and gave it to Sisen. Sisen, please deliver this to Eden. You absolutely must not open it to look. Yes. On this side, Eden picked up the letter and read it. The content was, What should I do? It's possible His Majesty realized what's between us. Sisen instructed. She said to remember to reply. After receiving the reply letter, Angelica tremblingly read the content. It doesn't seem to be like that. After reading it, she angrily tore the letter apart. What do you mean not like that? Cha Soo-hyun is supposed to be very smart, Yisun thought with a bit of surprise. The princess is becoming strange. The living environment has also changed a lot, compared to the time in the kingdom of Anlos. On the day the engagement with the Actylus Empire was decided, the princess cried non-stop, so I felt very sorry for her. She had to decide to marry and leave her hometown. Angelica, who became the empress, is like a different person. Even so, I am still Angelica's maid. I have to speak up. At this moment, Sisen tentatively approached Angelica and asked directly, Your Majesty, I have something I want to say. I know what it is. Sisen was surprised. Is it about me and the Holy Knight of Tunya? You are worried, wondering if I am doing something illicit, aren't you? It's not what you think. I'm sorry for making you suspicious, and for making you suffer. Sisen could only bite her lip in silence. Her tears began to fall. If it's not something illicit, how could you not tell me? This has never happened before. Your Majesty. She reached out to wipe the tears and comfort her. Oh no, why are you crying? There was no other choice. I will tell you. I have no personal interest in that holy knight. If you want me to swear, I will. What I am truly concerned about is the Saintess of Tunya Temple. Thinking back, when was the first time I started researching Tunya Temple? When was it? Exactly. It was from before the Tunya Temple delegation arrived, right? I only asked him about the Saintess of Tunya. Half truth, half lie. Sisen began to ask persistently. If so, then why that person? If you wanted to ask about the Saintess, there were the archbishops and many others. She stammered to explain that, well, because it looked like he didn't have any friends. A person who has been isolated every day since the audience, and reads books that are supposedly forbidden, rather than an archbishop. It seems the knights who don't have a sense of belonging to that organization would tell me about the Saintess without much deliberation. Is that so? Thank goodness, I didn't know about that either. I'm sorry, my lady. She waved her hands and said, It's okay. I have no intention of betraying my husband and playing around with another man. Raniero stood behind the door, listening to her entire conversation. Angelica still smiled happily and said, So don't worry. Unknowingly, he smiled. Angelica cherishes that maid very much. I heard that they have been together, like biological sisters since the kingdom of Anlos. Everything they are saying now is the truth. The two continued to talk, unaware that he was outside. I thought wrong. Lately, you even have a very good relationship with the Emperor. She laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. That's right. It feels like only yesterday. You were crying all day because you didn't want to get married. But now you have adapted very well and become a respected empress. It's true that it's a bit tiring, but I think His Majesty treats me quite well. He was satisfied with her answer. Very well indeed. Sisen knelt and asked, As time passes, you will love this empire even more, won't you? If I don't die during the winter hunt. Raniero was surprised by her statement. Huh. The winter hunt? Is she paying attention to the winter hunt? I almost forgot about it myself. Anyway, the Saintess of Tunya Temple, huh? Is there any reason Angelica would care about that girl so much? I should take a look at her during the conquest. Under the night sky of the Actylus Empire, Raniero exclaimed. The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it? She replied awkwardly. Ah, yes. That's right. What's this? Did that archbishop lick Raniero's boots or something? The Empress's mood seems quite good as well. Having said that, he nonchalantly laid his head on her soft lap. She answered, It's because your Majesty seems happy. Is that so? Does that make my dear happy? Is it a bit strange? Yes, it's strange and ridiculous. I also look a bit funny. You know that. My dear is just that kind of person, she thought to herself. Normally, he isn't the type to like my answers enough to be this cheerful. He suddenly grabbed her hand and gently placed it on his forehead. She thought, Does he want me to caress him? He suddenly asked. Then besides liking it when I'm in a good mood, what else do you like? She hesitated. Why do you ask that? Raniero is truly strange today. Why do you need to know what I like? Are you actually paying attention to my mood? Besides your own mood, nothing is important to you. Yet you suddenly ask why. Stop your hand and look at all times. His own mood is always the most important. Raniero sat up and said, because my dear is a person of Actilus. You should love Actilus, shouldn't you? Why is he only saying normal things today? This makes me feel even more uneasy, she asked. But from the moment you were born, you were the great prince of Actilus, right? Is there a problem? Go ahead and ask me anything you want to know. If that's the case, I want to escape from the empire of Actilus and live in another country. If possible, please don't come to the Empress's palace either. I've always wanted to say that. Thinking it over, she spoke her wish aloud. I want to accompany you on the conquest of the demonic beasts. Is that possible? I also know that's not exactly the answer to the question. It's just that you asked me what I would receive that would make me happy. Didn't you? Now, if you let me go along, I would be very happy. Raniero remained silent and did not answer. As expected. It's a bit strange, isn't it? I'm so scared. I actually said I wanted to go to a scene. As bloody as that. Suddenly he agreed, saying, fine. If my dear wants to follow me, that is also fine. She looked dazed and thought to herself, this is the first time he has made an expression like this. It's truly surprising to see that expression from none other than Raniero Actilus. He was always described as a great demon of Actila. The nature of him that I have seen until now is also very similar to that. But his expression right now looks so harmless and incredibly radiant. At this point, she asked, do you like it? He pressed her hand against his face and replied in a deep, warm voice, yeah. She doubted herself. Am I being too weak toward appearances? I must not be fooled. He is someone who can become terrifying at any moment. His attitude also changes depending on his mood. Just a few days ago, I must be wise about his true nature. It's only for a moment. This man is a fickle person. By tomorrow, he will return to being the Raniero Actilus that I know. However, contrary to my predictions, the Raniero I knew did not return. It's as if someone poured magical powdered sugar on him. Right now, the Archbishop said, during this past time, thanks to your gracious care, the entire delegation has been able to rest. He smiled and replied, it's nothing. Thinking about having to meet you again during the demonic beast conquest truly gives me a headache. Speaking of which, the two of them stared at each other with murderous intent. Angelica thought helplessly. In the end, he still had to take a jab at the Archbishop. That's right. The funny thing is, he is only pleasant toward me alone. He approached and put his arm around her waist, asking, are you bored? Ah, no, she screamed inwardly. Raniero. Actilus is acting like the male lead in a romance novel. Even more now, but why me? Thinking objectively, Raniero. Becoming affectionate is a good thing, but I can't accept it immediately. Oh, I don't know. We married at the beginning of spring. You used to hate me so much you didn't even want to touch me. Lately, you keep asking me what things I like. Will I be able to escape before Raniero loses interest? No. On this side, Raniero was equally pensive. He looked at the wine glass in his hand and wondered, why is that? Angelica didn't answer my question straightforwardly. I'm just curious about what she likes. Yet she requested to follow along on the demonic beast conquest. A few days ago, after eavesdropping on the conversation between Angelica and her maid, a desire arose within my heart. Angelica always has a fearful expression in front of me. She even smiles less and makes less eye contact. I am curious to see her face smile more brightly. I long to possess her. I wish she would love me. If Angelica knew what I was thinking in my head, she would probably have collapsed at the Actilus Imperial Library. Angelica looked out the window and thought to herself, autumn is already here. Next week, I will leave this place with the expedition team. During this past time, I have read almost all the books related to magic in the library, but there is absolutely no story about people from another world coming to this world. Eden and I are the only ones. There have been no other exceptions. If so, was transmigrating here just an accident? As expected, there is no other way but to go to the abandoned Holy Land that Eden mentioned. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out abruptly. I remember you were reading a different book before. Are you shifting your interest to something else now? She tried to stay calm and replied, Your Majesty, I just read this and that. The truth is, I'm searching for ancient magic on Eden's behalf. Is there something you want to see during this expedition? No, I'm not looking for anything in particular. Well then, how about the Saintess? The one who never leaves the temple? She flinched and stammered. The Saintess of Tunya Temple? Why? Why are you suddenly concerned about her? Could it be that you want to meet the Saintess? Seeing her reaction, he thought. I thought she would like it. If I spoke about things according to her interests. He smiled and asked, If so, then what? She immediately objected fiercely. No, you can't. Confused, he said. Whether I am interested in the Saintess of Tunya or not. What is the reason for you to stop me so desperately? That the Saintess, well, she is so beautiful that even roses would sigh. He followed up. And? She replied in confusion. If your Majesty has his eyes on her, I would be very troubled. Things like that shouldn't happen. So my dear wants to bind me? No, it's not like that. It's just that it's not reasonable at all. No, that's not what I meant. Of course, your majesty can look at her if you want. That's true, but... He interrupted and asked, if not, does my dear dare to monopolize me? She replied in fear. How could I dare? Suddenly, Raniero changed his attitude. He laughed and said, what? It's not bad. Let's do that. Hearing his suggestion, she froze. He gently reached out his hand to stroke her head. Do it more. At least during this expedition. Could you please not pay attention to the saintess? He smugly agreed. Fine. He thought to himself, a request that only I can fulfill. Only me. 10 days later, the expedition team to the land of demonic beasts set off. Raniero rode a horse, and I got into a carriage. I also know how to ride a horse, but Raniero insisted that I take the carriage. Anyway, halfway through, I'll have to get out and ride a horse. The fastest way to reach the area where signs of the wave appeared is to cross the foot of the mountain range, separating Sonia and Actilus. But because this is not a well-paved road, the carriage will not be able to enter. In any case, being able to comfortably. Đi đến đó cũng không phải là việc bất lợi cho mình. Tôi chỉ mang theo Seasons và Sylvia để đề phòng trường hợp xấu có thể xảy ra. Trường hợp phải chạy trốn khẩn cấp thì càng ít người càng tốt Sylvia. Mọi người dường như nghĩ rằng việc mình giành lấy Sylvia như một chiến lợi phẩm, còn cô ấy thì khoác lác sự điên rồ của kẻ chiến thắng. Vì vậy khi giá cổ phiếu của mình tăng lên, danh tiếng của Sylvia giảm xuống, ngay cả khi tôi làm các hành động ám muối. Ở khu vực chinh phạt, Sylvia sẽ không thể mách leo bất cứ ai, vì không ai nghe lời Sylvia yếu đuối cả. Mình đã nghĩ Sylvia rất mạnh mẽ. Cuối cùng sau 3 ngày, cũng đến được dãy núi cuối cùng, một cuộc hành quân phải đi bộ liên tục. Quả nhiên tất cả người Aquila đều có thể lực tuyệt vời. Mình đi xe ngựa đến đây mà vẫn mệt thế này. Đột ngột Raniero mở cửa xe ngựa ra bảo ra đi. Cô giật mình đáp bệ hạ. Anh cẩn thận bế cô lên, rồi đặt cô xuống đất. Cô thầm nghĩ không phải chưa chuẩn bị xong cho ngủ sao? Sao lại gọi mình đến đây? Chờ anh hỏi, em yêu có thích cái đẹp không? Thì tất nhiên là thích ạ. Bỗng anh nắm lấy tay cô hôn hở kéo cô đi. Vậy thì đi thôi. Và qua một khoảng thời gian cô thầm cảm thán. Chưa gì đã tới rồi. Đi bộ 20 phút, rồi mà đi đâu mà vào sâu thế này. Lúc này anh dừng lại. Trước ánh mắt long lanh đầy bất ngờ của cô, anh cười nói những người như em yêu thường gọi những thứ nhỏ và lấp lánh là xinh đẹp. Không phải vậy sao? Sau câu nói ấy cô thốt lên ôi trời. Cả hai đứng dưới bầu trời lung linh huyền ảo. Nào nếu thấy hài lòng thì cười ta xem. Anh lặp lại câu nói. Nếu thấy hài lòng thì cười ta xem ăn dê. Cô nhìn xuống chân của mình. Nhìn đâu cũng thấy hoa ngát hương thơm. Lại có những chú bướm đêm lấp lánh. Cô vươn tay ra rồi ôm choàng lấy anh. Về hạ hai bờ môi dần dần tiến lại gần. Rồi trao nhau nụ hôn giữa rừng hoa lãng mạn. Cô khẽ rên rỉ ưa mức. Một lúc sau, cả hai rời khỏi đôi môi. Anh thì thầm gọi ăn dê. Bất ngờ anh đẩy cô xuống cánh đồng hoa thơ mộng. He kept calling her name, Angelica, Angelica. She thought to herself, this isn't like his usual self at all. If he wanted to just have his way, there would be no need to keep calling my name like that. Raniero is restraining himself because he wants to see me smile. So he brought me here because my feelings are very important to him. Thinking of this, she took the initiative to kiss his lips. He was a bit surprised, then happily asked, Angelica, if there is anything else you like, tell me. She replied, in that case, peace. Peace is very good. But he argued that peace is very boring. Is there anything else? I don't know. You've already guessed it, haven't you? His hand slowly grasped her dress. I wonder if I am being too easygoing. But is it okay to just stay like this? How should I think about this answer? The man standing in front of me is the great disciple of the war god, the demon of the battlefield, the one who always considers everyone else inferior, who only pursues his own pleasure, without caring about the moods of others. Because of this person, I have been at death's door countless times. Even so, how could that person say such sweet words like these? Thinking of this, she spoke up boldly. That means I am special to you, doesn't it? Raniero acted evasively and said, I already said there are many questions. I was just curious to know, that's all. It was only then that he gave his answer. You are an exceptional existence. When you are awkward, when you cry or are afraid, I remember all those moments. But I don't know what you look like when you smile. It is very rare to see you smile, she thought in amazement. So that's why you wanted to make me smile? He asked in disappointment. It seems you like this place, but why aren't you smiling? She thought again. Whether it is a moonless night or a sky full of stars, it feels as though a night rain could fall at any moment, or like flowers swaying gently in the wind. Until now, I have strolled through the magnificent imperial palace like that, but I have never felt this enchanted. At this point, she asked happily, how did you know about this place? On the way up here, I didn't see a single flower at all. Of course you didn't see them. There were none to be seen. These are flowers that absorb sunlight during the day and glow at night. Flowers that bloom in places without sunlight cannot shine like this. You know a lot about them. What use do these flowers have? What use, since you know them so well? I thought these were flowers with a very practical function. He lightly touched the flowers, then gently stroked her hair and said, "There is none." She asked in surprise, "If so, was it just because you thought I would like it? Besides that, is there no other meaning?" He smiled and replied, "Yeah." She was curious to know, why is that? "You asked too many questions. Let's stop here. Wait a moment. If you answer me, then I will smile. Besides thinking that I would like it, is there really no significance to this field of flowers?" He smiled again and replied, "Yeah, that's right." Scene changes. The archbishop comes out to welcome them. "Welcome, great disciple of the war god." Skip the meaningless greetings. My side has already prepared. Plenty of food and clothing for the nights, so you only need to prepare the sleeping quarters. Angelica implicitly understood. It means the supplies and food at your place are very mediocre, so I will handle it myself, right? Those people must be very annoyed. But taking care of so many knights like this, even from the standpoint of a poor temple, is an act of breaking one's own back. Even knowing the circumstances of the temple, it's not wrong. Raniero put his arm around Angelica's shoulder and spoke with a heart of gratitude for this decision. "Prepare the residence for my wife and me with sincerity." She was still lost in thought. Violence is virtue. Weakness is vice. The people of Actilis do not have any sense of guilt regarding looting and war. At this point, she noticed his actions and thought to herself, "This is a place of work." He smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Angelica?" She looked at him and was secretly dazed. This is Tunya Temple. The surrounding village feels very desolate. A large parade like this passing through, yet not a single person has come outside. For the first time, I realized that everyone considers Actilis a symbol of fear. At this moment, Raniero asked, "I have a meeting with the leader of the Holy Knights now. Does the Empress want to participate?" She asked back. "If it's a meeting," he continued, "we will mainly discuss the location of the mages and the scale of the wave. Then I will wait until mealtime." He stroked her head regretfully. "Is that so? What a pity." She was secretly bewildered. Then he turned to leave. "See you later, Empress." She thought to herself, Raniero has definitely changed. Now there is no other way but to acknowledge that. That violent man likes me. However, there's no telling if he will change when he meets Serafina. Since this is a matter involving my life, I must be cautious. To be prepared, I told Zeeson to bring a pouch of money. But escaping right now isn't possible yet. I need time to figure out where I should escape to. Suddenly, Eden unexpectedly appeared behind her and covered her mouth. "Shh," she exclaimed in surprise. "Eden, I'm sorry for covering your mouth, because making loud noises is forbidden inside the temple. Anyway, I was looking for you. About that, where is Serafina? I wonder if we might accidentally meet at the conquest zone." "No, that won't happen. I've arranged everything. If the original plot begins earlier than expected, I would be in trouble too." So I proposed a tour to the Archbishop. For those worried about the wave, the Saintess's tour will become a great source of strength. She silently marveled. "Wow, that's a very reasonable excuse. This person is quite capable, isn't he?" So Serafina is already on her way? Correct. Not just the temple, but also the small villages on the outskirts. It will probably take some time to return. I didn't expect everything to go this smoothly. "Eden, did you collect anything from the Imperial Library?" That. I couldn't find any documents regarding existence in this world, nor any stories about souls entering other people's bodies. In that case, there is no other way but to go to the abandoned Holy Land. She thought to herself, I don't know what is there either. I can't just throw cold water on this. I wonder if you will stay here or participate in the expedition. I will probably follow along on the expedition. Perhaps the Emperor wants it that way, he asked in surprise. The Emperor wants, she whispered to Eden. I don't know if it sounds strange, but that man seems to like me. Suddenly Eden exclaimed, I already knew that. She was dazed by his expression. Huh? When we met in the garden, he seemed to be showing off that he was your husband, she stammered. That's true. It was like that then. Eden felt guilty and apologized for risking a signal that day. Despite the circumstances, she really wasn't observant at all. She clutched the hem of her dress. The original plot has been changed a lot. I'm worried about whether it's right or not. Yes, I understand your point, but if so, suppose the original plot is completely wrong. And if he looks at Serafina without any feelings, Eden asked about the secret between the two of them. Will you still stay here? She hesitated. Eden implicitly understood her answer. He said, all right, that answer is enough. Do you think I would stay? Why is that? How embarrassing. I was very excited when I saw the image of Raniero seemingly liking me. At some point, he had grabbed her arm. No, even if you chose to stay, I would understand. Because the environment here might be better for you than over there. It's not that I'm judging you. Absolutely not. It reminded her of some unhappy memories from the past. When that phrase appeared, This environment. Suppose I do decide to stay here. If you need my help to return, I would also be happy to help. It probably wouldn't be good if we had contact longer than this. We should separate now. After that incident, she thought pensively. If he looks at Serafina, without any feelings at all, there's no way such a thing could happen. That is the safest conclusion. Will the Raniero who has changed continue to care for me like this? Or will you be charmed by Serafina as soon as you see her? Will everything end just by passing through the Serafina obstacle? Is there anything to guarantee that as time passes, you won't get bored of me? If I knew the answer, perhaps I could have responded to Eden's question. Thinking back, everyone in the temple is single, so there are only beds of this type. A pity, isn't it? A pity? Wait, what? Am I thinking it's a pity? In the end, do I want to stay here? Honestly, I wasn't very happy in that world. On the contrary, it was a miserable life. I was so poor that my only hobby was reading novels worth a few $1,000 each, and I had no friends. However, Angelica Anlos is a well-educated and pampered princess, and she also has a loyal friend named Zisen. There is no guarantee that Raniero will love me forever. If I think rationally, I really should leave. Suddenly, she stopped her train of thought. Who is it? A voice came from the bedroom door. It's me, she thought to herself. I didn't lock the door, did I? What is that? In Raniero's hand was a plate of food and a glass of water. The Empress's food. You skipped dinner, she thought to herself. Both items are my favorite snacks. The two of them sat down together. He picked up some food and held it in front of her. Ah. She obediently opened her mouth to take it. She silently exclaimed, It's so sweet. From tomorrow on, please do your best. If it's to your liking, eat up quickly. She told herself that, after all, no matter how sweet he is still Raniero Actilus. Unless this fear of him disappears, I won't be able to fully embrace him in my heart. It's only a matter of time. The two of them sat on the bed like that, looking at each other. After a while, Angelica had finished the plate of food. Suddenly he complained. The bed is small, isn't it? Even one person would struggle to lie down. Angelica replied tensely, because this is a single bed. Raniero moved closer, gently stroking her hair. That's exactly what I mean, Empress. He caressed her hair, causing her heart to beat rapidly. The atmosphere became heavy. Her mouth stammered, Ice! But Raniero lifted her chin, preventing her from speaking further. At the same time, he moved closer, making her even more confused. This is no good. My heart feels like it's about to explode. Angelica closed her eyes tightly and suddenly pushed Raniero away forcefully, saying she didn't like it. Raniero, seeing that, was a bit surprised. He did not say a word. Just staring at her like that, Angelica felt secretly anxious. What should I do? His expression is so incredibly surprised. She unconsciously gripped the bedsheets tightly. It's truly strange. She recalled the sweet moments with him, then suddenly realized, I never imagined rejecting his hand. That's right. Raniero, from the moment he was born until now, has never been rejected by anyone. This is bad. I must resolve this before he gets angry. She hurriedly explained. I was just joking, Your Majesty. Why are you so surprised? I was only joking, he called out gloomily. She trembled in fear and stammered. I am sorry. As expected, he really is angry. In any case, I must ease Raniero's mood. Your Majesty, I am sorry. If it is my fault, Raniero interrupted and spoke. No, I am not angry. She asked in astonishment. Yes? What? Suddenly he pulled her into his arms. I'm not angry. So don't cry and don't be afraid. What? Why? Lying in those warm arms, she gradually calmed down. She wondered, really not angry? He said in a soft voice. It seems the long journey has made my dear tired. At this time, Angelica had regained her composure and was even enjoying it a little. He gently stroked her head. Then he placed her head on his lap. Let's go to sleep, Angelica. At this moment, a maid brought up a tightly covered plate and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, this? Angelica asked curiously. Who are you? What is this? The woman didn't answer and only said, Please open it. She confusedly opened the lid. When she saw what was inside, she became terrified. In her heart, she screamed out, Jack! She was scared out of her wits and dropped the plate. A head with jet black hair fell out. It rolled right to Raniero's feet. The corners of his mouth curled up, and then he burst into a bone-chilling laugh. She was stunned and stammered, Raniero. A question suddenly rang in her ear. Will you stay here? That voice came from Eden's severed head. Are you sure? This horrific scene made her recoil. Eden? She glanced at the girl at that moment and couldn't help but be shocked. Huh? She exclaimed, Serafina! Before she could understand what was happening. Raniero pulled her back and whispered, Angelica, my winter prey. She thought to herself, it's so strange. Why Raniero and Serafina? What is she saying? It seems like she has something to tell me. At this point, she heard someone calling her name and opened her eyes, waking up. Raniero anxiously reassured her. Wake up, Angelica. Her face was pale and she was out of breath. She stammered, a nightmare. I had a nightmare. Because of that, her hands were trembling. It's so strange. I was so afraid of death. Yet in the dream, I wanted to escape toward death. The next day, looking in the mirror, she thought, now I know the reason why. Raniero gripped my wrist. If Raniero hadn't stopped me, it might have left a more serious mark. Finally, the day of the conquest has arrived. Snap out of it. Forget that dream. Angelica went to the temple. The archbishop asked with concern, did you feel comfortable last night? Yes, did the archbishop also have a good day? Thanks to the help of the faithful Actylus, I have become less stressed. That's good. Where will everyone go first today? We will head toward the northwest. Today we will go to the sacred place. In the old days, that place was very close to the border, but now it is the land of demonic beasts. I see, so you are going to reclaim it? Yes, if we can turn it back into the land of Tunya today, then morale will be greatly boosted. This was the idea of the most sincere holy knight. The deep faith of young people is truly remarkable. She smiled and said, so that's how it is. But she thought to herself, an honest holy knight, archbishop. He has another plot. Suddenly, Raniero walked over and called out, Empress, are you able to go? She was startled by the question and answered awkwardly. Yes, she secretly speculated. Is it because of what happened last night? Even though I'm very tired. If it's a sacred place, I'm a bit worried. Would it be better to stay here? Thinking it over, she turned to ask the archbishop. If we go and come back, how long will it take, approximately? About 2 weeks. The answer made her mouth drop in surprise. 2 weeks to reach. Reaching the sacred place will take about 2 weeks. Wait, or is it that we reach the sacred place today? But the conquest will last for about 2 weeks. In other words, I could have 2 weeks to investigate the sacred place without having to worry about Raniero. The conquest team will pass through the sacred place and advance further to destroy the demonic beasts. During that time, if I visit the Holy Land, reclaimed by Tunya Temple, every day I can find out more about Eden. Furthermore, after careful consideration, she smiled and replied, I will rest here. Please go and come back safely, Your Majesty. He asked anxiously, are you still tired? She scrambled to find a reason to explain. If I go, I might be a hindrance to you. Do you think I would be hindered because of you? It's not like that. I hate the idea of myself slowing down the march. So what I mean is, I want the work to end quickly and to return to the imperial palace. To go home with Your Majesty. Back to the Actylus Empire. Having said that, she looked at him expectantly. Finally, he approved and turned away. I will return as quickly as possible. She waved goodbye with relief. Master, this is a peaceful conclusion, isn't it? She asked the archbishop, if we reclaim the sacred place, would I be able to enter it? I am very interested in compassion. I studied it the whole time I was in the library. The archbishop exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Yes, taking a tour of the sacred place is also a task of deep significance. I promise not to touch anything. At the same time, the army led by Raniero was heading toward that sacred place. The soldier frowned and remarked, they truly are cruel people. Eden didn't hear clearly and asked, what was that? I mean those Actylus knights. They are looking forward to the battle. I can also feel the anticipation here. Eden nodded in agreement. He noticed Raniero looking grumpy in front and thought to himself, compared to that, Raniero's expression is truly gloomy. Is it because the Empress didn't follow along? It's surprising that such a thing could affect his mood. To that extent, the Empress has allowed herself to challenge the Emperor's mood. My impression now is, he is a completely different person compared to the novel. Is it because the novel tends to only describe and exaggerate one aspect of a character? While they were marching, they heard the angry cries of the demonic beasts. Raniero had charged into the middle of the beasts before anyone knew it. The soldiers exclaimed in excitement, as expected of the great disciple of Actila. Unbelievable. He handled so many by himself. In front of them was Raniero, standing alone among the demonic beasts lying scattered on the ground. Eden asked in terror, is that even human? Arrogant and self-satisfied exactly as in the novel. As soon as he encountered the demonic beasts, he rushed out and fought alone. The demonic beasts haven't been fully destroyed yet, but they no longer have the strength to fight. Seeing this, Eden gritted his teeth, hand on his sword. Raniero whispered to himself, the demonic beasts aren't dead yet. Did I make a mistake? No, seeing him smirk. Eden froze. Could it be? At this moment, Raniero raised his glowing sword and ordered, when we advance, everyone follow the command to charge into battle. They rode their horses like madmen toward the demonic beasts. Eden was secretly shocked when he realized that all the demonic beasts were being trampled to death by horse hooves. Raniero had kept the monsters alive for this very purpose. Is this the great disciple of Actila, Raniero Actylus? The further away from Angelica, the more something is awakening inside Raniero. Not long after, they cleared a path to the sacred place. This place is currently entirely a nest of demonic beast eggs. A person observed through binoculars and reported, This area is surrounded by demonic beast eggs, Raniero said nonchalantly. That is the reason why they attacked so closely like that. Damn it, it's blasphemous for them to lay eggs right in the sacred place. What should we do? Some have already hatched. Have any of you ever seen a demonic beast's egg hatch right before your eyes? No, sir, not yet. Raniero smiled leisurely and said, Is that so? Then today you will get to see it. The army advanced and engaged in close combat, fiercely, with the demonic beasts. Raniero walked straight inside and ordered, Kill the young and capture the mothers alive. Do not touch the eggs. They replied, Yes. The battle entered its final stage. Another demonic beast fell. A soldier said in a loud voice, Clear away the dead bodies. Eden turned pale and thought, I'm going to throw up. Raniero Actilus is truly a madman. In that hell-like war, he killed the demonic beasts without a single tremor. Now he is stealing their eggs and treating it like entertainment. Suddenly someone questioned, wait a moment. Why are you sparing the unhatched eggs? If it's now, we can deal with them easily. Raniero nonchalantly said, Then where's the fun in that? Right at this moment, a soldier rushed forward to report, The eggs have hatched. So did you kill the young? No, they hatched, but the young are not attacking. With all due respect, they regard us as their mothers. This made him laugh with interest. Very good, now it's getting fun. Send people out to guard and keep them until all the eggs have hatched. If the eggs continue to hatch, the young will be convinced that we are their mothers and their food source. That's right, the newborns must be very hungry. Well then, for them, Eden, not far away, heard his entire command and couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. I don't know who the real demonic beast is anymore. Night fell. Eden shone a light on that pile of demonic beast eggs. With a stiff smile, he thought, This is disgusting. Originally, this is the place with things one doesn't usually see. In the real world, the eggshells have no cracks, so they won't hatch for the time being, right? Now I should be able to investigate around here a bit. Thinking this, he turned to go elsewhere. He went to the library of the sacred place and looked around. Is this room DCSGO? I thought it would be quite spacious, but it's smaller than I thought. He walked around for a while and then suddenly stopped. The light was faint. The oil lamp shone onto a door. Eden wondered, Is it made of stone? The door was open, so there seemed to be a side passage behind it. But it's very narrow to enter. There is also something written on the door latch. If you have prepared the blood of Actila, then use the sword of Tunia. To open it, Actila's blood. Tunia's sword, if it's the bloodline of Actila. It's probably referring to the blood of the great disciple of Actila, Raniero Actilus. But what is the sword of Tunia? There isn't a single clue about the sword. First of all, I should look to see if there are any related documents. If I can't find the heart of it, I'll just talk to the archbishop. While Eden was thinking, someone interrupted. Hey, what are you doing here? The eggs are about to hatch. I think we have to watch together soon, to imprint on the little ones. Eden flinched and cursed inwardly. Damn it. I know, let's go. That soldier complained, seriously. No matter how much I call, you don't hear. What were you looking at on that blank wall? Hearing that, he froze completely. Then he turned to look at the wall and said, There is nothing on this wall. What? This isn't fun at all. Follow me quickly. At this rate, we'll miss the hatching. Eden continued to ponder. There's nothing on the wall? And then both of them quietly left the library. The second day after the expedition army left, there was news that they had successfully reclaimed the land, faster than expected. Thiessen said, I will change your bandages. I'll leave it to you. Meanwhile, Angelica's eyes darted around anxiously. The wounded knights from the expedition army said they had returned early, so they came to the infirmary. It seems Father Su-hyun isn't here, right? Luckily, he's not here. But why do the holy knights look like this upon their return? She spoke up and said, The battle to reclaim the land this time seems to have been very arduous. The young man gave a forced smile and replied, Huh? No, it's not like that. But even if the targets were demonic beasts, Actilus's fighting force was completely to me, Angelica asked curiously. What fighting force? Demonic beasts lay eggs in their nests. After the great disciple of Actilus stole the eggs, he had us imprinted as their mothers as soon as the eggs hatched. And mother demonic beasts are usually food for their own young. Hearing that, Angelica couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly, medicine bottles fell to the ground. Sylvia said tensely, I'm sorry. Angelica looked at her with concern. Sylvia, she could only see her body trembling violently, looking very pitiful. Angelica told Thiessen, I need you to keep watching the infirmary for a moment. Yes, Your Majesty. The knights must be very thirsty too. I will bring some drinks to them. Sylvia, follow me. Yes. Sylvia obediently followed behind Angelica without a word. She glanced back and quietly thought, this should be fine, right? Her condition doesn't look good, but if I told her to rest, it would be an insult to an Actilus person. At this point, Sylvia asked, Empress, Your Majesty, why does the Empress care about me so much? I am the daughter of a traitor and a war trophy. I wasn't ready to die, so I pleaded for my life. But I don't understand why everyone treats me so undeservedly well. Then would it be okay if I treated you carelessly? Don't you actually hate me? Don't you think that I am the cause that led to the downfall of your clan? No. If we talk about hate, your majesty should be the one to hate me. If I blamed your majesty for forcing my mother and brother to die, it would be no different from my own self. At the moment I stabbed my own mother to death, the horrific memories of that day returned to her mind, but I thought I had managed to shake them off. However, hearing the story about the demonic beasts, I remembered the image of myself, killing my mother to survive during the hunt. All right, you don't need to say any more. Sylvia was moved and sobbed uncontrollably. Then she rushed into Angelica's arms, crying out loud. Angelica thought to herself, while watching Sylvia cry, I suddenly felt a sense of familiarity and empathy. What I have suppressed and endured during this past time will eventually explode. Sylvia showing her weak side in front of me means she trusts me, doesn't it? Angelica spoke words of comfort. I apologize for that strategy of His Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor probably did that because he found it interesting, didn't he? Compared to doing it for efficiency, doing it for interest sounds more like him. Even so, His Majesty the Emperor seems to cherish the Empress very much. Do you think so? Yes, as a candidate for the position of Empress. I studied everything about the Emperor, but that attentive and caring image only appears when he is beside the Empress. His Majesty the Emperor is the only one who can do that. I never thought that would happen, not even once. She patted her shoulder. Stop, Sylvia, you shouldn't think like that. Don't think such foolish thoughts anymore, Sylvia, she replied dejectedly. Yes, I believe that he will not do anything. That would cause you trouble. She thought Sylvia continuously hated Raniero. But the idea of taking revenge on Raniero Actilus is ridiculous. On the contrary, if Sylvia dared to do so, then this time, it's nice to be able to confirm that Sylvia is on my side. But I never thought that what was inside was a nuclear bomb. Another day passed. The next morning, Angelica left her quarters. She curiously observed her surroundings. Now that I'm here, I see it's very close to the temple. It truly is right across the border from the demonic beasts. The Archbishop looked at her and said, Yes, actually, it's very rare for demonic beasts to come down this far. The following day, I visited the newly reclaimed cathedral with the Archbishop. As soon as the priests arrived at the cathedral, they began cleaning up the traces left by the battle. Even so, it's clear enough how brutal the battle was. The cathedral is in such a mess, if only. It could have been reclaimed quickly. It would have been so good. The reason it hasn't been reclaimed until now is because we were waiting for a prophecy. A prophecy from the god Tunya? Yes, the compassionate god always conveys prophecies through the saintess. I cannot give you details about the mandate, as it is top secret even within the temple. But she thought to herself, is the prophecy conveyed through the saintess? The reason why Tunya Temple values her so much? The Archbishop exclaimed, Well then, I will guide you to Desogo. Not long after, they arrived at a library full of books. She asked in surprise, Can I really read any book in here? Yes, all the books that outsiders cannot see have been moved to the Holy Land, so you may view them as you wish. Oh? What is this? So there are no forbidden books here? Father Soo-hyun guessed wrong. Anyway, it's 1 chance in 10,000, so I should go check it out first. Since then, every day I have visited the abandoned Holy Land. The scale of the library is much humbler than the Imperial Library, but it is much more difficult to read and understand. The book cover is damaged. I can't even tell what the title is anymore. This is the important part. But the words are erased and this page is torn. I don't see any suspicious books at all. As expected. Is it because they moved all the important books out of here? While she was looking for a book to read, she heard a strange noise. It turned out to be a book that suddenly fell down. She walked over to pick it up. What was that? Was there a draft? But I'm indoors. The paper is a bit faded, but the cover is sturdy. After dusting it off, Angelica looked at the title and was stunned. Wait a second. This is Flowers Blooming on the Abyss. I'm certain. Why is Flowers Blooming on the Abyss here? She hurriedly flipped through to see every detail of the content. It can be summarized as follows. The great disciple of the god of war has seized the saintess of the compassionate god. The Knights of Actila encountered an unexpected blizzard. Seraphina was waiting for a guest, after hearing the voice of god Tunya, saying that an important guest would arrive. When I read this before, I didn't pay much attention. Didn't god Tunya influence the meeting between Raniero and Seraphina? The Empress's head rolled down. The Emperor's sword was stained deep crimson. These lines made it hard for her to breathe. The Raniero in the book cried out frantically, Come now, this is your home. Seraphina refused, saying, I don't like it. Stop, give it back to me. My Empress of Actilus, imprisonment, resistance, coercion, punishment, even though it's content I've already read. I don't know if it's because I'm rereading the original plot after spending several months with Raniero, but I feel a difference in all of the content in here, just like the Empress in Eden. Serafina's revenge led to Raniero's death and the downfall of everything. Will it really become like this when winter comes? She discovered something new again. Postscript? There's this too? According to the postscript, even if there are immutable laws in the world I have created, the great disciple of Attila cannot help but be obsessed with the saintess of Tunia. It will not change, even if all the things around them change, including personal relationships. The great disciple of Attila will certainly meet and cling to the saintess of Tunia. It never changes. These words made her reach a decision immediately. It's like it's speaking to me. I must escape. Until now, I've been mistaken about everything, just because Raniero treated me so well. She instinctively cursed, "Bastard." Suddenly, Raniero appeared behind her and placed his hand on her shoulder. Angelica spun around in shock, seeing her expression. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you so startled?" She stammered guiltily. When did you get back?" "Coming to the temple in armor without me." "So he ran straight here without even having time to change?" She said nervously. You returned earlier than expected. The Archbishop said it would take 2 weeks. You know quite a lot, don't you? So what should I say now?" I'm sorry I couldn't come to meet you." He sighed and said, "All right. What are you reading here?" Angelica clutched the book tightly and stammered. A book on doctrine? It's just doctrine." Raniero snatched the book. "What did you say about a bastard?" You heard that? What should I do? Can Raniero read that book? How should I explain this?" He opened the book to look and asked flatly, "Are you kidding me? You said it was a book on doctrine, but I'm sorry for lying. I don't know the exact contents of that book either." Suddenly he said, "I don't understand why you were staring at it like that. It's empty inside." "What?" Raniero repeated. "These are all blank pages, aren't they? In a place like this, staring at something with nothing special about it. The Empress seems very bored without me by her side." Well, I didn't have anything special to do." "What is going on? Can Raniero not see the contents of this book?" "Why is that?" By the time the two of them stepped outside the shrine, it was already sunset. As they were walking, he asked, Don't you remember what you said 10 days ago?" 10 days ago? That was the day Raniero left, right? I had that nightmare at night, so Raniero asked if I could still follow along on the conquest. I said I wouldn't go, but Raniero acted a certain way. She recalled that moment. "I want to finish the work quickly and return to the Imperial Palace, together with your Majesty, to our home, the Actilis Empire." "That's right." I said it so clearly, yet I completely forgot. I didn't expect him to still care about that. She asked, "Could it be that you returned early because of those words?" Angelica moved, took his hand. He paused, turned to look at her, and said, "We can go home now, right? You remembered way too late." Empress. That night, inside the holy sanctuary, Angelica lay in his arms. Was the conquest interesting this time? It wasn't too bad. I heard you used the demonic beasts to report the victory. In the old sacred place, there were many demonic beasts laying eggs. A demonic beast newly hatched from an egg recognizes the first thing. It smells as its mother. To demonic beasts, all living creatures besides their mother are food. So I imprinted the knights as the mothers of the young demonic beasts and turned the real mothers into food for them. Then we took the young demonic beasts to the northern base and sent them out first, when there was danger, to facilitate infiltrating the demonic beast base. The young ones enjoyed the flesh of their own kind, without any hesitation. I wish you could have seen that interesting sight, too. Just hearing about it made her terrified. It was an effective tactic. But Father Soo-hyun must have encountered a lot of trouble. He asked dotingly, "Are you tired?" She replied in a low voice, "A little." She only dared to open her eyes once he was fast asleep. "Raniero likes me. Therefore, escaping is becoming increasingly difficult. Simple trickery won't work. Now if I suddenly keep my distance, he will definitely become suspicious. Clumsy lies will surely be discovered until he leaves for the winter conquest. I must truly love him. So much so that there will be no more doubt in his mind, because no one would leave the person they love with all their heart." Carrying these thoughts, she fell asleep. The next morning, Angelica exclaimed in surprise, "What? Returning immediately?" "That's right. Didn't you want to go back early?" Yes, that's true." In her heart, she was in turmoil, but she didn't expect preparations to leave would start right away like this. This won't do. I still need to talk about the book with Father Soo-hyun. Because Raniero is sticking to me like gum, there is no chance. She absent-mindedly held her fork. There's no other way. Now there is no other way but to ask Sisin. I will have to tell Sisin at some point anyway. After eating, the two of them left the sanctuary. Raniero asked, "Have the soldiers finished preparing all the luggage?" "Yes, sir," Angelica thought to herself on the side. "If I act now, it should be fine, right?" She waved and called Sisin. "I took this book from the cathedral by mistake. Please return it for me." This move caught Raniero's attention. She tried to convince herself. "All right, No need to mind, Raniero. Right now, I am just giving a task to my loyal maid, she continued, acting naturally. And since the schedule has changed, you'll need to inform the maids in Actilus that I will be returning early. Please handle that before returning the book. Yes, I understand. Having said that, Season turned to leave. She was secretly anxious. Was my voice too stiff? He probably doesn't have any suspicions, right? Raniero quietly hugged her from behind. Empress, is your majesty all finished with preparations? Yeah. Tomorrow, I will return home with you. I am very happy to be able to return safely with your majesty like this. Inside that book, a white slip of paper was tucked away. Season handed the book to Eden and delivered the message. Since the Empress brought this back from the cathedral, she asked that you return it to the temple. Perfect timing. I was thinking a lot about how to get in touch. Thinking about the strange command from her master to deliver the book to Eden, the holy knight of the temple. Even the backup funds were brought to him. The plan to escape from the Empire in December. Eden will know all about this. When escaping, she must move together with Eden. The disturbance in the communication method must be conveyed immediately. Jason felt uneasy. Does she plan to escape from the Empire? Why so suddenly? Until now, hasn't she been adapting quite well? Reading the message written in Korean, Eden was also stumped. The author's postscript, there's that too? I want to check it too, but I only see blank paper as well. He closed the book and spoke. I have received the book, but please deliver a message to your master that the content is entirely blank pages. What is your relationship with Her Majesty? He was silent for a moment and then spoke up. It's not any kind of illicit relationship. Her Majesty, she is planning to escape with me in December. To be honest, I thought she would stay in Actilus, but it seems she has made up her mind. It would be better to leave. She has made a very good decision. But isn't it strange? During this time, she has adapted very well to the Empire, and the same goes for her relationship with the Emperor. For now, that's true. For now, Eden thought to himself. Moderation is enough. I have to say something that can convince her. After thinking, Eden said, there was a prophecy that the Emperor would kill the Empress. And Season exclaimed in stunned silence, what? After all, which god would give such a prophecy? Is it the god Tunya? Eden shook his head. It wasn't the god Tunya. She and I, almost at the same time, perceived a completely different existence. When the delegation of holy knights from Tunya Temple came to Actilus, your master recognized me. That person also received a prophecy. That is why she approached me. It is all a predetermined fate. Your master currently has many restrictions, due to the constraints of the Emperor. It seems the Emperor likes her very much. Oh dear, I can't believe it. That is why she asked me to come see you. During the time spent here, she really wanted to exchange information with me. Please deliver the message that there is no need to worry about that. I will come to Actilus. On the Archbishop's side already. It is time for you to leave the temple. Thank you very much. So that's how it is. The day I return is a happy day for you, right? What? There's no such thing. After that, he turned toward Angelica, who was talking to Jason. All right, you transferred all the money yesterday, right? Jason replied, yes, and also, I have heard about the prophecy, Your Majesty. Angelica was surprised. The prophecy? Did Eden make up a story for Jason to understand? She took Jason's hand and said, all right, so now you understand my decision, don't you? And the book Your Majesty gave to Eden was full of blank pages. It seems he doesn't know its exact meaning either. What? She widened her eyes and thought to herself, Eden also saw only blank pages? I thought he would be able to see all the content inside, but since he doesn't, he knows nothing about the book. But he did ask if I knew about the door in the old library in the sacred place. The door? It's a very eye-catching door. No, I don't know. I heard that might be the case. Sylvia suddenly poked her head out and asked, is my lady finished yet? I have loaded all of Your Majesty's luggage. Please confirm it. I will check it myself. Then please excuse me. Angelica thought to herself. I have been in and out of the sacred place for over a week, but I didn't see any door at all. What happened? Just as Eden could not read the book, I could not recognize the existence of the door. At this moment, Raniero approached. Empress? She turned around, startled. He smiled and said, it's time to depart. She stepped into the carriage, thinking to herself, whichever side it is, there isn't much time to think. Now it is time to return to Actilus. October. Actilus is experiencing an unprecedented peaceful life. But after I returned from the land of demonic beasts, the frequent nightmares have become worse. Every time, Raniero wakes me up and asks what I am dreaming about. Each time I try to pretend that I don't remember. Raniero mused, daring to lie to me. My wife's fears have lessened. The mysteries are gradually becoming clear. I vividly remember her face looking at me while crying, so I did not pry any further. Thinking this, he pulled her into his arms to reassure her. It's all just a dream. It is very peaceful here, and you will be safe, he thought to himself. Haven't I always been patient like this? for the peace that you desire, so that our relationship will exist forever hereafter. Yisun bowed politely. Then I will take my leave, wishing you both a peaceful night. Angelica smiled and replied, see you tomorrow morning. Raniero spoke up. Out of every 8 people, 7 have gone out. Even the maid you brought from your homeland? Ah, yes. Only Sylvia is left to serve at night. So where did the maid you brought from your homeland go? You rely on that person very much, she stammered. I have given her a separate house to live in. Countess Falong said that separating Season is very correct from a political standpoint. That is correct thinking. It's an excellent choice. If you don't want to create the impression that the Empress's relationships depend on only one person. She responded to him with a smile. She thought to herself, as Raniero said, my current relationships are actually controlled by Duchess Nera. So if I move Season out, then relationships with other nobles can only be established through Duchess Nera. But the real reason for separating Shisen was, suddenly Raniero asked, you don't seem to be in a very good mood. Are you dissatisfied with living outside the Imperial Palace? No, I'm just worried. Are you lonely? Am I lonely? I didn't expect this person to say that. She placed her hand on her chest and replied, that's not it at all. Then she reached out toward him. Falling into his arms, she said, your Majesty is by my side every night. The person who is suffering from nightmares. And he gave a slight smile. She thought to herself, lately, as long as I act a little affectionate, Raniero becomes generous. Your Majesty, I heard Season has finished managing the house. May I go over there tomorrow? You may, but you are not allowed to stay overnight. I will be back before sunset. Meanwhile, on Season's side, she opened the door and went inside. Eden saw her and asked, you have returned, my lady? I've already eaten dinner, so you don't need to prepare anything. Yes, I understand. Having said that, Season turned to leave. A maid nearby spoke up. My lady didn't say anything today either, did she? Eden, why are you so calm? I feel uncomfortable every time it's her time to get off work. Eden sighed and said, if we do our jobs well, there is no reason to be uncomfortable. I hope the other workers aren't too frightened. I will arrange the remaining tasks. You've handled all the daytime work by yourself today. Thank you. Well, I'm going to my room. Looking after Eden, she thought to herself, that person is quite special too, isn't he? Among all the servants, he is the only one assigned to a single room. That polite way of speaking and those noble actions. Is it possible he is a fallen noble hiding his identity? No one knows the fact that I am actually a promising holy knight of Tunya Temple. The reason why Her Majesty's most trusted maid was separated was simply to keep her near me. None of the people in this mansion have any connection to the Imperial Palace. Everything is a smokescreen so that Eden won't be suspected because of his mysterious identity. Season also thought to herself, he truly is a daring person, changing his name and building a nest right next to the Imperial Palace. An empress, a maid, and even an exiled holy knight. Who would dare imagine we are plotting to escape from here? The next morning, Angelica sat in the carriage, looking outside. When I heard that Eden would come to Actilus, I wondered how on earth he would manage to get here. Eden confessed before the temple to the crime of falling in love with the saintess, and was subsequently exiled. In this world, exiled holy knights are branded as a disgrace for life. She recalled the words Eden once said, I understand clearly how much I want to return to that other world. I truly don't care one bit about honor or status in this world. His power of action, no matter where or how, is truly terrifying. Wait, what? Anyway, nothing is as terrifying as the Emperor. Lately, my mental strength has weakened noticeably. I always feel uneasy because of the plan to escape Raniero, because he knows I frequently suffer from nightmares. So lately, no matter what I do, I don't even need to explain it to him. He didn't suspect Season living separately at all. Raniero won't think anything of me going to Season's place to rest. She looked at the mansion in front of her. Then she quickly went inside. Eden, in the identity of a servant, walked in. I am very glad to meet you. It's been a long time. She asked if he was doing well. Yes, and what about you? I don't have any problems. Anyway, you look a bit haggard. We don't have much time until Raniero goes on the conquest. I understood all the contents you conveyed through. Season, what happened with the door? Actually, it's not entirely about that door. Season suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. Could it be that you are intentionally hiding information? He shook his head and replied, I have no intention of hiding anything. I wanted to speak to you directly later so that you would know. If that's the case, then the arrangements you mentioned have been completed, right? Yes. Before that, what I intended to say is, it seems Raniero Actilus is clinging to you very closely. It is very likely he will take you with him on the winter expedition. Do you have any measures to deal with this problem? It's okay. The Emperor knows that my health has not been good after returning from the cathedral. Before he leaves for the expedition, I will say that I want to go to a retreat. He will not prevent that. So that's how it is. Have you decided on a location for the retreat? It doesn't matter where it is. If I say that I am going to entrust myself to someone, then they will be welcomed anywhere. And you will escape as soon as the emperor leaves the palace? Yes, but I don't know where I should escape to yet. Although this is a matter of course. The countries bordering Actilus are very strictly guarded. Crossing the border will not be easy. And I also want to avoid wandering around inside the country. He is infatuated with Seraphina, so he might not even look for me. But the owner of the estate that I use as a retreat will not be like that. If I am discovered, I will be sent back to the imperial palace. If that's the case, Eden continued, then you must go to a place with a short distance to the border, and that has the most friendly relationship with Actilus. Under such conditions, the Tunya Temple. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten that the emperor might go there? What if you run into each other there? Your Majesty, please calm down. I don't mean the Tunya Temple that Actilus has conquered, but a path that is very close. And anyway, at some point, we have to head toward the Tunya Temple, the door of the sanctuary. Her hands clenched. Does it definitely have to be there? Please think carefully. The emperor departs from here. Will he follow the direct path to the Tunya Temple? Season watched the two of them talking without understanding a thing. I don't know what they're talking about anymore. Did that also appear in the prophecy? Angelica, following Eden's words, recalled the content. According to the original plot, Raniero will soon go to invade another country, and due to bad weather, he must pass through the temple and return. Therefore, before he reaches the Tunya Temple, we must arrive there first, right? Yes. If it's the priests of the Tunya Temple who worship the compassionate God, they will not reveal that we are there, but will hide us instead. I understand. So what was the unspoken part about the door? There is an inscription carved on the door. When the blood of Actilus is ready, open it with the sword of Tunya. I have been constantly thinking about what Tunya's sword is. There is no such object, nor any related mythological existence. The result is, after I gathered information from the book you found, the conclusion is... Angelica looked at him in amazement, and then both spoke a name at the same time. Seraphina. The sword of Tunya is very likely Seraphina. In the original work, only Seraphina's sword pierced through Raniero. We must meet her before Raniero does. If we obtain Actila's blood, bring her to the Holy Land, and open the door, then we might see the other world. Angelica's face darkened. Actila's blood. Anyway, Raniero must die. Jisen was terrified, covering her mouth as the Empress spoke of the Emperor's death. I don't know if he necessarily has to die, but blood must be shed regardless. Are you dissatisfied? Angelica startled and looked up at him. Raniero is called the great disciple of Actila, but in reality, he and Actila are seen as one. Unlike the gods of Tunya, he is the only one connected to the gods of Actila, needing no temple or scripture. It would be a lie to say nothing worries me. But Angelica forced a response. No, the most important thing is my life. I don't want to cloud my judgment. Eden watched her body tremble and thought to himself, a very clumsy lie. As expected. You love him, don't you? Did you notice? Haha, I'm easy to read, aren't I? It's easy for you to see. So imagine how much easier it is for that person to see through me. If I don't want to be suspected, then I can only be sincere. I have to truly think of that place as my home. I have to love with all my sincere heart. Even so, don't worry. I know very well that my life is more important than that. He said nothing, only looked at her and sighed. He wondered if her love was an inevitable necessity, or just an excuse for herself. She looked clearly saddened. She hesitantly asked, Eden, you really want to go home, don't you? Why are you asking me that? At least you aren't living a difficult life. Isn't that right? I can't deny that. To you, the other side is paradise compared to this side, which is why your will is so strong. But I had a very hard time when I was on the other side. So if I waver, don't just think that I am being ignorant, but remember what I just said. The moment you return, it might be a path covered in flowers, welcoming you, but for me it isn't. In about a month and a half, according to the original plot, Raniero will leave here for an expedition. She looked at the map on the table, lost in thought. Although it wasn't described in detail in the novel, considering the timing and terrain, the destination must be the kingdom of Sonia. Sylvia stepped up and asked curiously, What are you studying, my lady? Angelica replied, A path. The path towards Sonia, right? If one wants to go there, even if the weather is beautiful, it will take about 3 weeks. Why are you looking at this? She replied, flustered. I'm just looking at it. It's nothing. Is that so? Then what do you think? At that moment, Raniero walked in. The two of you seem close. Seeing him, she was startled. Your Majesty! What are you two talking about? You're here, it's nothing special. I'm just looking at the map. Oh, a map? I wanted to examine the situation a bit. My dear, examine the situation. I'd like to hear about it. She said in her heart, What? I don't like this. Winter is not a good time for armaments and conflict. Raniero replied, That's true. She pointed to a spot on the map. This side of Sonia, the area at the foot of the mountain, is actually the only road connecting to Actilus, so it is usually very strictly guarded. If Actilus turns this place into a base, it would also push our soldiers into the encirclement of Sonia, but in winter. It will be very difficult to station troops so far from the capital. You know this quite well, don't you? Angelica furrowed her brows and continued. Commonly, war would not break out during this period, so border protection will be looser than usual. If we take this opportunity to break down the walls and cut through the mountain to create a wider road, the Actilus people have strong physiques and can endure well in harsh environmental conditions, so if we advance during the winter, utilizing the soldiers' characteristics, the possibility of winning the battle is very high. That's right, I have waited several years. Over the past 10 years, I have always recorded climate changes and chosen the best timing. As expected, the winter expedition was not a spontaneous plan. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, if this winter is like 10 years ago, then this land will belong to Actilus. Angelica's hand tightened slightly. No, the weather this year won't be like every other year. Snow will fall heavily. I never told you about this. How did you know? We were preparing for a battle with Sonia? She replied, Your Majesty the Emperor. I wanted to know what you were thinking. So you researched it because you were thinking of me? Angelica nodded in response. His gaze deepened as he placed his hand on hers. First, I will cross in this direction. The movement process will be like this, and next is this direction. So when will you be leaving? Early December. December's. So you will be busy right away, won't you? Or perhaps I won't go anymore. She was startled. No. Then she pursed her lips and said, I'll be fine, so please go quickly and then come back. I want to take you along. Angelica shook her head. The last conquest was also very exhausting. I just don't think it would be very good right now. So that's how it is. As expected, Raniero no longer suspects me. The itinerary that Raniero revealed. Today is truly valuable information. This information will be sent out through Season to avoid the eyes of others, and will be collected on the wall of Eden's room. Inside the Empress's palace, voices of congratulations rang out. I truly congratulate you, oh my goodness. If the baby is born in late spring, they will receive a blessing. The child will surely be very beautiful. Raniero, standing outside the door, could also hear them. It's so noisy, what's going on? Duchess Nera said happily. The belly isn't showing yet. Thank you all for the congratulations. Even so, the child is already in the womb. Looking at the two of you, I can imagine how healthy and beautiful the child will be. Hearing this, Raniero's footsteps stopped, and he spoke up. Is there a child already? The maids looked at him timidly. Your Majesty. Angelica stood up to explain. The Duchess has good news. Is that so? If you're done gossiping, then get out. They bowed respectfully and replied yes. Angelica thought helplessly. Even so, you should at least be polite and congratulate someone on their pregnancy. He rested his head on her lap and groaned. So noisy. She said that she has been making ceaseless efforts to have a child since the beginning of this year. I am so glad they have results. He paused. Efforts? Suddenly he asked, does the Empress want to have a child too? She was dazed and flustered. No. Is that so? Even so, if we are to have them, we should have many. Having many. Is it because of the trial of Actila? That's not wrong. The royal bloodline undergoes the trial of Actila, according to the customs of Actilus, over many generations. Among many siblings, only the winners who survive until they are the last one standing can become the great disciple of Actila. It is a bloody competition. At 13 years old, Raniero killed his own parents and siblings with his own hands to survive. If that's the case, then the children born will continue to kill their own siblings until only one remains? Of course. Hearing that, Angelica's heart sank. Just like your Majesty took the life of the previous emperor, our children might do the same to your Majesty. Raniero sensed her anxiety. He intertwined his hand with hers and pushed her down onto the bed. Unfortunately, no one can kill me, because this is Actilus. Even if it's one's own blood, the elimination of the weak is a matter of course. Then what about me? He was surprised by her sudden question. Her face showed a look of loneliness and sadness. Do I deserve to be eliminated? Because you belong to me. The decision regarding your survival is also my prerogative. Hearing these words, her pupils dilated. Angel, my wife, my winter prey. If anyone other than me tries to take your life, they will pay for their recklessness. Everything shall be as you wish. Raniero embraced her and gave her a kiss. If I were to break you now, I wouldn't be able to hold you anymore, would I? My fragile empress. The maids walked down the hallway gossiping with each other. The marital affection between the emperor and the empress is truly very good. I think so too. Lately, the emperor has been going to the empress's palace every day. Sylvia only walked silently behind them. Her footsteps stopped. The emperor going to the empress's palace. means that until dawn tomorrow, not a single servant will be on duty there. If so, now is the opportunity. Sylvia put on a black cloak. Although the Empress convinced everyone with a reasonable explanation, it's suspicious that the maid the Empress loves moved her residence out of the palace. Sylvia reached Season's mansion. First, I thought that if I went to the maid's new residence, I might find out something. But by the time I walked back, it was too late. What should I do? The lights are still on at this hour? Suddenly, a hand reached out. Sylvia's eyes widened. Looking at the person in the room, she saw Eden. And Eden had also discovered her, his face darkening. Sylvia looked at Eden in shock. I know that man. He quickly pulled the curtains closed. Sylvia kept looking up at Eden's room. Because his hairstyle has changed, it could be confusing. But I'm certain that man is a holy knight of the temple of Tunya. Why is a holy knight of Tunya temple here? Eden ran hurriedly through the hallway. He rushed to bang on the door to wake Season. Come out here, quickly! Season opened the door, confused. At this hour? He said urgently. Your colleague has found her way here, she exclaimed in shock. Huh? What do you mean? Who came? I don't know the name, damn it! At that moment, when we looked into each other's eyes, it seemed like she knew who I was. This is a real headache. Later, when Jason went outside, she realized it was Sylvia. She bowed her head and said, I'm sorry for coming this late. And also, aren't you someone from the sanctuary? Eden raised an eyebrow and said nothing as she questioned them. I thought it was suspicious, but it's good that I trusted my intuition. What are you two plotting? Neither of them answered. She furrowed her brows and asked, How long are you two going to stay silent? Everyone in the palace thinks that the Empress is trying to build her own power by opposing Duchess Nera. But Her Majesty is intently studying maps, instead of focusing on organizing social gatherings. And if she truly wanted to build power, she wouldn't let me get this close. Eden asked, What exactly do you want? Tell me what you people are planning. It's nothing special. If that's the case, then why are you not at the Tunya temple, but here instead? Because I was exiled. This is a workplace that I was lucky enough to get into. She grabbed Eden's collar. Liar. Eden was a bit surprised by this girl. Jason spoke up to mediate. Sylvia, calm down. It's all a misunderstanding. If all of this is just my misunderstanding, why are you two so tense and uneasy? Eden thought, what should I do? If the plan is hindered, how should I handle this now? Sylvia said in a low voice. I guess there's no other way than to reveal my cards first. If I want you to open your mouths, right? She said coldly. I have no intention of hindering anything that the Empress is planning. The two heard this in shock. What do you mean? I hate the Emperor. I hate him very much. Eden couldn't help but be astonished by those words. Sylvia's voice flashed with a glint of hatred. In the eyes of the Emperor, everything in the world is a toy. To him, entertainment to soothe boredom for a moment is a cry of lamentation that I will have to bear for the rest of my life. Until now, because I couldn't win, I gave up and submitted. But saying that doesn't mean that the resentment inside me is gone now, so if the Empress intends to stab the Emperor in the back, I am ready to offer anything, no matter what it is, even my life. Right now, the only person who can make him fall into the mud is Her Majesty the Empress, but she loves the Emperor, she smirked. Love? Then she burst out laughing. The Empress loves the Emperor. The Empress cannot love the Emperor. It's just a moment of weakness and relying on him, because the strongest person who can protect her is the Emperor. But seducing him is just the Empress's strategy for survival. Is it not so? Miss Maid, you are the one who knows best, aren't you? Jason looked at her in confusion. Eden didn't think Sylvia's thoughts were entirely correct. If I don't act as if it's real, the Emperor will suspect me. I heard he is very good at detecting when the other person is lying. The Emperor is now very infatuated with the Empress. There is no way he would doubt the Empress's words. All right, then let's all speak the truth. Jason cried out in surprise. Wait! Eden stated their plan. The Empress and I will leave Actilus. Leave Actilus? Then what after leaving? Eden hesitated. Then a cruel glint appeared in his eyes. We must kill the Emperor. What else? Raniero has definitely changed, and we will return to where we belong. Meanwhile, Angelica said coquettishly, Your Majesty, I love you. This time, if you go on the expedition, can I leave the capital for a little while? He asked for the reason. Why, if Your Majesty leaves, there will be no one to wake me up whenever I have nightmares. Therefore, I want to go to a place with fresh air and peace. I won't go too far. It seems you already have a place you want to go. Yes, Count Decino's estate. If it's that place, the Countess will treat me well. She must show you a good attitude. Empress, you are truly like sugar candy. As long as it's your request, I always want to grant it, no matter what it is. Their hands intertwined. If I am sugar candy, I might melt away. It's okay, I will melt with you. And just like that, her image and her words kept taking over Raniero's mind. I love you. I love you. For the first time, Raniero had become this distracted. The nobleman, seeing that he didn't answer for a long time, called out in confusion, "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Finally, he snapped back to his senses. The nobleman asked, "How do you want to handle this?" "Going to battle remains unchanged, as planned. Let's end the meeting here." The nobles replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then they stood up and left. In the meeting room, only Duke Nera and Raniero remained. He stood up and bowed. "Then I shall take my leave." Raniero looked at him and frowned. "Who is that again?" Every memory of the day Duchess Nera announced the good news surfaced. Raniero finally remembered. "Ah, Duke Nera, I heard your wife is pregnant." Duke Nera was astonished. "Is the Emperor speaking to me privately?" He replied respectfully. "Yes, that's correct. Are you happy?" He bowed and replied happily. "Of course, sir." Raniero asked again. "Do you love your wife?" "Yes, naturally. I love her very much." How do you know that you love your wife?" This question is quite hard to understand. But there aren't many opportunities to chat privately with the Emperor. I must answer in an interesting way. After thinking, he chose his words to respond. "When I began to consider my wife as an exception, that was love." Hearing that, Raniero smirked. "An exceptional existence?" "Yes, love makes you forgive the unforgivable and tolerate the things you cannot like." "Then does the Empress consider me an exception?" "She will, of course, consider the Emperor as her only existence." Only is indeed a word I like. At the same time, with Angelica, an arrow hit the bullseye. After a long period of practice, Angelica's body was steadier than before. A light breeze blew. Her long, smooth hair. Raniero suddenly appeared from behind. He embraced her and praised her. "Your shooting skills have improved now, haven't they?" Angelica turned around, startled. Your Majesty, you arrived." Before she could finish, he leaned down and kissed her lips. The bow in her hand fell. She stood on her tiptoes to return the kiss. A moment later, he let go. Raniero spoke softly. "You said you would go to Count Docino's territory. Is it okay without me going along? Last time, we crossed an entire mountain during the conquest. This time I don't have to climb anything, so please don't worry." "Is that so? I intended to send more people with you for support. But if there are more people, there will be more things to worry about. So I won't be able to rest comfortably. Just Sylvia and Zeeson, and I will bring along one more porter. I need to be with familiar people to have fewer nightmares." "I see." She was secretly worried. Even if I say this, Raniero will probably stalk me. Still, as long as he isn't close by, it should be fine. The weather grew colder. The army of Actilus was being heavily armed for the attack on Sonia. Before the Actilus army went to battle, I had finished the preparations for the retreat. With the help of Count Docino, she waved goodbye to Raniero. "Then I will go and come back. I will see you again after everything is over." She stepped onto the carriage. She turned and gave him a sweet smile. Raniero watched the carriage without taking his eyes off it. Until the carriage could no longer be seen, he turned around and muttered, "Conquering Sonia. I must hurry." Later, at Count Docino's mansion, the Countess showed a look of excitement while welcoming Angelica. "It's the Empress. The Empress actually came to our house. I received a request from Duchess Nera, not to make a fuss, but for the Empress to visit." Suppressing this excitement is harder than the fact my husband has been having an affair for a long time. He said he was fed up with the arguments between husband and wife. My son is also away studying in other territories. If it weren't for the emerald mine I own, my father-in-law would have kicked me out already. Even in a family that looks down on me like this, if a distinguished guest like the Empress comes to visit, it is an opportunity for me to be proud. At this moment, Angelica called her. "My lady." "Ah, you must be very tired. Please come inside and have a meal at the villa. I want everyone to know that a guest from the imperial family has arrived. But since the Empress visited for the purpose of a retreat, I must look for the opportunity to get close to the Empress, within limits, and without making her mood unpleasant." She smiled brightly and said, "We have taken special care in preparing so that the Empress can rest comfortably." Angelica's hand paused. "This soup has an appealing taste. I am very satisfied. I'm glad you like the soup." It's soft and the taste is very good." The Countess smiled and thought to herself, "Of course, because this is a special dish, made with all the dedication of 3 chefs. Today, everything the Empress uses is brand new and the best. The servants were also well trained to avoid making mistakes. It's fortunate that everything went exactly as planned. At this rate, I can leave a good impression on the Empress. By the way, over there is truly someone I'm seeing for the first time. I've heard the stories of Sylvia, Jaksu, and Zeeson, the man recently hired by Shisen while she was outside the Imperial Palace. Other than the name Daniel, I don't know anything else. To be accompanying them after only a short time, he must have earned a lot of trust, right? Anyway, his face is 50-50, and his gestures are also very neat." The Countess paused when she saw Eden looking at her. "From the very first moment I arrived at the villa, we have been looking at each other in a strange way. Is it natural or intentional? Eden saw her staring at him again. He then gave a charming smile. Looking at that smile made her face turn bright red. It's just a coincidence, isn't it? Why do our eyes keep meeting like this? Eden curved his eyes with a smile and secretly assessed her. Countess Decino has been lonely for a long time because of her husband's affair. According to my investigation, she will surely be tempted by young men. It seems that earlier, she spoke the thoughts in her head out loud. Angelica heard it and looked at her, asking, Countess, why did you say that? She replied flustered, Oh, it's nothing at all. Angelica was a bit worried. Seducing the Countess? That is quite reckless. Will it be okay? I'm so worried. But looking at his appearance, this man is quite attractive. The Countess couldn't help but pay attention. Night fell. The mansion had sunk into silence by now. But in another room, it was not like that at all. Countess Decino had taken the bait. Now she was placing her hand on Eden's thigh. Your name is Daniel, right? Why does this keep happening? Our eyes meeting like this? Did you have this intention from the very beginning? Eden smirked. Wasn't it you, my lady, who called me to this room first? Well, it's not bad anyway. She leaned down, her hand reaching out to grab Eden's shoulder. His shirt fell down following her movement. After the lovemaking, the Countess fell into a deep sleep. Eden gently pulled out a drawer. He was rummaging for something. And then he picked up a bunch of keys. Eden held it up and shook it lightly. Found it. The next morning, the Countess woke up in shock. It's gone! It's gone! My bunch of keys has disappeared. Even though I searched everywhere, I still can't find it. Where on earth could it have gone? Could it be that man from yesterday? How frustrating. I must go find that man immediately and teach him a lesson. But just as she opened the door, she ran into Angelica. She froze. Empress, Your Majesty, I have something to say to you, which is why I came here. Is something the matter? The Countess replied in confusion. Well, Your Majesty, is what you need to say urgent? If it's not urgent, then perhaps later. Angelica held out the bunch of keys. It's not very urgent, but this? I thought Daniel stole it. Why is it in Her Majesty's hands now? Countess, yesterday when you took off your coat, you dropped this. I was afraid that mentioning this in front of everyone would cause you to lose face, so I kept it quietly. I didn't bring the keys with me yesterday. I remember leaving them in the drawer. Was it a mistake? Thinking carefully, there's no way the Empress would steal. Thinking so, she immediately dismissed the suspicion in her heart. Thank you for this favor, Your Majesty. Just now, I thought I had lost them, so I was very panicked. Anyone would be panicked. Luckily, I found them. How could I make such a silly mistake? I must have been too excited upon hearing of the Empress's visit. Right, I want to have tea with you before lunch. What do you think? It is a great honor that the Empress personally invited me. Then I will prepare first. Please come when you're ready. Angelica smiled and waved, thinking to herself, the bunch of keys has fulfilled its mission, because I have already stolen the travel pass. The reason why I chose the Docino territory is the starting point of my escape journey. First, the Docino territory is located north of the capital. If we pass through here, although we'll have to detour slightly, we can reach the sanctuary without having to cross mountains. Second, although the lady of the Docino territory is a wealthy woman, her status within the family is not high. Therefore, she will try to get close to me to enhance her position and power, and she will be forced to follow everything I desire. She pretended to be troubled and said, This place is wonderful, but there are too many strangers in the mansion, which makes me feel flustered. Hearing that, the Countess hurriedly asked, Is there something making you uncomfortable? Oh, it's not that I'm looking down on your kindness. I no longer understand myself clearly. It's just that I've only now realized, while my body is still in a poor state, instead of being carefully tended to by many people, that she stood up abruptly and said, There is a very quiet villa where Your Majesty can stay. Angelica thought to herself. She took the bait. Outwardly, she asked joyfully, Is that true? The villa on the outskirts of the territory was built by the lady when she divorced her husband. After a thorough investigation, Cecil and Eden had marked it as the starting point for the escape journey. The Countess replied, Yes, although the villa is quite small, it is very peaceful. Angelica secretly felt guilty. Wanting to stay at that villa is indeed intentional, but in my heart I still feel pity, seeing her image of wanting to please me so hurriedly. The Countess made a suggestion as a precaution. How about sending a few guards? It's all right, I am quite good at archery. Cecil may have a frail body, but she is sensitive to the presence of strangers, and Sylvia and Daniel are native Actilus people, who are naturally good at martial arts. But Angelica lightly touched her hand. There should be no problem. This territory is famous for being safe in the capital. That's exactly why I chose this place for my retreat. If you just allow my entourage to use the villa quietly for a few days, I will also grant one of your wishes. A wish? Yes, finally. Angelica also managed to persuade the Countess. to hand over the villa to her. It wasn't very far from the mansion to the villa. The fact that the villa is isolated from the residents of the territory also pleased me, and the high stone walls make it difficult for people to see inside. Right after lunch is over, please move the luggage here, even though it seems like an excessive request. Thank you for your understanding. She smiled and replied, Excessive? Not at all. My only wish is for your majesty to have a comfortable time while staying in the territory, and I'm very happy to be able to help your majesty. Is that so? Then please hand over the keys to the villa to me, and then you should return to the mansion. The smile on her face became stiff. Pardon? I've already said it, haven't I? I am tired of being surrounded by strangers. I don't mean to consider you a hindrance. Her hand was placed on the Countess's shoulder. You understand, right? Regardless, Countess Decino was forced to understand me. Ah, yes, I understand. She smirked because she had achieved her intention. Đó là sự khác biệt về quyền lực giữa tôi và cô ấy. Thank you for your understanding. Sylvia gently closed the door. She looked at the three of them. Angelica smiled excitedly. Finally, only the four of us remain. Sylvia looks quite happy, doesn't she? I was very worried when Eden decided to join the escape plan, without a single word of explanation. Sylvia's hatred for the Emperor is real. Eden looked at her and said, Everything has gone smoothly so far, hasn't it? Get some rest. Season sat down, resting her head, and said, Hearing this voice, it really is joyful, isn't it? Angelica, I am the real problem. I've just realized that lying is not my forte. If the escape is successful, what will I say to Serafina first? Although I think the words of Eden will have a greater influence on her. But Eden was exiled from the temple for admitting to having indecent intentions toward the saintess, so it will be very difficult for him to approach Serafina. If everyone could read the book found in the temple, it would be much easier to explain. At the imperial palace, Raniero was walking down the hallway. The servants bowed respectfully. The hem of the robe. Raniero's robe fluttered as he passed the servants. They looked at Raniero's figure and whispered, Is His Majesty going to the Empress's palace again today? I heard that lately, His Majesty stays here every night before returning. With the conquest approaching, is it okay for him to be like this? Raniero opened the door to Angelica's room. The room had become silent in the absence of her presence. Raniero smirked. He stood aimlessly in the room and muttered, Knowing there would be no one, I still came here. Angelica instructed Season, Before we depart tonight, there is something I want to ask. Yes, Your Majesty, what do you need? Bring pen and paper here. Do you want to write a letter? That's right. I will write this letter as a final farewell. Your Majesty, I have arrived safely at Count Decino's territory. How have you been lately, Your Majesty? Everyone here treats me very well, so I'm living very comfortably. Thanks to their care, I haven't had any nightmares yet. Perhaps the fresh air here has had a good effect on me. When I recover soon, and you complete the expedition, I want to practice again to prepare for the winter hunting season. I will definitely become an excellent winter trophy for you. After finishing reading the letter written by Angelica, Raniero's longing grew even stronger. After crossing the mountains and conquering Sonia's territory, I must go pick up Angelica before returning to the capital. At this time, at the villa, Eden directed the escape plan. We must split into two directions to avoid being exposed. First, the Empress and I will head north. Angelica's face became cautious. Eden continued, and a week later, Season and Sylvia will head south. All right, depart as soon as possible. Everyone pack your luggage immediately. We must pass through the city gates before sunset falls. Outside the mansion, the sun had begun to set. Angelica opened her suitcase. Eden obtained the travel pass, but will it be okay? Can we avoid being detected? What if the guards recognize my face? Yeason comforted her. Don't worry. Angelica called out, Zeason, in surprise. I am certain that I will meet you again at the sanctuary. Thank you, my loyal maid. In the end, I couldn't even confess to you that I am not. Angelica. Sylvia encouraged her. You will definitely do well. Please remember the hunting grounds. Don't worry. Just do as well as last time. Her heart thought. That day was entirely due to my own ability. Eden rode up on his horse. Since the greetings are all done, let's head out. All right then. Good luck to you two. Season, Sylvia, thank you both for everything. If the plan succeeds, this will be our final goodbye. Angelica and Eden headed toward the city gate. Angelica secretly admired him. The closer I get to the gate, the more nervous I become. But this man remains calm. Gradually, the two of them reached the city gate. We're at the gate. Wait a moment, I think I'm going to throw up. Eden frowned and said coldly, Finish throwing up before we enter. Angelica covered her mouth in discomfort and looked at Eden. Raniero was already irritating enough, but this man is also quite a piece of work. She tightened the reins in her hands. She tried to suppress the discomfort in her stomach and let out a breath. True enough, there are 4 guards at the gate and 2 at each post. No matter how hard I practiced archery, and no matter how excellent a knight Eden is, We cannot fight against 8 people at once. We must pass through here as silently as possible. The guard saw them and shouted, "Stop! Present your travel pass and declare your identities." Eden held it up. "Here's my travel pass." Angelica, behind him, thought to herself, "Since my face is known to many through portraits, Eden will have to take charge of all matters involving people until we cross the border." The guard looked at the pass and asked, "You're not a local, are you?" "I am traveling from the south to the north." The guard asked further, "Why is that?" "My mother lives alone in the border area. Recently, I found a house in this lower area, so I want to move here to take care of her." "Who is the woman behind you?" "She is my wife." The guard continued to ask, "Occupation?" Eden replied, "She is in business." Angelica silently prayed, "Please let me pass, please." The guard suddenly started trouble. "Are you laughing? Do you take me for a fool?" Eden didn't expect the guard to pick a fight with him. Seeing that Eden said nothing, he pushed further. "Who uses words like yours? You're probably just a lazy thief, aren't you? Are you a criminal? Huh? Guys like you are very suspicious." Angelica saw the guard shouting and became worried. "Were we caught? This is bad. The situation is strange. He isn't making an arrest immediately, nor is he calling other soldiers from the guard post." Angelica pulled the corner of Eden's shirt and called softly, "Wait, honey, at this late hour?" But the fact that soldiers still work hard for our Actilus is truly extraordinary. The guard heard this and exclaimed, "Oh, your wife is quite sensible." Eden finally understood the guard's true intention. Angelica watched Eden hand the gold bracelet to the guard. She secretly felt lucky that she had kept it. "Because I was worried about revealing my identity, I took off most of the gold and silver. Thankfully, the gold bracelet was still there." Eden handed the bracelet to the guard and said softly, "Thank you for your help." He picked up the bracelet and examined it. She cursed inwardly. "Damn it, what are you doing? That's real gold, just let us through quickly." Eden said, "Try biting it, it's pure gold." Hearing that, the guard immediately bit the bracelet. Seeing that the bracelet was real, he exchanged glances with his accomplices. His attitude turned welcoming as he said, "Oh my. It must be very hard for you to travel at night, sir." He opened the gate and happily greeted them. "Safe travels, sir." Angelica and Eden spurred their horses and ran quickly through the gate. The city gate behind her closed with a loud thud. After making it out of the city, Angelica's emotions felt like they were about to explode. She bit her lip and then sobbed. Angelica cried like a child. The fear and anxiety from before finally followed the tears, falling out. Eden turned his head back, confused. "Hey, what's the matter?" She covered her face and shouted, Don't turn back, Sob, just keep going, Sob, go, go!" Eden wondered if he should comfort her. He said hesitantly, "Even so," she shouted loudly again, "just go!" Eden was startled and turned his head back. All right. Eden pulled the reins to spur the horse. The two of them moved through the forest like that. The night wind lightly blew off Angelica's cloak hood. She felt the chill of the night wind. "It's so cold, my ears are shrinking as if they're about to fall off my head. But the stars are shining so brilliantly." Angelica gazed blankly up at the sky. Then she let out a refreshing scream. Ah! This made Eden jump. "Huh?" He turned his head back toward her in astonishment. In his eyes was an Angelica who was no longer afraid. She was screaming with total liberation. Aha! His heart also felt relieved. The things that were suppressed inside have finally poured out, haven't they? Angelica closed her eyes and enjoyed the freedom she hadn't felt in a long time. It felt incredibly relieving. Previously, I was always in a hurry to live, only focused on avoiding every dangerous moment and always at my surroundings. But now, it doesn't matter if I scream or run wherever I please. For the first time, I am completely free. Angelica laughed out loud joyfully at Eden. Ha ha ha, this feeling is wonderful. Is that so? I thought she would be more worried. What a relief. At Countess Docino's villa, the person who delivers food daily knocked on the door. Jason opened the door and asked, "A delivery?" "Yes, is the Empress well? I would really like to meet her just once." "Do you think the Empress would show her face to just anyone?" She snatched the food basket and slammed the door shut. Try to grasp the situation a little. What a cold maid. Jason sat down on the floor, wearily. Sigh. Sylvia approached and asked, "What did he just say?" He wanted to confirm if the Empress is healthy. Good. The fact the delivery person asked, that means the secret hasn't been leaked yet. It seems they don't know the Empress, and the knight crossed the border yesterday. The maid's leaving after 1 week, compared to the time the Empress departed, is to create an alibi for the Empress. As long as the maids stay at the villa and show themselves outside, naturally, everyone will think that the Empress is also there. Once the palace maids leave, the exact timing of the Empress's entourage leaving the Count's territory will become ambiguous, causing confusion for any pursuit. Cecil lowered her head, her face somewhat somber. Before leaving, Her Majesty the Empress instructed us. We must try our best to escape. But Sylvia asked, "You know what we have to do, right?" Yason nodded and replied, "Be the bait." Angelica and Eden had stopped to rest at this time. He reminded her, "From now on, you should focus on managing your health." That's true. Traveling in winter is very exhausting. The season has changed. So, thinking about going to Tunia, she was a bit worried for Eden. But is it okay that you were exiled? What will Serafina think? Don't think about what Serafina will think. She asked in confusion, "Why is that?" Because it will make you suffer when you empathize with her. Also, don't try to think about what happens to the Emperor. I will suffer even more when I recall that, right? That's right. If you have any good feelings for him, you will suffer even more. Regardless of how you choose to live, it has nothing to do with me. But I won't regret it. No regrets, but you still feel the pain, she thought to herself. In the end, Eden looked at her calmly. Angelica lowered her head. He only says things that sting. At night, the two sat by the fire in silence, saying nothing. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Angelica's head. "Check the weapons, someone is coming." She quickly snapped back and called to Eden, "Check your sword!" He asked her in confusion, "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" She urged him to hurry. The sound of footsteps rang out. Eden froze. He looked at Angelica in disbelief. "How did you know?" She focused on checking the weapons and didn't hear clearly. "Huh? What?" Right at that moment, bandits rushed out from the bushes. A man holding an axe jumped up and screamed, "Arr!" Hearing that, Angelica turned her head alertly. She quickly drew her bow and fired toward the bandit. The arrow hit him right in the chest. His eyes rolled back as he gasped. The other two were stunned and called out, "Brother, brother!" He glared at Angelica. "That brat," Eden now rushed forward with his sword. Then he decisively drove the blade through the man's body. Seeing this, the remaining one rushed in with his weapon. "These brats!" Angelica pulled her bow and shouted, "Eden, move!" He frowned and cursed inwardly. Damn it, the blade is in too deep. He couldn't dodge. Eden had to raise his arm to block the bandit's strike. Seeing him injured, Angelica screamed, "Eden!" Eden's arm struggled to resist. Fortunately, Angelica managed to hit him. His body trembled. "It's her again!" Seeing the bandit distracted, Eden frowned. Here's the chance. Angelica could only stand and watch because she had overexerted herself. Her breathing became chaotic. After dealing with the bandit, Eden sat on the ground, looking at the wound on his arm with a wry smile. Don't Actilus horses fight alongside their owners when they are attacked? Only war horses do that. Fortunately, the wound isn't very deep. Yes, fortunately, the arm guard has fulfilled its duty. I didn't expect that we would encounter a bandit gang here, Eden asked. Weren't you scared earlier? It was just a feeling. It seems that staying in Actilus for a long time has made my intuition much sharper. Is that so? From now on, I'll be more careful. Angelica patted his arm. I've already provided first aid. Regardless, we must reach the sanctuary quickly. Even though you haven't rested much, can you still keep going? Angelica replied, yes. It's unbelievable that now I can stand still next to corpses as calmly as this. Will these people also appear in my nightmares? Eden asked, what are you still doing? Let's go. Come to think of it, I haven't had any dreams lately. Sitting at Count Docino's mansion. I'm sorry, but my health is truly not very good. Pardon me for looking this terrible. See you again in a week. What do you think? The Countess read the letter Angelica sent. If I reply to this letter as I please, it might sound a bit disrespectful to Her Majesty and could offend her. Her Majesty hasn't completely refused to meet, so I'll just have to wait. The market at the Docino territory. Yason dropped a gold coin into the woman's hand. Yason and Sylvia looked at her with cold eyes. The woman picked up the gold coin, her eyes showing clear satisfaction. She turned and signaled to them, follow me. Although Eden had secretly obtained extra travel passes, we didn't go through the main gate, but moved through a secret passage often used by villagers. When a face needs to be shown, Cecin, the Empress's former maid, will step forward, and when money is needed, we will use the Empress's jewelry to pay. Now the search party will no longer be chasing the Empress, but chasing us instead. Angelica's sweet calls echoed in Raniero's dream. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I love you. Raniero woke up with a start after that dream. He sat up and held his face. How strange. This is the first time I've dreamed of her. Angelica. Suddenly, a demonic hand was placed on his shoulder. It whispered into Raniero's ear, forget her. The stench of blood, the screams of war. Remember those things. Show me something more interesting. Finally, the bloodlust and cruelty within Raniero were reawakened. He let out a dangerous laugh. Today is not a beautiful day. The sky was dark and gloomy. Raniero looked out the window. The sky is a bit cloudy today. I have studied the climate trends of this region over the past 10 years, and I can predict that the weather this year will be similar. Compared to the movement speed of the troops marching to the Tunya sanctuary, the current speed of the march is slower. But it is still progressing steadily. The soldiers' morale is at its peak, as they eagerly look forward to conquering the land of Sonia. But this is precisely the time when I should not rush, but must advance slowly and patiently. The more patient they are, the more aggressive they become. And when the war breaks out, the Sonia army will be easily defeated. That voice that seemed to come from hell appeared again. It cackled loudly. Ka ka ka, away! Away from that lowly woman. You should start listening to me again. That's right, that is your true mission. At Duke Nera's mansion, a servant outside knocked on the door. Duchess Nera spoke up. Come in, what is it? The maid bowed and stammered. Madam, Countess Docino has come to see you. What? Acuvella? Is this woman crazy or what? I am busy beyond belief helping the Empress, and she suddenly comes to the capital. She entered the room angrily, wanting to reprimand the lady. What is going on all of a sudden? Acuvella ran over in a panic and grabbed her arm. Something terrible has happened. We were deceived. We have been completely used. What are you talking about? That woman has evaporated. I said I would lend her the villa, but she has disappeared. What should we do now? Calm down and talk to me. What do you mean by that woman? Don't tell me you are talking about the Empress. She grabbed her. The Empress ran away? Why? Acuvella screamed. What does that matter? The important thing is that Her Majesty has vanished. Has the Empress really disappeared? Everyone in the Imperial Palace knows how much the Emperor values the Empress. If it's found out like this, that the Empress has disappeared, all the families with close ties to Count Docino will be purged. What's the best thing to do? Everything is completely ruined. At this rate, my fate is death. She might even have to run away herself. Duchess Nera clenched her teeth. She angrily slapped Acuvella. Slap! Get a hold of yourself! What are you doing? Listen, you are actually lucky that the Emperor is not in the palace right now. Before the Emperor finishes the expedition, let's go find her and settle this together. You said the milk delivery person discovered it, right? Acuvella replied in confusion. Yes. But it seems she didn't just leave today. Clearly, she has been gone for several days already. That crazy maid said Her Majesty wouldn't be coming out, and to just leave the items at the door and go. Then I realized that some rascals had stolen the items from the basket placed at the main door. This stupid woman, by any means, she should have stayed in the Empress's good graces, while she was by her side. No, calm down. Getting too angry won't be good for the baby in my womb, maybe. She used a travel pass that was kept in advance. Check all the other routes out of the territory. Those are the illegal routes that the poor residents use. In another place, Angelica and Eden rode their horses through the snow. The sky is so gloomy. We're just a little bit away from the Tunya sanctuary. But if the snow falls heavily, Angelica suddenly said, it doesn't seem like a blizzard is coming, right? If you feel that way, then it'll probably be fine. Normally, wouldn't you ask? Why I thought so. Ever since we encountered the bandits, why do my predictions keep being accurate? I feel like something is twisting in my mind. Every time I utter the words of some existence, my words always come true. That voice appeared again. Go west for 1 hour. Right then, she instinctively blurted out, walk for 1 hour to the west. Eden asked her, why? Angelica replied in confusion. I don't know the reason for that either. It's just better to do it that way. Even though Eden didn't understand, he didn't ask further. I see. After an hour of riding, Eden stepped down and looked at the house in front of him in surprise. Sure enough, this is the reason for walking an hour to the west. I saw a small village near here earlier. It seems this is a house someone uses as a farm. In the summer, Eden entered the house. It's winter now. Even if we sneak inside for a day, the owner won't come looking. We will sleep here today. Angelica secretly felt guilty. I'm sorry for breaking the lock. Mr. Homeowner, there's a fireplace but no firewood? Wait a moment, I'll go find some. So please tie the horses outside to the fence. Yes, I understand. Go carefully. In the fireplace, the flames crackled and radiated warmth. It's so warm. As expected, having a roof and walls makes me feel relieved. Your acting is quite good, isn't it? What? If I said it wasn't good, could you make the smoke not rise? No. Angelica sighed and asked, but why do you ask? I just wanted to chat with you. That's quite unexpected. I thought you couldn't say useless things. Fine. Please say whatever you want. Then what is your real name? Hearing that, Angelica paused and looked at him. She thought to herself, he's not expecting the answer to be Angelica, is he? She stammered, wait a second. What was the name? Junji, Choi Junji. As expected, you haven't made any effort to maintain your identity from the other world, have you? Do you like this world? I told you before, didn't I? My future in the other world wasn't very bright. Your future here isn't bright either. Angelica replied irritably. That's why you and I are working so hard like this. To go back. Right. Do you remember what you said to me back then? I remember. I am the son of a wealthy family. Wow, saying that about yourself? You must be quite something, huh? Is what you want to say just bragging about yourself? No, that's not it. Suppose... Eden looked straight into her eyes. If you go back, you still won't try, even if I say that I will help. John with anything, eh? Why so sudden? Meaning, if I am the person who made such a promise, then I will make sure that I return. Right now, it's involuntary, and there is no other choice. There is no other way. The feeling is very strong. Your people say that you don't love the Emperor. She said that you only chose the Emperor to protect yourself, because pleasing the Emperor was the safest thing to do. Angelica lowered her head and asked, Sylvia thinks so? Season, who was beside her, didn't deny it either. Angelica's hands clenched. Her mind became confused. After hearing that I'm not sure if it's true or not, I only acted to survive when I first arrived here. I tried my best not to offend Raniero, going to the hunting grounds, attending social parties that I didn't like. It was all just to survive. After gaining Raniero's favor, and life became easier, I stayed away from everything that could make him angry. Perhaps the reason I once thought about becoming the Empress was because such a life would be comfortable and peaceful. Eden raised his hand and called her real name, Ms. Choi John G. Angelica was surprised as he lifted her face. Huh? Eden looked straight into her eyes. It's okay if he really dies, right? Angelica's lips parted, but she couldn't utter a word. Angelica was dazed. That... As expected, answering this question is very difficult, isn't it? Angelica spoke hesitantly. I don't know if my self-preservation instinct is deceiving myself or not, or perhaps for some other reason, but his death, it certainly wouldn't be a pleasant thing for me. Eden didn't expect her to say those words, but perhaps I wouldn't be sad and suffer for the rest of my life either. In the end, were my feelings, for him only superficial like that? Every time I hear stories like this, his face appears in my mind. But that is only because I still linger on the emotions I had for him. But moving past those emotions, the moment I escaped from Actilus, the feeling of exhilaration, like casting everything aside, was also my sincere truth. The nightmare that bound me disappeared from that day. Angelica's feet almost sank into the snow. It has been 17 days since leaving Count Docino's territory. Angelica raised her hand to block the blizzard and spoke with difficulty. Is it really this way? I can't even see what's in front of me anymore. Yeah, just a little further and we'll arrive. Hang in there. I'm more worried than you are. We have arrived a bit later than expected. If we've made it here, the Emperor has already withdrawn his troops, right? That mysterious voice rang out in her head again. No, do you think he would stop? Angelica answered him. No, only in a truly uncontrollable situation would he withdraw his troops. Now the snow will probably stop falling, right? Is that because you understand the Emperor well? No, sorry again this time, but it's just intuition. No need to apologize. Your intuition has always been right lately. Angelica seemed unable to bear it any longer. Her eyelids gradually drooped. This is bad. I'm so tired now I can't walk. Eden quickly caught her. Are you okay? Hang in there. We're almost there. Angelica's face turned pale. Damn it, I've come all this way, and yet... Her body trembled. Sorry, my legs keep giving out. To be honest, I can't feel my legs anymore. Perhaps I've reached the limit. We can't stop here. The road is blocked by the blizzard, so it will take time. Eden hoisted her onto his shoulder, making her gasp in surprise. What are you doing? We will continue moving forward like this. I want to return home quickly. After that, he walked steadily forward. And then fortunately, the Tunya sanctuary was right before their eyes. Eden helped Angelica into the temple. The Archbishop asked in shock, Who is it? You... We have returned, Archbishop. It's Eden. Eden, what on earth are you doing? The person beside him struggled to greet him. Have you been well during this time? Archbishop, I am the Empress of Actilus. We met during the last magical attack. It is quite a surprise, but I have fled from Actilus. O merciful people, please grant me shelter and food. Eden called out to her in shock. Empress! The Archbishop looked at them in bewilderment. Oh God, Tunyan! Eden shook Angelica. Empress, stay conscious. Angelica became dazed. It's so noisy. Father, Suhyun, I'm not dead yet. I'm just a little tired. Ah, there it is again. I'm remembering that face again. Why, I am truly terrified of you. So why hasn't this heart calmed down yet? Eden and the Archbishop watched in panic as she fainted. The next morning, Angelica woke up dazed. She blankly looked around the room. Is there a room this clean? Inside the Tunya sanctuary? It seemed to be a better room than the one she stayed in when she came with Raniero. At that moment, the door opened. Serafina entered with the plate of food. Are you awake? Angelica tilted her head and looked at her. She gently set the food down and asked with concern, Is there any discomfort? Right as she woke up, she seemed surprised, because this was a space she was seeing for the first time. This is my room. Angelica continued to look at her, still in shock. Ah, it goes without saying. This is Raniero's soulmate, the Saintess of Tunia Sanctuary. Scene change. The foot of the mountain near the Sonia border. The Actilus generals were talking. It's a pity to give up here. But because we continued to advance through the blizzard, the soldier's health has suffered. I cannot go any further either. Raniero tapped his hand on the table. He silently stared at the map. 10 years wasn't enough. If we head back this way, we will run out of supplies. Let's visit Tunia Sanctuary on the way back. He slammed the table and replied, "That's right, withdraw the troops." His eyes showed clear irritation. Back to Angelica's side. Serafina gently asked Angelica, "Is there anything inconvenient about the meal?" Yes, thanks to you, I feel full. This person is the Saintess of Tunia Sanctuary." Seeing Angelica looking at her, she suddenly remembered. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am Serafina. Yes, she thought in confusion. How should I introduce myself? If it were 3 weeks ago, I would have introduced myself as Angelica Onlos Actilus. I am Angelica. Yes, Angelica. However, I heard that you walked to this wilderness in winter. In just 17 days, is that right? Even trained knights do not often do such reckless things. It's true that the path was mapped out by a trained knight, Eden. The knight who accompanied you is also exhausted. He is currently resting elsewhere. So that's how it is. You are the Saintess of Tunia, right? That is what people often say. This is your room, isn't it? Yes, this room is connected to the prayer room. I am using this room alone. May I also ask you a few questions? Empress of Actilus, I heard that you have fled here. May I ask for what reason you fled? Angelica's hands tightened. What should I do? From where should I explain? Originally, Eden was supposed to explain things like this. Thinking of this, she asked, "Did Eden not say anything to you?" She looked dazed. Yes, Eden and I... Oops, did I say something wrong? Serafina then said, "I felt it was strange. Someone who has despised me for so long suddenly said he loved me and then was exiled. Does she know that Eden's confession was just a lie to get exiled? Then a few months passed and he returned with you. Is it a coincidence? Perhaps not. He wasn't afraid to use any means to see me. Right? No, more than that, to bring you here. I know Eden doesn't love me, so I cannot meet him. I am afraid, I hate myself, and I am also very sad. It's all been discovered. An intense hunger is weighing down on me. Indeed, reading it in a novel and experiencing it directly are two completely different feelings. Just summarize the main points briefly. Angelica shows a look of breakdown and fear toward the Emperor of Actilus. The Emperor is coming here soon. Serafina noticed her complexion worsening and felt worried. Your complexion is not very good. Are you all right? Her voice trembled. Please. That man. Please kill him. Angelica gripped the blanket tightly, asking a saintess of the god of mercy. To kill someone is truly ridiculous, however. Raniero's voice calling her continuously echoed in her mind. Angelica. Angelica. This seemed to agitate her even more. There isn't much time. We must prepare right away. Right now, it still echoes in my head. Mercy will cut off the breath of war. This is something only the Saintess of Tunia can do. So Serafina tried to reassure her. Calm down, Angelica. But this is also a good thing for you, Serafina asked in confusion. A good thing for me too? Is that so? She remembered the principle. He invades and destroys her. That is her destiny. Even for me, isn't that far too harsh? So, are you saying this for my sake? It's not just good for you. But yes, however, it's also good for Eden. Also because of Eden? Serafina stood up. If so, how did you know about that? There is a prophecy. She was astonished. A prophecy? Yes. It is a document recording what will happen in the future. Where is that document? In the library of the ancient sanctuary. During the conquest, when the emperor was absent, it was there. I have never heard of such a document. Angelica pointed toward her bag. It's in my luggage. But there is a problem. Only I can read that. Serafina held the book in her hand and asked, "Is it this book?" Angelica replied, "Yes, that's right. Can you see what the title is?" Serafina shook her head. "I only see a picture of a red flower. It doesn't look like a prophecy transcript." She opened the book. In her eyes, the book was nothing but blank paper. It really is a blank piece of paper. That's right. Believing in a future written on a blank piece of paper. I know this sounds like a scam, but this is the truth for me, and Eden also knows about this prophecy. Hearing that, Serafina froze. She asked, "Eden? Why, if the prophecy is correct, Eden will die at Raniero's hands." Serafina gasped in horror and covered her mouth. "Oh my god, really? I'm sorry, I was just very surprised." "No, it's all right. Perhaps it's because I said something too hard to accept. I don't care, even if I have to run away forever. But Eden wants to attack head-on. Therefore, the death of Actilus's great tyrant by the hands of the Saintess of Tunia is already heaven's will. What I desire is that no one has to die in that process." Serafina seemed to not have escaped the shock yet. Finally, she calmed down and asked, "So if the prophecy is correct, will you die as well?" Angelica's lips tightened. "Yes, If the prophecy is correct, I am the first to die. Haha, my words sound very suspicious, don't they? Even so, do you still believe what I'm saying? Serafina replied, yes, I believe you. Hearing that left Angelica dazed. Serafina continued, if it's you, then I'm sorry. Night fell, and the sanctuary sank into silence. Angelica lay on the bed, thinking blankly. Serafina accepted my story much more easily than I thought. However, at that time, Serafina said, yes, I believe you. If it's you, I'm sorry. Why did she apologize? Is there some meaning behind it? But Eden once said not to be curious about Serafina's thoughts. Even though she is someone who understood me, somewhere inside, I'm still not quite satisfied. The next morning, Serafina stood before the people. She raised her hands and spoke up. From now on, everyone please focus and listen to what I say. The army under the leadership of the Emperor of Actilus will soon arrive at the sanctuary. The numbers might be quite large. The people were shocked upon hearing this. Is that a prophecy from the gods? The gods have blessed us. Now it is our turn to repay them. Above all, we are believers who worship the God of mercy. Even though not everyone is granted grace, we cannot ignore those who plead for help in such harsh weather conditions. Serafina could feel their fear. Everyone felt apprehensive, but the words of the saintess were absolute to them. Before turning away, Serafina left a final instruction. Prepare wine to warm up the bodies of those who have traveled through the snow. Even if this is not a prophecy from the god Tunya, the archbishop, after hearing Serafina, immediately felt worried. A large number? There is no place to accommodate all of them. This is a major issue indeed. Eden stood hiding in a corner looking out. The saintess has begun to take action. The sound of hooves from the army, led by Raniero, rang out. He knocked on the temple door. The archbishop stammered. Please come in. Raniero asked. Not startled, I see. The archbishop avoided his gaze and replied, I knew in advance that you would be coming. Raniero was astonished to hear that. It truly is an unpleasant sound. Outside, noise continued to echo. Angelica sat in a corner. Outside was noisy. Then Raniero has definitely arrived. According to Serafina, if the Actilus army saw you, it would be quite awkward, wouldn't it? No one will come to this prayer room. It's best if I don't leave this place. But being here alone makes me feel a bit uneasy. Since that day, I have locked myself in the prayer room, only hoping for Raniero to leave. But 3 days passed, and Raniero still has not left this place. According to doctrine, no one in the sanctuary is allowed to enter the saintess's prayer room, but food is still placed in front of the door every meal. In principle, the two should have finished their fateful encounter by now. How is it that Raniero continues to stay here, cold and lonely? How much longer must I be locked in here? A noise rang out, making Angelica jump. She happily ran to open the door. Serafina! But it was Eden. Oh! Eden hushed her. Quiet now. Where is Serafina? It's been a while. If you mean Serafina, she has left me here for 3 days, and hasn't returned even once. Hasn't returned once? Damn it, where on earth did she go? I understand. I'll look elsewhere. She pulled his hand back. No, don't go. What is the situation now? The Emperor is still here, right? Eden sighed and said, listen carefully, the plot has changed. Serafina hasn't met that man. What did you say? In principle, as soon as he first entered the sanctuary, Serafina should have been the one to receive him, but Raniero met the archbishop first. It seems Serafina is avoiding the meeting with the Emperor. We have to change the plan. Before Serafina kills him, we must get to the old sanctuary. Yes, but why so suddenly? The number of troops is even up to 10,000. I didn't expect this either. Because the temple doesn't have enough space, they have been sent down to the neighboring villages. The army is being stationed in local houses, divided into small groups. When the archbishop said that, taking care of everyone was unrealistic. For the religious folk, the emperor threw a bag of gold on the ground. Oh my. People here make a living by bartering goods. Gold and silver brought here have no meaning. He surely knows that, yet he still did it. Anyway, if Serafina kills the emperor right now, 10,000 soldiers who suddenly lose, their commander will massacre this entire place. Do you understand? We must get out of here before that. Angelica hesitated. So what about the people here? Will they die? Don't think about that. The blood of Actilus, the sword of Tunya. Just think about those two things for now. But, Eden, this is too... Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out. Eden's entire body froze. He pushed Angelica into the prayer room. Angelica called out in surprise, Eden, just be quiet for a moment. She asked in confusion, what's the matter? At that moment, Raniero's voice rang out. What was that? Angelica froze upon hearing it. His hand rested against the wall. Raniero looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Was it a mistake? Why did I hear my wife's voice? Inside the prayer room, Angelica fearfully covered her mouth. Outside, Eden dealt with Raniero. So it is His Majesty the Emperor. But is the Empress also in the sanctuary? No, the Empress is away recuperating because her health is not good. Is that so? Then that certainly wasn't the Empress's voice. But who were you just talking to? Was it with the Saintess? The Saintess? Yes, I am very sorry. But from here on, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Raniero asked, It's forbidden? Yes, if you are lost, I can lead you back to the main hall. Then please come this way. Raniero tilted his head and glanced toward the prayer room. His eyes narrowed as he stared at that spot. Oh my God. Fortunately, Eden quickly closed the door. Otherwise, she would have been discovered. What should I do? My legs feel like they have no strength left. When night came, Eden was slapped across the face by a holy knight. Slap! You are under house arrest. Yet you couldn't wait and still had to sneak into the prayer room? This guy was exiled and still hasn't learned his lesson. Eden did not resist and said, I am sorry. Serafina looked down from the ceiling. She thought to herself, Eden went to the prayer room? But why? To meet me? Or was it because of Angelica? Based on the circumstances, it's highly likely he came looking for me. Eden is just like Angelica. He must have had something he wanted to ask for. Did he ever think about the risk that I might have to bear because of that? Did he ever think about protecting me? Even just once? Even just once. If he cared about me even a little bit, then surely he wouldn't have used that confession as an excuse to have himself exiled. Perhaps my long-standing, unrequited love will never be returned. So cold. That is the price of the sin I must bear. Will my eyes ever stop crying? Over here! Raniero raised his hand to block the sunlight. He looked into the distance and whispered to himself, It's time to prepare to leave this place. He looked at the path in the distance. This is not a place where one can stay for long. Too harsh. The villagers below were pleading, with the soldiers not to take their food away. Raniero only looked on with a cold, pensive face. Suddenly, Serafina appeared and spoke. O great tyrant of the god Actylus. Raniero turned back coldly. Ah, I wondered who was coming. So it's the Saintess. Meanwhile, Angelica sat dazed on the bed. It's strange. Why hasn't there been any news from Serafina for several days? Has she still not met Raniero? I want to go find her myself, but I don't dare go outside. If Eden is right, it seems Serafina is avoiding the Emperor. What if she continues to avoid meeting the Emperor? No, that can't happen. Even though I know it's selfish, I didn't tell her the whole story. In principle, to prevent the possibility of Serafina running away, I hid the obsession that Raniero would show her. I only talked about the future where Eden would die if the two of them met. Raniero will definitely take Serafina away. If Serafina reaches Actylus and kills Raniero, then in that moment, I will secretly take Serafina out, straight to the shelter. Oh, my head hurts. But why has Eden disappeared since that day? Eden said that Serafina must leave before killing the Emperor. Suddenly, she heard a rumbling sound outside. She pulled back the curtain and peeked out. What is that? Why is it so noisy out there? When she saw that it was the Actylus army outside, Angelica gasped in shock. Oh, the Actylus army! They are all retreating. Angelica tried to stop her hands from trembling. Did those two finally meet? Serafina must have left already, right? I must meet Eden. Eden has been outside this whole time. Eden will be able to tell me what happened. Seeing the monks, Angelica gasped and asked them, The Emperor has left, right? Everyone looked gloomy. That means, is this proof that Serafina has already left this place? Thank you all for helping to hide me during this time. Angelica was astonished. To think that when I saw the despairing faces of the monks, I actually felt relieved. That's right. If Serafina and Raniero have gone off together, at least I've avoided the worst-case scenario. I am truly terrible. So incredibly selfish. She spoke up again. May I ask where Eden is? Seeing that they remained silent, she continued, I have something I want to ask Eden. Why is everyone staying silent? If not, it can wait until later. The sound of a door opening suddenly rang out. Angelica's body froze. Footsteps echoed behind her. She glanced back and saw Serafina. The person she thought had gone with Raniero was still here. Serafina, why? Why are you here? The monks. Expressions changed when they heard Angelica speak. Angelica's voice trembled. You haven't met Raniero yet? Why? Eden is going to die. I told you that. She explained. It's not like that. I met him. But nothing happened. Nothing happened? I asked you to kill him. Serafina softly called her name. Angelica. She questioned her. You didn't kill him? What the hell? Angelica seemed to lose her mind. Ha. What is going on? How is this any different from what was said before? Angelica, calm down. There were 10,000 Actylus troops there. If he were killed here, do you know what would happen? Angelica yanked her hand away from Serafina. No. Is that true? The Emperor really saw you. And nothing happened? Really? Angelica, what was supposed to happen? In the end, Angelica burst into loud laughter. Everyone, is this really true? Tell me, has Serafina met Raniero yet? What did I risk my life to come here for? Why did I decide to flee to this sacred land? Of Tunia? At the back of the book, the author's note said that the immutable law of this world is that the tyrant of Actilus will become absolutely obsessed with the saintess of Tunia. The relationships between the characters around them, even the power struggles, no matter how much they change, that truth will never change, even if the heir of Actilus originally loved someone else, because it is destiny. But, they said that it wouldn't change. They said that it would never change. If I had known this choice was a mistake, would not have risked running away. I would not have betrayed Raniero. When he returns to Actilus and comes to his senses, he will know that I betrayed him. He will be angry, right? Of course he will be angry. He certainly won't leave me in peace. Serafina looked at Angelica sitting on the ground. Her body was trembling, making her feel worried. Because she was so terrified, Angelica became unable to breathe. Cough, cough! Serafina rushed over. Angelica, calm down, don't worry too much. Surely there will be another way. These words seemed to wake Angelica up. She muttered, Another way? What way? Is there really one? What should I do? Serafina looked at her without understanding. That's right, after all, it was Eden who told me to come here. Angelica, calm down for now. Where is Eden? Angelica. Eden, now she screamed. Where is Eden? Eden. I must meet Eden immediately. The Archbishop shouted, Stop it, doing that is useless anyway. Follow me. I will lead you to meet Eden. Walking along the hallway, the Archbishop led her to the door of the room where Eden was being held. When the door opened, she urgently called out, Eden! Something terrible has happened. She choked up, unable to form a sentence. Something terrible. Eden asked anxiously, What's wrong? Is there a deviation? The principal. His emperor did not take Serafina away. Serafina didn't meet the emperor. She already met him. She met him. But the book you brought said so, right? That's right. It's written like that. Sob. But it has deviated. Calm down, stop crying. We missed the opportunity this time. But it's not just a missed opportunity. He didn't go crazy over Serafina. He will come for me. What should I do now? Am I going to die here? I have to pull myself together now. I cannot keep relying on Eden forever. Eden is a person who prioritizes interest and efficiency over loyalty. He might even use those around him as tools, if necessary. I am not much different. Angelica stepped off the bed. I have to go. Eden stopped her. Go where? I must go back. I must return to the Imperial Palace and act as if nothing happened. Can you get back before the Actilus army? This made Angelica freeze. In reality, that's impossible. So what should I do? You aren't the one involved, so you can stay calm. But it's not like that for me. When the situation deviates from the principles, you will surely find another way. And if in that new way I become an obstacle, you could eliminate me at any time. Eden? He looked at her in stunned silence, not expecting her to have such thoughts. Therefore, I will also find a way that I can take. If I just stand still, I will surely be caught by him and die in pain. Eden wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Angelica, At this moment, Serafina appeared and interrupted. I don't know exactly what is happening, but Angelica, you said it took you 17 days to get here, right? Then the Emperor's army will also take a similar amount of time. It only takes 17 days. If they go there and return immediately, it will take another 17 days. So we have more than a month of time, don't we? Angelica looked at her in silence. Serafina hugged Angelica to comfort her. I didn't realize that your plan not going as expected would cause such a big problem. I'm sorry. Even though I panicked and screamed in terror, she still calmed me down. As my mind settled, remorse and shame flooded in. Actually, this isn't Serafina's fault. I was the one who hid information and sneakily pushed her into a dangerous situation. Serafina whispered, and I forgive you for everything you and Eden did to push me into a corner. I forgive it all. She already knew everything. Serafina. I could feel that she was suppressing her emotions. Serafina tried to act calm to reassure me, the one who was panicking, but she herself was also caught in a storm of emotions. As if she couldn't bear it anymore, she turned and ran away. I called out after her, Serafina! But Eden stopped me. Angelica, let the saintess think alone for a moment. First, let's think of a solution together. I know I must take responsibility. I won't let you die. At that time, the Actilus army finally withdrew empty-handed. Their morale was completely shattered. They conquered with high expectations, but the result was nothing, even with the loss of manpower. Ronaldo led the army, blaming himself. I should have tried a little harder. No, due to the frost and exhaustion, some soldiers lost their lives. If we continued to hold out, perhaps even more troops would be lost. The voice that once stirred my mind was now silent. No victory, no enemy heads, only a boring journey on foot. Raniero sighed. Ha, how annoying. The image of Angelica appeared in his mind. Hearing someone's voice might make the mood better. Raniero softly called her name Angel. She said she would go to Count Docino's territory. Raniero told the soldiers, I will split off from here. The soldiers looked at him in silence and replied, See you at the capital, Your Majesty. Angelica, my Angelica, I will finally see you again. I wonder if you'll be surprised that I returned earlier than expected. But then you'll have to hear me complain about everything. I was very frustrated because I couldn't go to battle. But in return, I can tease Angelica a lot. And you will also say you love me very much. So much that you'll get tired of it. I wonder if you could ever get tired of those words. After that, he arrived at Count Docino's territory. Acuvella and the man beside her knelt down in fear. Raniero glared at them and asked, What was that? She said fearfully, Your Majesty, the Empress is currently missing. He asked back, What? Acuvella urgently pointed toward the soldiers holding Sylvia. Fortunately, instead, we have captured the maids who served the Empress. Closely, I have brought them here. They were also present when the Empress disappeared. So if we interrogate them, we will surely find out something. Raniero looked at her coldly and asked, Missing? Missing? How is this? She trembled with fear. It's over. His gaze is no longer normal. It would be better if Duchess Neymar were here now. She helped capture Zeeson and Sylvia, but she did not show readiness to assist. At a higher level in this territory. That's right, she is keeping herself away from danger. Huh, right? Did someone kidnap the Empress? He grabbed the man's collar and lifted him up. The Empress was kidnapped? You fools failed to protect her. So now she is no longer here, right? Your Majesty, who would be so bold as to kidnap the Empress? Sylvia, tied up and kneeling on the ground, interrupted. There's no way it was a kidnapping. The Empress ran away on her own. Raniero threw the man down. My wife, does she want to die? Running away? What? Sylvia laughed gleefully and looked at him mockingly. What's wrong? Always acting so superior and standing above everyone else. Not this time, right? Angelica unlos actilis, was it? Hearing these words, he stared at her in stunned silence. No, not anymore. Raniero's hand trembled as he reached to draw his sword. Sylvia continued to speak. She isn't an actilis anymore, is she? Raniero raised his sword and pointed it at Sylvia. She continued, I'll say it one more time. What's the matter, Raniero? Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? She repeated the words Raniero didn't want to hear. The Empress wasn't kidnapped. She ran away on her own. Don't you feel insecure? You love your Empress, to the point that you don't want to face the truth. She fled because she was so terrified. He didn't want to hear anymore and growled, Shut up. The life of another person, perhaps to you, has always been just a game. Playing to your heart's content, then when bored, you can just abandon them. It's just like that. You played with me. You found it amusing when I resisted in despair. Now it's your turn, Raniero Actilis. He suddenly spoke. The smile on Sylvia's face stiffened in confusion. Right, the winter hunt is the winter hunt. Perhaps my wife needs a larger hunting ground. This is the entertainment she has arranged. If not, she wouldn't have left even her closest servant behind. I will consider it a provocation. Sishin looked at him in shock. But the Empress loves me, so... Sylvia burst out laughing. Haha, love, the Empress has never loved you. She did not hesitate to expose this self-delusion. She only thought about escaping the whole time. Raniero refuted her words. No, you don't understand her. Angelica doesn't know how to lie. Sylvia smirked and replied, Really? Then the truth has been proven now. The thing you can do... KKK. Seeing she had succeeded in making Raniero go mad, she provoked him. Are you going to kill me? Kill me. I'm ready to die. Then your wife will fear you even more. Kill me and then go find your wife. Tell her that you killed Sylvia. Tell her you killed the poor servant who was captured. Instead of the Empress. Raniero's voice trembled. No, she continued to speak. The Empress never loved you. Raniero weakly protested, but she wouldn't let up. What the Empress had for you was not love. Raniero could only cry out, No. It was fear. Raniero was stunned, not wanting to believe this. No. In Raniero's mind, Angelica's voice appeared. I love you. Right, that's right. You said that. Those words couldn't have been a lie. How could you ever dare to lie to me? Angelica cannot lie. Even if she did lie, it would be very easy to see through. Sylvia smirked. How foolish, Raniero. You only believe it because you want to believe it. You know it yourself, don't you? Every moment she appeared with a face full of terror. What do you know? You know nothing about Angelica. How lovely Angelica's face looked. The look in Angelica's eyes when she said those words. The sword in Raniero's hand fell. He stood there like a person who had lost his soul. It can't be. The sinister tongue of that maidservant. That girl twisted my wrist tightly and dealt a powerful blow. She didn't stop, but continued to speak even more excitedly. As long as she is terrified, you will never have her love. Those words of love were just lies, aimed at distracting me. They were just a lie, to escape from me out of fear. Even if I don't want to believe it, it is the truth. There are too many moments that I can hardly deny or ignore. Raniero collapsed to his knees, according to his nature. I should have finished both of them off long ago. Since they insulted the Emperor, I should have done so. But if I do that, I will only be sowing more fear for Angelica. Just like that woman said, fear is never your good friend. Fear has continuously destroyed you. If I am fear to you, perhaps your fate is to escape from me. But I don't want that. Never have I let go of anything I desired to conquer. Plundering, seizing, those things have always accompanied me for a very long time. I must bring you back. You surely will never think that you can escape from me forever, because you know well how stubborn I am. So even if you are caught again, you probably won't be surprised. That's right, even if she is afraid, Angelica dared to oppose me. Now, perhaps she is terrified of the consequences of what she has done. If so, I will show her. It's simple. I just need to show her that there is no need to be afraid. Sylvia and Jason were confused witnessing this scene. Acuvella stared at Raniero, assessing the Emperor, who had slumped down. Raniero thought to himself, show her that the maids and everyone are safe, and let her know that I am not angry. I will soothe her and hold her. After thinking everything through, Raniero said cheerfully, I will chase after her and bring her back. And then just forgive her. The matter of the Empress fleeing could become a piece of nonsense gossip, troublesome, and bringing disgrace upon her. So all of this can be considered a winter hunting game. There is no serious problem at all. This is just a fun game. A winter hunting game prepared for me by my Angelica. Thinking this, Raniero burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. So interesting, truly interesting. Sylvia looked at Raniero with eyes of disgust, as he cackled, silently cursing him. Madman. A few days later, Angelica sat on the bed and sighed. I haven't eaten or slept properly for several days. Has he realized it by now? The thought of him rushing here makes me anxious. In the end, why did the principle change? Ultimately, the cruel fate surrounding Serafina has returned to me. Of course, the fact that I am bearing her fate does not mean it is her fault. The one in the wrong here is me. I tried to evade it and dump everything onto Serafina, yet she knew everything and still forgave Eden and me. She met with the Archbishop and the captain of the Holy Knights to request the cancellation of Eden's ban. Even though she is no longer very close to me, the priests in this place are nonetheless taking in the fugitive empress from the Actilus Empire like a time bomb. At least they somewhat live up to the name of the temple of the Goddess of Mercy. A knock was heard at the door. Serafina and Eden walked in. Angelica. She said nothing, just looking at the two of them. Angelica spoke softly. According to the principle, there is one person not allowed in here. Eden avoided her gaze and replied, but the owner of the room gave permission. In recent days, Eden seems to have noticed my sudden lethargy. He said in a firm voice, I will not let you die. Surely those words truly caught me by surprise. But I have to pull myself together anyway. Eden could change his mind at any time. I don't even have Season anymore. He said, I've come to talk about the matter of the Emperor. The Emperor won't be able to lead an army here, right? Eden explained, even if he is fine. The Knights are no longer healthy either. We have a chance. The combat power of the Holy Knights on our side is not bad either. Serafina just sat there in silence with a heavy expression. Eden comforted Angelica and then analyzed. Perhaps there's no need to be too pessimistic. If you consider that an emperor who has overworked for over a month and a half is being lured into our territory, she cried out in astonishment. Huh? Is Eden thinking about defeating Raniero? That's strange. Eden is not usually that optimistic. Even if he is alone, one cannot ignore the blessing Raniero received from Actilus, the god of war. It's far too reckless. Even though, perhaps Eden just wanted to comfort me. But is it? After thinking, she hesitantly asked, do we really have to fight against a person like that? Eden asked back, if we don't fight, then what? She blankly replied, Eden spoke again. I intended to persuade the captain of the Holy Knights to prepare for arming ourselves. But if you don't truly want to, then I will also... She interrupted. No, I understand. As a defense mechanism against the Emperor. In that moment, I let the words slip. It's true, the tyrant of Actilus. How could everything be resolved with words? And then hearing this, she thought to herself, that's right. I almost forgot. In the plan, there can be no talk of reconciliation. Anyway, we have a clear reason to kill Raniero. Heavy raindrops fell upon the sanctuary. Serafina and Angelica stood before the statue of the god. Dear God, your servant is here. What is this? She prayed with full devotion. Please grant guidance to this lost soul. Help me find the right path. Why am I praying together with Serafina? Her prayer slowly echoed. Please protect us and accompany us with iron determination. Now, you and your saintess have been bound more deeply. Is this a dream? She softly called. Angelica. She suddenly said, I'm sorry. Angelica asked in confusion. Yes, what is it? Suddenly, she squeezed Angelica's neck, making her eyes widen in shock. Serafina's voice suddenly said, I have arrived. I am on my way. Wait for me, Angelica. At this, Angelica woke up from the nightmare. She was gasping for breath, her body covered in cold sweat. What is this? This dream is… Beside her, Serafina asked worriedly. Angelica, are you okay? Goodness, you're sweating so much. Suddenly, a strange blue light appeared in Angelica's eyes. Did I dream of something? Was it a nightmare? After saying that, she suddenly ran off, leaving Serafina surprised. Where are you going, Angelica? She panted and said, No, what is happening? It felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck inside Angelica's head. Around her body, it was as if a stream of light surrounded her. She looked straight at Serafina and said, It's not. Serafina looked at her in bewilderment and confusion. Standing with her back to the statue of the goddess, Angelica whispered, You are not the sword of Tunya, Serafina covered her mouth in shock, looking at Angelica, whose entire body was emitting a strange aura. And she continued to say, I don't know who you really are, but I only know one thing for sure. You are not that person. Why do I keep knowing these things? The feeling of certainty comes from somewhere inexplicable. And again, a voice rang out in her head. The plan for the sword has failed. She reached up to hold her head. What does this mean again? The plan for the sword? She groaned and said, My head. It feels like it's about to explode. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open. In her pupils, the figure of Raniero riding a horse appeared. He was riding at full speed, flying forward. A voice rang in his ear. Raniero? Raniero. That mysterious person seemed to want to stop him. Don't go, listen to me. It's a trap, Raniero. Raniero, going back a few days ago. Raniero leaned his head against Jason's trembling body. He asked, Why didn't she take you with her? If it wasn't you, then who did she take? You intentionally went south and revealed your face in crowded places. You must have known that. Doing so would draw the attention of the investigation forces in that direction. As for my wife, she went north, didn't she? Easy, too easy. Capturing clues from someone's breathing or trembling is just that easy. But how did Angelica outsmart someone like me? She always acted sweet and clung to me, without a hint of discomfort, yet she didn't love me at all. Thinking of this made him angry, and he grabbed Season by the neck. Your master has abandoned you. Your master has betrayed you. So what is the point of you being so stubborn? She endured the pain and replied, Yes, my princess. The master of my life. That person changed long ago. But no matter how she changes, I will always be by her side. No matter how many times I'm betrayed, I will still trust and be deceived. Her faith and my loyalty will never change. Faith? Isn't trusting a liar a foolish act? I also told myself I would forgive and embrace Angelica, but I won't be able to trust her anymore. However, this maid declares that, no matter what Angelica is like, she will always tolerate her. Is that love? Greater, deeper, and wider? Why do I feel like I'm losing? I want to win. How can I torture her to the point where she betrays Angelica? Or perhaps wouldn't it be easier to just kill her? Season's body trembled. Suddenly, the memory of that day haunted him again. Damn it! Try killing her. Tell her that you killed the poor maid. Who was caught instead of her? Then your wife will fear you even more. The Empress doesn't love you. The Empress… Raniero flinched and let go. Season screamed in fear. Ah, that voice echoed in Raniero's mind again. She is afraid of you. His hand, raised in the air, trembled. Raniero's entire body shook as if he had suffered a great blow. Sunset fell. Covella stood behind him, reporting, According to your orders, I have checked the list of people passing through the North Gate. About a month ago, a couple of unknown origin passed through the North Gate. A couple? Acavella broke into a sweat, terrified by his tone. He pondered and analyzed. A couple. Porters heading north. That's right, but that wasn't an illusion. Everyone there already knew. So everyone knew all along. Prepare the horses immediately, and the bows and arrows as well. She hurriedly replied, Yes, yes! Then she turned and ran quickly. The thought of Angelica and Eden being intimate with each other made him feel like he was going crazy, walking around like a couple. How cute. At this time, over at the Temple of Tunya, the Archbishop was also worried that the power of Actilus would grow stronger and stronger. Isn't that right? Raniero is on his way here. The Archbishop turned his head upon hearing that. He no longer has any of the pure enthusiasm of the old days. Eden, you. He looked at him coldly and continued. Now is the chance to destroy Actilus. If the tyrant dies, Actilus will also weaken. You have changed a lot. Eden, Bishop, now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Yes, I understand your heart is impatient, but how can I order the Holy Knights to prepare to stand against the Emperor of Actilus? For whom did we block the waves? Wanting to repay a favor is fine, but by doing so, we might all die. Eden reminded him. The emperor's mood when he arrives here will surely be bad. He will blame us for hiding the empress. You are the one who brought the empress here, and yet you dare say that? Eden, also known as Father Soo-hyun, is someone who originally had a quiet heart. Most of the time, his heart is terrifyingly still, like a sea without a breeze. Although his reasons are somewhat different from Raniero's, he regards everyone as if they were thin air. However, Angelica is somewhat different, because she comes from the same world as him. The archbishop frowned and said, "Enough! Eden! Bishop! The fact that the empress is a little more precious than others is what matters. So, do you intend to abandon the empress?" Eden thought to himself. The fact that the empress is a little more precious than others is what matters. Between Angelica and the people in the Temple of Tunya, if he had to choose between the two, Eden would naturally choose the former. There was no special reason for it. In this world, other than her, no one could create such a deep sense of empathy with Eden. Even if she might not be that important to him, being more important than others, that is what matters. At this point, Eden asked, "Will you abandon the empress?" If you intended to abandon the empress, you should have done it early on while the emperor was still here. Perhaps you shouldn't have accepted her from the very beginning. She is a kind and pitiful person. The archbishop asked, "Do you really think so?" Even though it didn't quite suit him, he tried to appeal to compassion. "In my opinion, you are just making excuses to get what you want. But even so, what I said was not a lie, starting with the fact that this is our opportunity. Angelica, the Empress of Actilis, she is nothing special, just an ordinary woman. Because she was afraid of losing her own interests, she closed her eyes and ignored injustice. She also intended to use others as a shield, to avoid danger. But at the same time, she also knows how to feel sorrow for the misfortunes of others, a person who is both selfish and ordinary. I don't know what that person is plotting, but the saintess almost became a sacrifice. Thinking back, it is infuriating. To the point that a petty person cannot even get angry. Due to fear? That's also true. The archbishop called out, "Eden?" He replied, "Speak. On the day the Actilis troops left this place, didn't you find the empress's actions suspicious?" Eden was silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "So you plan to abandon her just for that reason?" "As far as I know, the saintess has already forgiven her. I just offered one more excuse. The mind has already decided, and the reasons only follow after. So I want to say that, no matter how much you object, you won't be able to persuade me. I have made my decision. Therefore, there will be no gathering of the holy knights for the Empress of Actilis." Eden asked, "Can you tell me the reason?" "Because your plan was originally to gather the holy knights to punish the Emperor of Actilis." Eden clenched his fists. "So, you were prepared to oppose everything I said?" "Actually, there is another excuse. Even if all of our holy knights charged in together, they could not win. Didn't you see it during the extermination of the beasts? No matter how many opponents there are, they won't win. On the battlefield or anywhere else, that is his domain. Stop talking about excuses. The point is that you have decided not to accept my plan, regardless of what it is, right? If so, could it be that the saintess told you to do so? In any case, your plan will fail." "My plan will fail? Because that is the god's will?" Not long after, Eden held his face and said, "He won't cooperate, and there's no logical reason for it. It's just because it's my plan." Eden, calm down. Eden stood up abruptly. "Do you know what the archbishop said? He was prepared just to oppose everything, simply because it was my plan." "Do you know what the reason is?" Angelica thought to herself. "How should I know?" Eden continued, "It's because Serafina told him to do so." "Serafina?" she said. "God has given a mission stating that my plan will fail. Therefore, she told him to oppose everything I say." Having said this, Eden angrily punched the wall. "It's absurd! What the hell are they saying? That they must oppose my plan so it fails? They don't want to listen to me? That's God's will? If that's the case, what is that kind of God even for?" Angelica was worried. He's truly furious. True, it's also very frustrating. No matter how I act, everything leads to an end that someone else has predetermined. In the end, it's just like me. I can't change anything. Especially for Eden, who has firm belief in himself. This must be very unpleasant. With Eden's personality, it will be difficult for him to endure. No matter what he intends to do, the plan will eventually. Suddenly, she remembered something. "Wait, the plan for the sword will fail. So Eden, are you the sword of Tunya?" "What?" "The plan for the sword will fail. A few days ago in the prayer room, that intuition was no different from the words of the god Tunya. My failure has been predetermined. It is the will of God, and I cannot change that." She thought to herself, "I don't like that either. But it's coming. Soon it will be taken away." What was that last sentence? In my head, a voice conveys certainty, and it has never been wrong. Thinking of this image, Angelica clenched her fists and stood up abruptly, saying, "Eden, let's do this together. Eden immediately nodded in agreement. Angelica placed her hand on her chest and continued. I will lure him. Let Actilus shed blood, then go to the old sanctuary. Open the door together, and return together. The scene shifts to another place, where the temple is gloomy and the sound of horse hooves echoes. A man appeared. The archbishop was also present there. Feet slowly stepped inside. Raniero stood still, his sharp gaze asking, Where is my wife? The archbishop frowned and said, The empress has left. Raniero asked in a cold voice, When? A few hours ago. Raniero asked further, Where to? The archbishop replied, The northern ruins. Then hand over the saintess. Everyone was astonished upon hearing that. But didn't I just tell you? The location of the empress? Shut your mouth. This is the price for daring to deceive me when I came here. Impossible, that is absurd. You hid my most precious thing in your hands. Therefore, I will take away your most precious thing. Inside the sanctuary, Serafina stood before the statue of the god. Suddenly, she froze. In her eyes, an image appeared. Raniero was spurring his horse, flying forward. A mysterious voice echoed in her ear. He is close. Soon, the tyrant of Actilus. Suddenly, Serafina saw Angelica lying sprawled on the floor. She approached and called out to Angelica, Angel! But responding to her was that mysterious voice. The tyrant of Actilus will arrive here in 3 days. Remember that well. He, Actilus, will take her away. At this exact moment, a hand reached out from behind Serafina, then quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her away. Everyone pleaded, Wait, please have mercy, tyrant of Actilus! Please spare the saintess, he set a condition. If I can win back my Angelica safely, then I will spare this woman. But if I cannot find her, or if I must take her back in an imperfect state, then this woman will not be safe either. The archbishop and everyone else remained silent. As he took Serafina away, they finally cried out, Saintess Serafina! She turned back and whispered, It's okay. After all, I am not her. Because Raniero dragged her along at a breakneck speed, she gasped, Your Majesty, wait, slow down. Raniero turned back and glared, but did not answer. Raniero was extremely excited. Forgiveness, trust. There were times he felt envious of those things. But now those things no longer mattered to him, because the voice that once warned Raniero that it was a trap now continued to fan the flames of superior strength and violent desire within him, as if wanting to quickly finish the task and return. His only concern, bringing Angelica back so that she can never escape again. At this moment, he and Angelica have met. He smirked and said, It has been a long time. Did you prepare all this for me? Angelica aimed an arrow straight at him. He spoke again. I am very happy, Angelica. If this is the entertainment you have prepared for me, then I am ready to comply. He drew his bow and aimed back at her. Come, let us see who will be the one to end this. And just like that, the two faced each other with deadly arrows. After the time spent apart, she trembled and thought to herself, Because I have had to observe every move of Raniero for the past half year, I can recognize this. On the outside, he seems very calm, but in reality, he has completely lost his reason. His gaze is like it's piercing through and stabbing into me. Even though I spoke to Eden in a formal manner, I am truly terrified. Right now, I just want to kneel and beg for forgiveness immediately. I want to say that I was wrong, that I love him. I want to be kissed by him and taken back to the palace. I just want to turn this into a small mistake and end it right here. But it has gone too far to go back now. My legs are shaking and tears are falling like rain. I must keep his gaze fixed on me so that his eyes only look at me, so that he focuses all his senses on me. So please, she closed her eyes tightly. Please don't notice. Let everything end here. Suddenly, at this moment, Eden appeared behind Raniero. By the time Raniero managed to realize it, the quiver of arrows on him fell in disarray. His hand accidentally released the arrow. Meanwhile, Angelica was still lost in her thoughts. There would be no turning back anymore. At this point, she opened her eyes and couldn't help but be shocked at the sight of Eden, using a sword to stab Raniero. Angelica gasped in panic, covering her mouth. Eden used his strength to thrust the sword hard. Blood sprayed from Raniero's body. He immediately collapsed to the ground, above. Angelica also slumped down. She cried out in pain, Ah! Sob! Because Raniero's arrow from earlier had accidentally struck her leg. She blurted out, It hurts so much! What is happening? Is Raniero dead? She gripped the arrow and snapped it off. At this moment, Eden, wounded in the shoulder, called out, Angelica! We must quickly go to the door. Can you stand up? Help me a little. Eden reassured her. Try to endure just a little longer. When you return to the body of that world, you will no longer feel pain. Just like that, she left Raniero behind, there with a gaze full of hateful fire, and departed. The two went inside to find that door. Both of them looked exhausted. Eden's eyes narrowed. The scene from earlier flashed in his mind as he stabbed Raniero from behind. Eden suddenly spoke up, saying, "It's over. He is surely dead. I stabbed him precisely in the neck." Angelica dazedly replied, "I see." She wondered to herself, is Raniero really dead? It felt so strange. Unclear emotions kept swirling deep within her mind. Was it the relief of knowing that now she could truly escape? Was it the joy of no longer having to be afraid? Or was it a subtle sadness that could only be felt? When focusing intently, what on earth is this feeling? At this point, she asked, "That door is here, right?" The two stood silently in the middle of the vast room. Her eyes widened as she looked forward. She couldn't see anything. "But it must be here, shouldn't it?" "Eden," firmly he said, "I will open it." After speaking, he reached his hand toward the door. His lips were pressed tight with extreme nervousness. After waiting for a long time, Angelica still saw nothing happening. She spoke up and asked, "Eden, what's wrong?" He replied in shock, "It won't open." "Actilus has shed blood, but for what reason? Is it because of the sword of Tunia? Because I am the sword of Tunia, I failed? Just because I have a destiny to fail? Is it because God has ordained it so? No matter how hard I tried, it didn't matter. Just because my fate was to fail?" Eden kicked the door violently. "But I fulfilled all the conditions anyway. How can it be this absurd? Damn it, bastard!" Angelica seemed to realize something. She thought to herself, it's not that Eden didn't meet the conditions. Suddenly, she blurted out, "No, he's not dead yet." Hearing that, Eden looked at her in astonishment. She spoke again with certainty. "He's still alive." Eden snapped his head toward the door. "I stabbed him in the neck." He couldn't possibly have survived. But Raniero was truly approaching with his sword flashing as it scraped against the floor, making Angelica extremely terrified. Raniero gripped his sword tightly. "My Angelica." He raised the sword high, aiming at Eden. "The hunt is over. Your effort is commendable." But at this moment, someone entered through the door. That person was Serafina. Raniero continued his words. "Let's stop here." Angelica's gaze became panicked. Images from the original work appeared. Serafina holding Eden as he was killed by Raniero. She was screaming in immense pain. Suddenly, Angelica stepped forward to shield Eden while shouting loudly. "No!" This action left Eden astonished. She stood before Raniero's blade and pleaded, "No, please!" She wondered to herself, what on earth am I doing? But she still pleaded, "Please stop." Raniero, with a dark expression, asked, "Are you afraid? Are you afraid he'll be in danger?" "The one currently seriously injured is me. The one who made me like this is him. But are you still only afraid of me?" Hearing this, Angelica was speechless and did not answer. She looked at Raniero's neck. She was shocked. She realized to herself that the wound was recovering rapidly. I must be crazy to have dared to think I could kill someone like this. To think that stabbing him with a knife could kill him. Suddenly, Raniero dropped his sword. He placed his hand on Angelica's shoulder and pushed her aside. Seeing this, Eden couldn't help but feel terrified. Raniero rushed forward like lightning and pinned him down. He clenched his fist and punched Eden hard. Angelica was pushed down to the ground. She watched the scene before her with her mouth agape. Raniero frantically punched Eden in the face. She reached out her hand and begged, "Stop it. Enough, please stop." She crawled over and grabbed Raniero's clothes. "I was wrong, please forgive me." Hearing that, Raniero stopped. He turned back to look at her and asked, "You seem quite worried, don't you? Worried that he'll die?" His gaze dropped and his lips were pressed thin. He grabbed her hand and placed it on his own neck. "Look, Angelica, look here, I am also injured." She trembled and cried out, Let go!" then screamed, "Ah!" Raniero continued, "He also hurt me. I am in pain too. And yet, are you only afraid of me?" He grabbed her waist and pulled her close. "Huh? Tell me, am I that scary?" She could only cry out, "Uh-huh," and let out sounds of fear. She observed Eden lying behind them, still alive. But if things continued like this, he might die. Is it possible that both of us will end like this? If Serafina took action, perhaps everything would be resolved. The only person granted power by God to be able to kill the tyrant of Actilus, the Saintess of Tunia. Damn it. I should have just run away earlier, instead of doing these useless things. Thinking of this, she suddenly spoke up. "Kill me. You won. Congratulations, Raniero." Hearing that, he set her down. He approached his sword and slowly picked it up. Meanwhile, Angelica closed her eyes tightly, waiting for him to strike. Her body trembled with fear. But Raniero carefully hoisted the sword onto his shoulder. He picked her up, which surprised her. What? She thought. "What are you planning to do? Aren't you going to kill me right away? Like Serafina in the original work, imprisoning and killing me slowly?" As they passed by, she saw Serafina, but she chose to huddle against the wall to avoid them. Angelica silently cried out, "Please, Serafina! Even if it's late, please come here and kill Raniero, I beg of you." As Raniero carried Angelica away, she rushed inside. She worriedly called out, "Eden!" Her tears fell. They had been here before. It should have been like that. She softly touched his face. It should have, Serafina screamed emotionally. Your life should have been preserved like this. Your life should have been saved like that. The scream was so loud that it echoed outside. Angelica suddenly froze. She wondered to herself, what was that sound? She spoke up again, pleading, please put me down. Just let me hear that story for a moment. Let me hear the Saintess's story for just a moment. Your Majesty? Seeing that he didn't answer, she thought, it's hopeless. He isn't listening to me at all. There are so many things I want to ask. The day I first met Serafina, the day I woke up after fainting and was invited to a meal by her, the day she heard my plea to kill Raniero, the day she told me there was a book of prophecy. At that time, she clearly acted like someone who knew nothing. But could it have been like that? Why did she say those things? As if she had the memories of the original work. I'm sorry. That's right. She definitely said that to me. Yes, I believe it all. If it is you. So I am sorry that she said that. She was also hiding something from me. I think it's fair. So after all, what is she hiding from me? The next morning, warm rays of sunlight shone on the snow. The archbishop and the people at the temple stood outside waiting. Seeing the two approaching, the archbishop asked, Tyrant and Serafina? His tears fell profusely. How is Serafina, our saintess? Raniero ignored him and said, the empress has been injured. Prepare the best room. Angelica frowned, silently blaming him. Whose fault is that? But first, Serafina. He interrupted. If I have to say it a third time, everyone will die. Quickly lead the way to the room. Well, first, it's this way. No, that place seems to be the best. Emperor, your majesty, your majesty. Your majesty, that room won't do, your majesty. That is the saintess's room. Suddenly, the blonde man froze. Angelica was set down by Raniero. She looked at him and signaled. At the old sanctuary, they are there. Both Serafina and Eden are there. But if there's a delay, Eden might die. The situation is very critical. What about the saintess? Is the saintess safe? She thought. No one cares about Eden, he replied. She's safe. As long as Serafina is safe, that's enough. He happily ran off to inform the archbishop. The saintess. At this moment, only Raniero and Angelica remained in the room. Both were silent for a moment. Suddenly, Raniero asked, Eden, are you worried about him? Is he that important to you? What are you thinking? He looked down at her foot. Don't be afraid, I haven't killed him yet. To be honest, I wanted to kill him on the spot. But you are afraid of things like that, aren't you? So I restrained myself. As he spoke, Raniero touched the arrow. She glared in disgust and said, Let go! Let go! He spoke again. I have thought about you that much. Yet you only thought about running away. At this point, Raniero decisively pulled the arrow out of Angelica's leg, making her scream in agony. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, her hands clenching the bedsheet. Then she slumped down. I was wrong. Please just kill me. If you're going to kill me, do it now. Hurry up, Raniero asked pensively. So why did you run away from me? She didn't answer, but kept saying she was sorry. He gently stroked Angelica's hair. Because you're afraid? I heard that was the case, but the day you are no longer afraid of me will surely never come, because you fear my origin, as well as the blessing I received. So for someone like you to stop running away, what should I do then? You want me to kill you? I'm sorry, but no way. I have no intention of killing you. I simply want to keep you by my side. The next morning, rays of sunlight filtered into the room. Angelica lay quietly in Raniero's arms. Raniero looked at her without taking his eyes off her. He was deep in thought. Strange, I clearly told you straight out that I didn't want to kill you. Yet why are you so terrified? You even fainted. What should I do? Angelica says you fear me so much that you had to run. Even when you don't look afraid, you're always thinking of running away. If the day you face me without fear never comes, then what? Shouldn't I make it so that you can't run away anymore? Actually, just breaking one leg would be a very gentle solution for me. But even that, Angelica is so afraid of it that I had to give it up. Suddenly she groaned softly. Ugh, do you hate me that much? Then what should I do? Answer me. I don't understand anything at all, Angelica. I need to treat her and then take her away. Because I was afraid of you panicking. I even did things I've never done before. The one who rushed in to kill me first was him. Otherwise, how could an arrow have ended up in Angelica's ankle? I specifically spared that man's life. And yet Angelica continues to worry about him. As for me, you are still terrified of me. Compared to before, you fear me much more. Seeing the archbishop sitting in deep thought, Raniero suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder. He requested, treat my wife. See if the wound becomes serious. For a moment, I feel like everything is disgusting. The archbishop replied, I understand. Seeing him trembling, he thought to himself, is it fear again? There has never been a time when I felt like this, when being the object of fear. I never needed to guess the emotions of ants. Even if I didn't understand, it didn't stop me from playing with them. I thought that just by meeting Angelica, everything would become clear. But that wasn't the case at all. And it is precisely because it wasn't that I am angry. My destiny is to destroy and conquer everything. The favor of God is a privilege. Everyone envies that privilege and is ready to worship. To the followers of Actilus, fear and admiration are one. The more cruel and unforgiving one is, the more respect one receives. The more deeply one merges with Actilus, the more recovery and physical strength exceed all limits. The signs proving that God and I are closely bound are objects to be feared. But Angelica is afraid of even these things. Things like this regarding me and Angelica. It's all a mistake. These blessings. A voice suddenly rang in Raniero's head. Foolish one. Even after I helped him search for a woman, he dares to deny God's protection. Fool, fool, fool! At this, Raniero looked up to the sky. He coughed in pain and clutched his head, crying out, "Ah, ah, ah!" Damn it, the pain is getting more intense. Raniero's screams grew more frantic. At the same time, everyone asked concernedly, "Saintess, are you injured anywhere?" "I'm fine." "But Eden." Just as they were passing by Raniero's location, he immediately froze and then cast a sharp glare toward them. Everyone fell into silence. Raniero suppressed his agony. His body began to tremble. He looked at his hands and spoke. But Eden interrupted. "Raniero Actilus, even though I am human, you are a god and my destiny is to fail. Even so, I will continue to fight back. No one other than me dares to determine my own limits." "Your Majesty, you cannot do that," Raniero replied. "It seems you are ready. But I don't care about the preparations of someone like you." Eden faltered slightly, then laughed and said, "When you look down on everything, you will eventually have to pay the price." Raniero glared and asked, "What?" as he stepped closer. "What did you just say?" The words of Eden were no different from an insult to the divinity that Raniero had been granted. At the same time, it was like a mockery regarding the incident with Angelica. While he foolishly felt at ease and looked away, she had run away. That's right, that annoying woman. Even as her image appeared in his mind, the surge of murderous intent this time was even more intense than before. Why on earth? Why is it him? What is so special about that guy that she had to leave me and choose him as her companion? At this point, he angrily squeezed Eden's neck. "It's true that I was too merciful just now. I should have finished you off before." Saintess Seraphina cried out in panic. "Don't!" Raniero continued to squeeze his neck. "Then I wouldn't have had to listen to these arrogant words." Looking into Eden's eyes, the image of Sylvia suddenly appeared along with a challenge. "Go ahead and kill him. Then your wife will fear you even more. I told you so." He imagined the scene of Sylvia squeezing his own neck. At this moment, Eden cried out, "Ah, no, no," making Raniero snap out of it. He let him go, causing him to fall to the ground. Insolent fool. The one who dares to challenge the authority of God will pay a fitting price. Having said that, he turned and walked away dejectedly. Seraphina let out a sigh of relief seeing that. Inside the quiet room, Angelica lay on the bed with her foot bandaged. She was still immersed in a deep sleep. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open. Seeing the person in front of her, she called out in surprise. "Seraphina?" She asked, "Are you awake? Your wound has been treated by the Archbishop. You must have many things to ask me. You're confused, aren't you?" "Angelica, what are you hiding from me?" At first, I thought I was truly shameless. At that time, I hoped you would help. I thought that if Seraphina took action, everything might have been resolved. But then you knew everything, yet pretended not to know. She bitterly bit her lip, tears streaming down as she questioned Seraphina. Why didn't you kill him? You clearly knew what I went through in that old sanctuary. Don't you have enough power to kill that guy?" To me, it was pure fear, enough to erase all the affection I ever had for Raniero. Seraphina didn't answer her, but turned toward the cabinet. She asked, "What are you doing?" Seraphina said, "I have something I want to show you," and brought over a book. The book that I once intended to throw away, but found no way to do so. Even if I cast it away, tear it up, or burn it, it still appears in my room like a mark. Angelica thought to herself, "It looks like a book about magic." Suddenly, she realized something. "This is Eden," she smiled. "It seems you didn't need to waste your effort trying to reclaim the old sanctuary. Just searching the Saintess's room would have been enough." Thinking that, she asked, "So does this book have anything to do with you not killing Raniero?" Seraphina hesitated. "To explain that requires a bit of clarification. This world was born from the breath of law, and the gods were formed from the dreams of law. The gods cannot directly apply their power to the mortal realm. Only the believers who follow the gods' will can build the world based on those teachings. Everything that is happening to us now stems from the war of the gods. A god disturbed the order of the world. The god of slaughter, Actilus, was born. Endless war and carnage, until the world is destroyed. Actilus shows no sign of stopping. Therefore, the gods decided to destroy Actilus. Hearing this, Angelica's eyes showed great astonishment. Finally, one of the gods had to sacrifice themselves to bring back from law a weapon powerful enough to kill Actilus. The trade-off was a price to be paid: faith. That is the belief in and worship of the divinity. The gods only exist when there is the faith of believers. You cannot kill a god by physical means, but only when all those who believe disappear. That is when they lose their power. Gods only die when they lose their believers. Whether it is luck or misfortune is unclear, but the center of faith in Actilus has only one single representative. That infinite strength and endless victory are the very evidence of Actilus's blessing. Therefore, failure also means the collapse of faith in Actilus. At this point, Angelica asked, "Is there no way to kill the representative of Actilus? He is too strong." Seraphina lowered her face and replied, "That's right." Consequently, one of the gods had to engage in a dialogue with destiny, paid the price, and received a weapon. "So is that weapon," Seraphina continued, "it is exactly as you think. It is the Saintess of Tunia." Angelica continued to listen to Seraphina's words. God Tunia, who left his own children with arid land and offered all the fertile lands to others, this time also voluntarily paid the price on behalf of the other gods, who were afraid of facing destiny. He personally asked for the power from destiny to kill the representative of Actilus. Angelica said, "And the Saintess of Tunia is you." But what was the price that God Tunia paid to destiny? His most precious thing, human misfortune. The reason why Seraphina had to endure such a harsh winter. It's too cruel, even for destiny. It turns out, everything is the result of a transaction between destiny and the gods. Before the transaction is made, destiny will not reveal the price to be paid. The case of God Tunia was no exception. Angelica said in shock, "That's impossible. Shouldn't this have been handled by destiny's side? Since Actilus is rampaging and destroying the world, it should have dealt with it itself. Why does it have to go through such complicated methods?" But destiny does not consider the existence of Actilus a problem. In the eyes of destiny, the endless cycle of war is just a part of the giant gears. How absurd. Anyway, that is why I am forced to shoulder this, a fated role that I never wanted, and the book of prophecy that only you can read. Angelica, how far has it been written? Angelica hesitated to the scene where she beheads the emperor and walks away. So in the end, did that happen? After all, the emperor's army, the death of Eden, it all had to do with the gods. Maybe it was just a moment. But to me, it was a long, boring, and terrible period of time. While I was enduring that suffering, God Tunia never told me why. I had to suffer those things. I only knew how to pray to him as always, praying for peace to erase the resentment. But after Eden's death, I couldn't maintain my sanity. When I woke up, my disaster was dead. I had no idea that he could not die at the hands of others. I only performed the role that had been preordained, without even knowing it myself. I was empty. Both body and mind were exhausted, and I had nothing left. When I returned to the temple, my family comforted me, but they never came to save me from afar. I heard news of the fall of Actilus, but I didn't feel happy at all. I didn't want to hear or see anything. I just wanted to be alone. So I left for the old sanctuary where no one went anymore. As you know, at the old sanctuary, the only thing I could do was read damaged books. Instead of absorbing knowledge into my head, it was just glancing over each character. It was at that moment that I found what I just showed you. That book, as you can see, inside the book, there was a record of a type of incantation to turn back time. Why was the book lying there? I don't know either. Perhaps it was someone's joke. I immediately tried the incantation recorded in the book, and the incantation was successful. After that, I spoke to Destiny right away, saying that I wanted to turn back time to return to before these horrific events happened. To do that, a price had to be paid. It's just that the price would not be revealed beforehand. Even so, are you certain you want to fulfill your wish? Are you certain? The man I love, he died pointlessly trying to protect a girl he didn't love. If I can bring him back, if I can go back to the beginning. So Seraphina shouted, "I will do it! I will pay any price, no matter what it is." Destiny helped me fulfill my wish. Immediately, God Tunia handed down a command of reprimand. I dared to defy God's command. He was very disappointed in me. "I will never forgive you." He scolded me for not understanding the meaning of dealing with destiny. But strangely enough, I knew that he had also dealt with destiny before. In my heart, resistance arose. "Why can you impose such a cruel fate upon me?" I declared I would no longer submit to him. I would no longer fulfill my role as the saintess. And just like that, I lost my status as the saintess. I've been talking for quite a while. The key point is this. I am no longer the Saintess of Tunia. Therefore, the meeting between me and the Emperor no longer has any meaning, and I also do not have the ability to kill him. Seraphina's words left Angelica agape in shock. "Seraphina, what was the price that destiny took from you?" Seraphina answered honestly. "I knew Eden was no longer the person he was before. The price that destiny took from me was the destruction of the soul of the one I love, and this event created a butterfly effect. A new saintess of Tunia also had to be chosen. Angelica thought in shock. What does this mean? She means that for Seraphina to return, Eden's soul was dissipated, and that body was where Cha Soo-hyun entered? And even my entering this body, could it be that I am the saintess of Tunia? She cried out in disbelief. That's impossible! Angelica was originally not a believer of Tunia. It was like that last time, and it's like that this time. Seraphina, you're talking nonsense. I am just... Seraphina interrupted her. No, that's not it, Angelica. Think carefully. She silently recalled the mysterious voice that had reminded her. Walk toward the west. 1 hour. The fact that you began to have a strong faith acted as a guide. When did that happen, and under whose influence? As well as the place where you connect most strongly with that guidance. She countered. No way. It couldn't possibly be like that. I am truly sorry, Angelica. But Seraphina asserted, that person is you, God. Tunia has chosen you. The exact reason. Only he knows. The person who can destroy the tyrant of Actilus is no longer me, but you. She stubbornly said, Ha, you have to provide clearer evidence than that. From the beginning, things haven't gone as predicted. Right? When the tyrant of Actilus looks at the saintess of Tunia, he should feel a conflict of destiny. But I don't feel anything at all. Then are you thinking that there is another saintess of Tunia? Where? If there is, when will that person appear? Every event surrounding you has already started. To deviate from the main axis, even the most important emotions of the Emperor. The responsibility to kill Actilus as a saintess of Tunia. Perhaps the difference lies in how it was given to me, and how it was given to you. But, I am completely unfit to be the saintess of the God of mercy. I am neither brave nor strong. I am just an ordinary person full of fear. How could a mission of global significance like that be placed on the shoulders of a civilian like me? I always choose to bow down before Raniero. Or run away. How could someone like me possibly kill Raniero? No way. Seraphina, I can't kill him. I'm just like a mouse standing before a snake. Completely frozen. You know my personality well too, right? Seraphina was silent for a moment, then looked at her and said, I'm sorry. She turned her face away in dejection. More than that, what about Eden? I'm very worried because he was severely injured. Seraphina pursed her lips and gloomily replied, just like you. He has been unconscious even though he is past the critical stage. But I heard that. His body might not be the same as before. But he is very strong, right? His will. Suddenly, Raniero swung the room door open. Both were startled and turned to look at Raniero as he coldly demanded, Get out! He walked in and looked at the terrified Seraphina, saying, Didn't you hear me? I told you to get out. Seraphina looked toward Angelica. She seemed to understand that Seraphina was worried about her. She reassured her. Seraphina, just go. I'm okay. Seraphina glanced at Raniero. She whispered, I'm sorry, Angelica, and left the room. Raniero looked at her and spoke up. Hello, Angelica. Do you have nothing to say to me? She faltered. I'm sorry. He sat down beside her. No need to apologize or promise that you won't do it again. Tell me with your own mouth. Is it true that you were so disgusted by me that you had to run away? He leaned his head against her. The words of that strange woman. Are they all true? Her body stiffened, and her mouth could only utter one word. What? Tell me. You once said you loved me. Was it all a lie? She wondered. Love? Why do you want to know that? After all, you don't even care about other people's feelings. While she answered, I might go crazy from boredom. To a person who always considers his own pleasure as the most important thing. Why then, lies? Even with that face, why can I only run away? Even though you were always generous with me. At the moment I bore you. You could change at any time like turning a hand. I can lean on you, but I cannot trust you. That is why I am always afraid of you. You are unpredictable. You are always a source of fear to me. Were the words of love sincere, I had no choice but to love you sincerely, because only then could I deceive you. Only then could I run away from you. But now, the one who can kill the tyrant of Actilus is no longer me, but it was she who grabbed the glass and smashed it. She gripped the sharp shard to attack Raniero, but he held her hand tightly. She thought to herself, as expected, Raniero said, and it will repeat again. She didn't care and thought, saying that I am the saintess of Tunia, and only I can kill you. Right? Raniero said helplessly. I don't know how I should deal with you. Initially, when I met you, I intended to coax you. Then I got angry. Now I don't know anything at all. This is truly a difficult problem. What is certain is that neither I nor you will die. I have no intention of killing you. At this point, she let go of the sharp shard. He continued, and I also have no intention of dying in your place. I will give you 2 choices. 1, return to the palace with me. 2, kill all those who dared to hide. The Empress of the Empire for the crime of treason, and then return to the palace with me. 1 month later, the Emperor, after a long time away from the palace, finally returned with the Empress. Those who did not know the truth were all astonished that the Empress, who had fled, had now returned unharmed. But before long, they thought that the Emperor was planning to publicly mock the Empress, and they saw that as a logical explanation for the situation. In Actilus, weakness is a sin. It was understandable that they interpreted it this way. The fact that Seyson and Sylvia, the two people who helped the Empress escape, were imprisoned in the palace dungeons, further clarified that explanation. Angelica Antlos Actilus, once the object of admiration and praise, now quickly became a laughingstock among the high nobility. However, not everyone considered mocking Angelica to be fun. Duchess Neymar and Countess Felon, along with the members of the Empress's palace, all remained silent about everything related to the Empress, because they understood better than anyone else. Angelica is a special existence to Raniero. After the expulsion of Seyson and Sylvia, Duchess Nerima naturally became the central figure in the Empress's palace. Despite holding such power in her hands, she was not like other fools. She did not show excessive joy. At this moment, the door opened. "Have you arrived?" "Countess Felon, it has been a long time," Duchess Nerona said. "Now we must behave with proper decorum." The Countess replied, "Of course." A few days before Angelica returned, she had summoned Countess Felon to her house to discuss urgent matters. Both of them thought life was very strange. They once thought the two families would never be in harmony. The family of Countess Felon had always wanted to restrain the family of Duchess Nerima, and the Duchess's side knew that all too well. But now was the time to set aside old animosities. That day, the two of them talked to each other a great deal. They deliberated together throughout the long night. A few days later, the Emperor and Empress returned to the palace. The lengthy meeting between the two had two main points of focus. First, they must absolutely not go against the Empress's wishes. The fact that the Empress returned unharmed showed clearly that it was Raniero's side that was restless. "I told you to save face, didn't I?" At this moment, Lady Nerima respectfully said, "It has been a long time since I last saw you, Your Majesty." She requested everyone to withdraw. And second, Angelica was not fit for the position of Empress. Actually, it didn't matter who the Empress was, as long as the Emperor performed his duties well. But the problem with Angelica was that she distracted Raniero from war. Raniero Actilus, the one who was blessed, the most among the tyrants of the god of war. Furthermore, he was still very young, at the perfect age to conquer the world and assert the power of Actilus. The existence of Angelica Antlos Actilus was merely an obstacle for the glorious future of Actilus, and the blessing of the Empire, the current Empress, must be eliminated at all costs. The Duchess said, "Considering the health of the Empress, all protocols have been cancelled. Therefore, I and Lady Countess Felon will be in the private room. If needed, please call at any time." She whispered to herself, "Please go quickly. Then we shall take our leave." After saying that, both of them left. They asked each other, "It's not the worst situation, is it?" "That's right, isn't it? The condition is much better than I thought." If only her condition were a bit worse. It would have been easier to handle. It seems different from what we predicted, doesn't it? I even thought of the case where she would destroy herself, leaving her body shattered or her mind no longer clear. On this side, Angelica looked pensively at the scenery outside and thought, "In the end, I have returned to the Imperial Palace, though I still cannot accept the truth that I am the Saintess of Tunia. To be honest, it is very hard for me to believe it right away, because there is no evidence convincing enough. That is the reason why, before leaving the Temple of Tunia, I repeatedly tried to kill Raniero, once and then 10 times. Of course, I never succeeded even once. As my continuous assassination attempts failed, my already non-existent faith vanished even more. Actually, could Serafina be mistaken? If I were truly the Saintess of Tunia, shouldn't everything be different? Could it be that I would fail so miserably? And the strange voice that often echoed in my head. It's unclear who it belonged to. Since then, I seem to no longer hear it. I feel that I have changed a lot. If it were the old me, I would never have dared to think of assassinating Raniero. Raniero's reaction was the same every time. With an expressionless face, he easily thwarted all of my efforts. But then I quickly realized that expressionless face was actually just a shield. In reality, he was hurt by my actions. That surprised me. Is he also someone who can be hurt? And the one who always stood above me and made me flustered was actually hurt by my actions. So from some point on, instead of sincerely wanting to kill him, I hoped to hurt him even more. Perhaps I wanted to be compensated for the days of trembling and bowing before his cold words. But that doesn't mean my fear of you has completely disappeared. Even though I always act strong in front of you, I am still frequently pulled down by fear, like a swamp. In an instant, I fear that your patience will run out, that the game will end, and you will kill me or sever my limbs. But even knowing the danger, I continue to charge in. And every time you try to hide the pain and humiliation, by putting on that expressionless mask, an excitement that surpasses fear takes over my mind. Now, having failed to escape, and with not a shred of hope, remaining my only joy is just that. If emotions so base and dark can also be called joy. At this point, she lay on the bed worrying. Everyone, will they be okay? Sis and Sylvia. Before coming here, I asked Raniero about their whereabouts. They were captured. What did you do to them? Are they dead? If not, and he interrupted, I didn't kill them, but for the crime of daring to hide the Empress. I have imprisoned them in the dungeon. I felt relieved at his answer, because I thought that with Raniero's personality, he would have certainly killed them. Though I worry, they will suffer hunger and thirst in the damp, cold prison. If I asked to release them, would he listen? But as long as they are alive, it's already very lucky. And on the day I left the Temple of Tunia, Eden came to see me off. Perhaps our eyes met for a moment, but for fear that Raniero would notice, I quickly looked away. And of course, in the end, I was forced to leave him there. A person who was once a spiritual support, in a situation like mine. Finally, Sison, Sylvia, and Eden are no longer here. Only I am left alone. Here, she stopped her train of thought as she saw Raniero enter. She quickly sat up and asked, Why is this? He replied, Is this place not where I should come? Frowning in disgust, she said, Next time, if you come, please give a prior notice. Why should I do that? So you can refuse? You are truly hard to understand, as you couldn't do that before. Anyway, this is... Raniero interrupted. Aren't you going to try to kill me today? His question left her speechless. The fact that you turned someone special to you into that, do you no longer harbor much resentment now? The man you regarded as special. I was the one who turned him into that, she thought to herself. What is he talking about? Is he referring to Eden? She spoke up and asked about it. Why is your majesty curious about that? She thought, is it because I fled from myself? Do you think I ran away with Eden because of love? Do I seem easy and mediocre now? I really want you to be easy and mediocre. In the original story, the Saintess of Tunia truly loved Eden, and that drove Raniero mad with jealousy. Raniero reached out his hand and said, In the past. Then he clenched his fist. I used to find you very easy to understand, but now I don't know anything anymore. So at that time, was that question also a part of it? If it's true that I am the Saintess of Tunia, will it be Eden who drives Raniero crazy this time too? Last time Eden became like that. Is it related to that? Raniero continued. You've become too difficult to understand now. Things like this aren't interesting at all. He held his forehead and gave a dry laugh. Ha ha. Angelica. His gaze dropped. Angelica frowned, looking at Raniero's expression in surprise. He began to pant, his body breaking into a sweat. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his body trembled as he moved toward her. Let go. Let me. You know it too. Things like this aren't interesting anymore. Let this boring game end here. In an instant, the metallic scent of blood filled the room. Even though no one was bleeding, she tried to pull his hand away, tears falling. Please! Her words made. Raniero seemed to snap out of his madness. I'm scared. I'm so scared. At this, Raniero started and quickly let her go, causing her to stumble and hit the lamp. It immediately fell and shattered. She tried to breathe. Raniero stood stunned, muttering, No, it's not. Why did I... You... He stared at his hands, as if his entire body were being controlled and bound by strings. The chains, the gloomy voice echoed in his ear, urging him, Kill her. You must kill that child. That child will eventually put you in danger. Why are you resisting me? Kill her, it continued to urge. Kill her, Raniero. He clenched his fists. It was terrifying. He broke into a sweat and muttered, So scary. It continued to hypnotize him. Otherwise, you will kill that woman. Raniero tried to resist. Quiet now. The chains suddenly snapped. Raniero fell backward, free. He fell to the ground, coughing hard. She looked at him dazed on the floor and was inwardly shocked. Your Majesty? She wondered, What on earth? What is happening? Raniero, who always crushed his opponents with overwhelming power, is now this helpless? Suddenly she remembered the divine punishment. Punishment? If it truly is a divine punishment, then is Actilus punishing him? Why is it such a cruel and painful punishment? Clearly, Raniero is the son whom Actilus loves. Why would it be like this? At this moment, Lady Neymar rushed in and asked, Your Majesty, that scream! Just now, when she saw Raniero lying on the ground, she cried out, Oh my God! What is going on? Angelica cursed inwardly. Damn it! She questioned. Why has your Majesty fallen to the floor? Angelica calculated secretly. What should I do? I must find a way to lie. Thinking this, she spoke up and said, Nothing is wrong. Leave at once. His Majesty is just taking a short nap. She cried out inwardly. It's ruined. Please leave. Clearly, she didn't believe it at all. Please leave. Don't look at me like that anymore. Nothing is wrong. Go quickly. His Majesty was just talking in his sleep. It seemed she wouldn't leave easily. It can't stay like this. I must force her to leave. You dare to disobey orders? I said leave right now. I apologize. I heard a loud noise, so I thought, but perhaps I was mistaken. But Your Majesty, the lady stepped forward and said, I have urgent business that I must report to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I will just deliver the news and withdraw immediately. She panicked inwardly. You cannot. How insolent. What do you think you are doing? It would be stranger to hear the Emperor's scream and just leave like that. But at this moment, the lady knelt down beside Raniero. Pardon my rudeness, Your Majesty. I have something to report. Angelica worried inwardly. If there is a wound on Raniero's chest, she will definitely be suspicious. But right then, Raniero snapped his eyes open and sat up abruptly. He held his forehead and asked, Who are you? The lady replied in surprise, Your Majesty, it is the wife of Duke Nerima. His vision was blurred as he asked, Why are you here? The lady stammered, Angelica quickly interrupted, Your Majesty. She said there was an urgent matter to report to you, making the lady terrified and flustered. That matter is, I apologize. It turns out it wasn't an urgent matter. I beg your leave to withdraw. Please rest, Your Majesty. After saying that, she hurried away. Angelica watched her go with an annoyed gaze. Reaching the door, Lady Nerima glanced back at her with deep suspicion. She frowned, looking extremely sinister. When the room became quiet, Raniero wondered, What on earth happened? Why am I here? He looked over at her. Angelica, why do you have such a look on your face? Fear, terror, or concern? Concerned for whom? I don't know, but I feel I need to comfort you. Because you are so weak and timid. You won't run away again. But looking at his gloomy appearance, then looking down at his hand holding hers, she suddenly jerked away and turned around. Just like that, she ran outside as fast as she could, leaving Raniero standing there stunned. Only when I saw your panicked face did I truly realize that between me and you, nothing remains intact. Or perhaps it was already shattered like that from the very beginning. A few days later, at the estate of Countess Felon. Bring out the wine, the strong kind. Hurry up! Countess Felon returned in an irritated mood. Lately, she has been very upset about the Emperor's changes. What annoyed her most was the southern border. Lately, small, sporadic rebellions have been occurring frequently. Supposedly, the Emperor should have personally gone to suppress the rebels, but he hasn't stepped a single foot out of the palace. Actilis is a theocratic nation. If the authority of Emperor Raniero weakens, it means the power of God, Actilis, also weakens. At this moment, the Countess spoke up. Husband, His Majesty the Emperor is no longer like he used to be. It's all because of the Empress. What? That's impossible. Well, come to think of it, that time she was brought back to the palace, she was far too unharmed. His Majesty is no longer clear-headed because of the Empress. He is afraid the Empress will run away again. So he doesn't dare leave the imperial palace. Her body is weak, so she cannot be taken anywhere. This is going to be a problem. So according to you, what should we do? What do you mean? We are patriots. Being a patriot means we are also the most loyal believers of God. Actilis, if our God is in danger, can we just stand by and watch? You mean we must eliminate the Empress? I knew you would understand. Actually, I have already prepared everything, he exclaimed in shock. What? Why didn't you discuss this with me first? Listen to me first. You know Viscount Gambia, don't you? Don't tell me that greedy man is also involved in this. That's right. His daughter is serving as a maid in the Empress's palace. I'm sure you already know that. So what? What exactly does that family intend to do? They have prepared a poison, not just an ordinary poison, but one that no matter how much is used, will not leave any trace in the body. What? Later at the imperial palace, a table of lavish food was set out by the servants. You haven't been feeling well lately, so we have prepared some nutritious dishes. We specifically thought of you when making this, so please try some right away. Angelica did not answer but thought to herself, lately my body has been strangely lethargic. No, it's not just lethargic. It's worse than ever before. Lady Nerima said, lately you often leave your food untouched, which worries us greatly. If you want to maintain your health, she interrupted, I know what I have to do. I even called a doctor because I suspected I was pregnant. But I'm not. It's truly strange. I can't even finish a dish that looks this appetizing. Why do I feel slightly nauseous? She put a spoonful into her mouth. Immediately her face turned red. This is so nauseating. What should I do? Is there really something wrong with my body? Is it because of stress? It's fine that there is no one on my side around me right now. But unlike Roberta Jack, what is Duchess Nerima plotting? I still think about her evil intentions hidden deep within her eyes. That unpleasant feeling. After facing that emotion, it still remains in my heart like a grudge, and I become increasingly anxious, not knowing what the smiles of the servants are hiding. Something is very strange. The lady asked again, "Is the food not to your liking? Should I bring up another dish?" She immediately replied, "No, no need," and stood up abruptly. "The meal ends here." "Your Majesty, it is quite bold of me, but—" She interrupted again. "If you know it's bold, then don't say it. This is too strange. I must go to my room to rest for a bit. Why has it been like this since a moment ago?" Nhưng vừa nhấc chân lên. She stumbled. Lady Nerima quickly supported the Empress. "Your Majesty, it would be better if you rested for a while. If the food was not to your taste, then perhaps I should bring you some fruit. That is your favorite snack, isn't it?" "Dried fruit?" she thought suspiciously. "She keeps persistently wanting me to eat something, doesn't she?" "Your Majesty, the Empress." "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "I'm going to see His Majesty the Emperor." Lady Nerima and the Countess looked at each other and signaled, then spoke up. "Please forgive me, I must say this, but an official meeting is currently being held inside. No matter, I will wait until it is finished. I am very worried, Your Majesty. Your health hasn't been good lately. This won't do. At this rate, I will suffocate. I can't stand it anymore." But as soon as she lifted her foot, that way I could breathe a little. The way they look at me is as if they are monitoring me 24 hours a day. It would be better if they just showed a provocative attitude. Their faces are so fake, it's driving me crazy. I just need someone I can trust. How desperate must I be to think of seeking out Raniero? Raniero hasn't come to see me since the incident that day. That makes me feel both relieved and worried. Raniero Actilus is always a character, who you never know when he will appear. I know Raniero won't easily release them from the dungeon. Either way, I'll have to make a deal with him. Even a worm will turn when trodden upon. If we make a deal, what conditions will he set? Was your saying you love me all a lie? Or will he demand that I say I love him again? Ha! I'm sick of it too. Why should I expect him to do that? He's the type of person who wouldn't hesitate to cut off someone's legs. She stood before the door, feeling nervous. In her heart, she reassured herself, "Stay calm." Then the door opened, and a crowd of nobles met her eyes. They exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Her Majesty the Empress? Why are you here?" She looked at Raniero sitting inside and replied, "Ah, I just came to see His Majesty for a moment. I don't know if His Majesty is currently—" Raniero was deep in thought. Hearing her voice, he opened his eyes and saw her standing there. He looked momentarily dazed. She pursed her lips and stammered, "Your Majesty, it's been a while since I last saw you. It's nothing." Before she could finish her sentence, he stood up quickly. "I didn't expect you to come here." He took her hand. "What's the matter? That brings you to seek me out proactively? Let's find a place to sit and talk. A walk in the garden." She interrupted. No, the thing is, I came because I have a favor to ask you." He asked in surprise. "A favor? For what?" "You want to ask me for something?" She thought to herself. Something is not right, and stated her wish. "I hope you can release Sison and Sylvia." "Release them? Are you planning to run away with them?" "Please release them, and I would rather you. Send more troops to the Empress's palace to monitor me. If you don't want to release them, then could you let me see them for a few hours a day? Please." As expected, he didn't seem likely to agree. He is thinking that if those two are by my side, I will run away again. It's really not like that. I am just... She grabbed Raniero's clothes. "Your Majesty, I can't breathe. Maybe I'm about to die." "Oh? It's not a metaphor. I am truly dizzy. I really don't seem well." Suddenly, the space changed. She wondered, what is this? Am I currently falling? Thinking back, it seems I fainted. So, am I dead? Suddenly, anyway, although I don't know why I died, death isn't as scary as I thought. It's like falling into a deep sleep. The feeling is very pleasant, gentle. This is exactly what I need. Leaving the mess of life behind and going far away. Even if it stays like this forever, it doesn't seem bad. At this point, a voice rang out, "Wake up now." Her eyes widened in surprise. Just now, someone stepped forward. She felt a sound strike directly into her ear. In the infinite space, a voice and a familiar figure were somewhere. A sense of danger, something that shouldn't be touched. Even without being told, one could recognize it instantly. That is the god of mercy, Tunia. The god spoke. "So this is the first time we've met face to face like this." She was silent for a moment before asking, Am I dead?" "It's fine, you asked that first, so you must have been very afraid of death." "Do you find death sweet now?" "What? You know how much I've suffered. Anyone like me would just want to rest." "Yes, I understand it all," she countered inwardly. "Understand what? Is this the world of the gods?" "That's right." "Then why did I come here?" "First, because your servants poisoned you. Second, when your soul left your body. I called you here," she shouted in anger. Poisoned? "Those people. I knew they hated me. But to the point of poisoning me?" The god informed her. "They think that because of you. They have no power in Actilus. So they thought if they could eliminate you, everything would return to its original place. She asked naively, "How do you know everything? Because you are a god, you know everything?" "Yes, but even if I know everything, if my voice does not reach the believers, then it is also useless." "Good. I have a question. Am I the Saintess of Tunia?" "Yes, but I have tried to kill Raniero several times and failed. Since I am the Saintess of Tunia, if I have the god's weapon, of course I should succeed." The god said, "If you want to kill a god, you must hold the sword. Eden is already the sword, right? The sword plan. Then why does the sword of Tunia always fail?" "I did exactly as you said. Because the one who has the right to kill the godson of Actilus is not my sword, but my Saintess." "What do you mean by that? Oh my god, this is so frustrating. Can't you just explain it simply to me? If you want to give riddles, go play with your sword. That person likes brain-twisting games very much. The sword is a holy relic, but it is not a weapon itself. He has the role of awakening the Saintess. So that sword has no real use and is just like a decoration, right? Just to awaken the Saintess. In what way? To be clearer, last time, my Saintess killed the godson of Actilus, with the motive of seeking revenge. A motive? The sword linked with the will for revenge became a flint. So if the Saintess wants to kill the godson of Actilus, then she must have a strong will, right? But do you really think I am suitable for the position of Saintess of Tunia? If so, you are mistaken. I am not that talented person. What strong will? I don't have such a... The god interrupted her. No, Actilus's hair is standing on end more than ever, because he feels the threat from you, and intends to kill you before that will is awakened. You will personally witness that day, and then you will understand. Actilus and his godson are having a major conflict surrounding you. His confrontation with Actilus is unprecedented. Raniero Actilus was born with a cruel nature, arrogant, a child who clearly reflects the inner heart of Actilus. Do you know what their confrontation signifies? Actilus will punish the one who disobeys him, and then finally, the bond binding Raniero and Actilus will collapse. Now, have you realized how great you are yet? When Serafina was in charge, I added a little catalyst so that she could hold Raniero's mind, and it made him captivated by Serafina at first sight. However, this time she is no longer needed. Even without my intervention, Raniero has already come to like the Saintess of Tunia. You saying that makes me find it even harder to kill him, if he truly has feelings for me. I know the change in your feelings for him, but if you like him a bit more, you must kill him all the more. Let me show you. Do you see it? That is Actilus, she exclaimed in shock. What? That thing that is neither human nor beast? Only by killing Raniero can it be released. Otherwise, he will forever be just a puppet for the impulsiveness of that thing. You will be the one to use mercy to release the human part of Raniero, she thought to herself. Both my fear of Raniero, both the hatred and a little bit of affection, all become reasons to have to kill him. Like a game where every move will lead to a bad ending. If he is a puppet of Actilus, then I am no different from a puppet of Tunia. The god of mercy here is so strange. It's impossible. Only Tunia could make a pact with God. He sacrificed himself to bear the responsibility for the other gods. After Tunia yielded all good things to those who didn't care about him at all, he only received back what was most barren from those who loved him. That is why the followers of Tunia must always be wary of invasions and demonic beasts. They must live in poverty and solitude, in a dangerous environment. Precisely because of Tunia's choice, the followers suffer misfortune. Even now, even someone who is not his follower like me. This is too absurd, that gods decide the lives of humans. Thinking of this, she asked, Do you love me? He immediately replied, Of course. If you love someone, you should give them the best, shouldn't you? How could you treat me like this? I am sorry. If you want to use compassion, to sacrifice yourself so others can be happy, then you must bear the misfortune yourself. Why involve me as well? I am truly sorry, little girl. And yet you claim to love me? You are holding on to my ankle, aren't you? Can I not live my own life by myself? Since it is something I cannot control, I would rather you told me nothing at all. Just now, you said the bond between Raniero and Actilus is weakening, and yet can it not be severed? Is it not possible to use that method to kill Actilus? I simply cannot. I am sorry. The blood within him is flowing too powerfully. Above all, Raniero was born with a temperament that is far too well-suited to be the apostle of Actilus. No matter what relationship he has with the opponent, even if it were family, none of it is enough to hold back his wicked nature of toying with the lives of others. Angelica asked, What if? I don't want to fulfill the role of the saintess? In that case, an extremely fierce war will break out. Though not immediately, it is only a matter of the near future. Actilus? Will he devour the whole world? If the whole world belonged to him, would he stop? Not at all. Another massacre would begin again. That's right. He would force even his own followers to slash and kill indiscriminately. Just like that, nothing would be left on this land. Why me? I don't understand. If I ignore and reject this fate, will you punish me? No, I will forgive you. What exactly do I desire? And what are my feelings for a Raniero? Should I follow destiny or determinedly rebel? I am truly sorry for entrusting this task to you. At the house of Countess Felon, the Countess Felon was restless. Even though the Empress had obstructed her, she came for the prosperity of Actilus. That day, after witnessing his rage, burning even more fiercely than the vague initial imagination, I remembered that a bit too late. Clearly the Emperor regarded all the maids in the Empress's palace as accomplices and executed them. Because she was only thinking about eliminating the Empress, she didn't consider that. And after the Emperor's gaze, Countess Felon, desperately, needed something to distract the Emperor's attention, and hurriedly returned to her husband's palace. She was afraid she would be discovered as the ringleader and punished, for the anger of a human will eventually subside. That was no ordinary poison. The original plan was like this. No matter how high the dosage given, it would leave no trace on the body. I heard it's something from Somvinia, the type of poison she obtained from Viscount Gambia. It's so precious that Viscount Gambia even shed tears of regret. How did you know to ask him? I asked that cunning old fox. Who else? I mean Duchess Nerima. She knows this person and that person to ask. Even so, Viscount Gambia was very excited. When thinking about eliminating the Empress, he always hoped his daughter would become the Empress. That's why I said he would cooperate. So what do I need to do? You just need to spread some news. After eliminating the Empress, we must make Duchess Nerima's family the ringleader. However, in the end, the Empress did not die, even though she hasn't opened her eyes for several days. Because Somvinia's poison shows no symptoms, the doctors had no way to investigate the cause. Angelica fainted. That made Raniero even more furious. I don't know if he can speak tactfully. My lady, I'm back. How was it? His Majesty said he wants to hear the details tomorrow. Countess Felon thought to herself, the time has come. From now on, it truly begins. From now on, I must construct a story very carefully. The next day. It is truly an honor for our family to be invited to a meal like this by you. Your Majesty, I heard the family of Duke Nerima is the mastermind behind the Empress's assassination. Is this the truth without a single lie? The Countess told herself. Depending on my behavior today, the future will be different. Thinking this, she replied, Yes, Your Majesty, although I cannot know the inner thoughts of the family of Duke Nerona. I think the possibility is very high. I should have taken better care of the Empress. After all, that was my responsibility. Ah, okay. Raniero's words startled her. But let's talk about that later, shall we? The two of you traveled a long way to get here. Eat something first. Countess Felon looked at the plate of food in front of her and froze. Her face turned pale as she replied, Yes, Your Majesty. She thought to herself, This dish is definitely… What's wrong? You don't like this dish? Your Majesty, this is the dish the Empress ate that day. Is there a problem? How did you remember? Oh, right. This was the poisoned soup served to the Empress a few days ago. Not only that, the stench of decay was so terrible it was nauseating. She spoke up to explain. Your Majesty, what happened to the Empress? I didn't do it. Do you not believe us? I know, no, I believe you. I understand, I believe you, so eat. Above all, lately I've heard you saying that I am no longer like I used to be. He leaned on his hands and stood up. Didn't you all wish for me to be like this? They were terrified, thinking, the Emperor is suddenly showing his cruelty. Now, hurry up and eat. It's not the dish that made the Empress ill last time. All the ingredients were chosen from the very best. But in here, he repeated her words in a cold voice. But, she was startled. Ah, no, it's nothing. She closed her eyes and reassured herself. Okay, it's fine. Anyway, the type of poison the Empress ate only takes effect when consumed, regularly, in a certain amount to accumulate in the body. The reason she hasn't died yet is because she only ate it for a short time recently, so not enough toxins have accumulated. This can't be lethal yet, although it's not pleasant. Just consider it like eating spoiled food, it's fine. Eating a bite won't kill me. She gave a forced laugh. Ha ha. It's very delicious, Your Majesty. Is that so? How fortunate. She told herself she had to respond skillfully at all costs. But now, I don't know with what mindset I should speak. It seems he is asking about the collusion between the family of Duke Nerima and Viscount Gambia. But the more I open my mouth, the more disgusting the stench becomes, to the point where I cannot answer. After struggling to finish the platus of soup, it didn't stop there. The servant continued to bring out another dish. The next dish is ready. She inwardly realized, this is also the fish dish made for Angelica last time. It's so nauseating. I'm only focusing on swallowing the food. Instead of getting used to it by eating, the more I eat, the more that disgusting taste creeps throughout my mouth. Raniero said, "You look like you're enjoying your meal." "I am very happy. Thank you, Your Majesty." For a long while, she chewed and swallowed piece by piece. After that, a dessert was served on the table. Finally, no more eating spoiled food? I reassured myself like that. But the servant continued to bring up more food. Today's main course is veal. I'm truly about to vomit. No, I have no choice. Anyway, that poison isn't in this. Just need to finish eating this. And everything is still according to plan. But suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of red blood. The Count cried out in panic. "Wife, my wife!" She shrieked while trembling. My tongue feels like it's on fire." Raniero used a water pitcher to douse her mouth. He spoke up. "Choose." Before he could understand what was happening, Count Felon's head was grabbed and pinned to the table by him. 1. Your wife is going to die in 5 minutes anyway. I'm telling you her chances of survival beforehand. Now take this knife and from head to toe, skin her alive. 2. If you don't like that, then eat every last bit of the food your wife left behind. Come on. Which option will you choose? The next day, a corpse was thrown down along with an announcement. "The Empress is dead." Everyone exclaimed in shock. This is Her Majesty the Empress?" "That's right." All the people there. No one believed this corpse belonged to the Empress. The Empress they saw just a few days ago, even though it is indeed that outfit. And although the face is hideously destroyed beyond recognition, the bone structure is certainly different from the Empress. Raniero spoke up and asked, "I must ask you all, what is this?" However, not a single person dared to speak that truth, because the Emperor desired a different answer. A voice rang out in response, as, "I just said, Her Majesty the Empress has passed away. Your Majesty." Right the very next day, the Empress's funeral was conducted swiftly. Many nobles attended the Empress's funeral. Most of them had complex expressions. Of course, it wasn't because they mourned for the Empress, passing away at such a young age. With a calm face throughout the ceremony, the Emperor didn't even wear black. The Empress was placed in a wooden box without a single flower, barely fitting the body, instead of in a coffin. Looking at the funeral, it was so perfunctory, it left one speechless. For everyone tacitly understood this funeral was only for disguise. People whispered to each other, "That must be it, right?" "Anyway, Her Majesty the Empress. Shh, someone might hear you." Not only that, among the group of guests, there were unexpected faces. The Emperor had decided on a strange leniency for those who had been imprisoned in the dungeon, for the crime of helping the Empress escape and deceiving the Emperor. They were not only allowed to attend the Empress's funeral, but were also released from prison and placed under surveillance in the Empress's palace. Presently, in the vacant Empress's palace, where Angelica once lived, Sisson, with a dazed face throughout the ceremony, burst into loud sobs upon seeing what remained of Angelica in the palace. Sisson knew Angelica could not possibly have died like that, because there is no way the Emperor would hold such a funeral for the Empress, whom he cherished so deeply. However, the fact that she was pushed to the point of having to fake her death made Sisson feel extremely heartbroken. The following day, an award ceremony took place, right after the Empress's funeral. The recipient of the medal was the wife of Duke Nerima, because the house of Countess Felon had quickly discovered the culprit after the Empress fainted. But it was very strange. After all, why is it that officially the Empress is dead, yet important figures who once served the Empress's palace, such as the wife of Duke Nerima, seem somewhat joyful? She should have been held responsible for the poor management. Yet she was awarded a medal. Her accusation didn't stop the Empress from being poisoned anyway. At the medal ceremony, which was as strange as the funeral, everyone offered their congratulations impassively. As for Duchess Nerima, she felt very uneasy in this situation. Before this happened, she had intended to apply to leave the capital on the grounds that she felt deeply responsible. The plan was to leave and prepare for the future. It was better than staying in the capital. She planned to go away for a while and return. When everything had settled down, she understood clearly what this medal meant. A talent receiving a medal without the Emperor's permission. The Emperor intended to keep the house of Nerima tightly bound to the capital. However, at this moment, Raniero said, "Keep up the hard work in the future, too." I am very honored, Your Majesty," he whispered into the Duchess's ear. "Duchess Nerima, stay by my side." She shuddered inwardly. "I have to escape." That very night, Duchess Nerima immediately hired a coachman and a carriage from the most reputable establishment in the area. Thanks to that, she avoided the guards, checking permits or luggage very easily. Originally, she should have escaped sooner, on the day the Empress fainted. Because she was summoned by the Emperor, she couldn't flee. She even had to attend the funeral and the medal ceremony afterward. She bit her lip hard. "If I had been just a little careless, I would have," her son complained. "It's so cramped and uncomfortable in here." "Where are we going?" We're going to your grandmother's house. When can I change my clothes? Why do I still have to wear these servant clothes? She threatened him gloomily. Listen to me. Even if you are hungry or need to pee, you must endure it in silence. Otherwise, your mother will leave you and your father to go on your own. Do you understand? The boy replied, trembling with fear. Yes, mother. The child could intuitively understand that their family wasn't simply going to his grandmother's house right now. Suddenly, two soldiers outside started a conversation with the coachman. You've had it rough. Setting out until dawn today as well? Needless to say, you know how hard I work. Good goods appear early in the morning, so I just have to bear it. Right, keep it up. Inside the carriage, the Duchess used her hand to cover her son's mouth. What's this? Why is it suddenly so quiet? We've clearly passed through the checkpoint already. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So you all are here. The soldier's eyes flashed behind the iron mask. Even if we are acquaintances, we must honestly carry out the inspection, right? Isn't that so? The coachman had already been eliminated very quickly. Afterward, the soldier reported, they have been escorted back. Your Majesty, he, boredly, said, seriously, it's just as expected, so there's nothing interesting. Running away, you all have gone too far. While knowing I loathed this kind of behavior, she stammered in fear. Your Majesty, he slowly stood up. Anyway, fine. It has already happened. Should I hear your reason for running away first? Running away? What do you mean? That's not it. We were just... What? What are you saying? Are you telling the truth? His question left her speechless. I wonder why you ran away like a rat, even after being honored with a medal. It turns out you intended to collude with a foreign country and sell out Actilus. That is too absurd, Your Majesty. We never did such a thing. Oh ho, is that so? Besides that, what other reason is there to run away? Or is there another reason? Why do you call it running away? How strange. I clearly heard it was so. Heard it from whom? He ordered. Open it up, let her in. The soldiers immediately replied, understood, and right away brought a noble woman inside. Lady Nerima could not help but be astonished. That is Eleanor Gombia, the daughter of Viscount Gombia. Why is she here at this hour? Raniero spoke up. Now, Eleanor, tell us what your father said to me. What on earth is going on? Eleanor knelt down and reported. Now you must say exactly what you heard, right? She was terrified to the point of tears and made an honest confession. The house of Duke Nerima colluded with another country to reveal the secrets of Actilus. Lady Nerima was stunned by the words she confessed. What is that girl saying? She continued speaking. Obtaining poison to poison Her Majesty the Empress, breaking the national discipline. Raniero squeezed her shoulder hard and asked, what else? But they didn't want to be discovered, so they used poison. Then let our house of Viscount Gombia manage it, aiming to shift the responsibility onto us. At this point, she burst into tears, unable to believe it. She said that? Viscount Gombia? Viscount Gombia? The way Viscount Gombia treated me, if not for the family of Duke Nerima, he would be nothing. His mouth kept lamenting that his daughter no longer had hope of becoming the Empress, only wishing she could at least receive some favor from the Emperor. So, who was the one who pushed Eleanor into the position of the Empress's maid? The one who stopped me while I was still planning to poison Angelica and intended to hastily push Eleanor into the Emperor's inner circle? Who was it? Thinking this, Lady Nerima screamed, This is a trap, Your Majesty! It was Viscount Gombia himself who poisoned the Empress. As I have said, how can this be? I believed Viscount Gombia's words, Your Majesty. She also didn't doubt and believed your words, that the house of Countess Felon was the mastermind. So is there any reason I cannot believe Viscount Gombia's words? In short, you refuse to admit your crimes. Drag them out. You must make them confess. She said, You will regret it, Your Majesty. You will regret it. You must kill that woman, so that Actilus can awaken. I can see it. I can see what Your Majesty cannot see. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Please think again, Your Majesty. But at this moment, the door closed. In the room, only he and the weeping Eleanor remained. She wondered how things had turned out like this. The words her father made her memorize with a terrifying face. Even knowing they were lies, she had no choice, other than doing exactly as she was told. So scary. She spoke up. Your Majesty. So, from now on, is my family safe? We're safe now, aren't we? He replied in a cold voice. Not at all. How could that be? I won't believe any excuse, and I will make them pay. A horror so great that they won't be able to lift their heads. At night, Raniero walked down a deserted corridor. He thought to himself, I misjudged. In a familiar place with familiar people, I thought that, if I let her return to her daily life, she would get better. What a naive thought. What on earth did those familiar faces do to Angelica? I can't let her stay in the palace. I should have brought her here from the beginning. so that I could control her from head to toe. Even if she looks at me with eyes full of disgust. Doesn't she know already that the peaceful life of the past ended long ago? Come to think of it, right now is the time I can give her what she desires: peace, safety, rest. This is a place only I can enter and leave, a place where no one can harm her anymore. I'm glad because perhaps I can give her peace. As requested the day she fainted, I released Cecin and Sylvia. When Angelica wakes up and stabilizes somewhat, she will stay with me and I can let them truly meet. Everything is perfect now. You are safe here, so please open your eyes. My Angelica. The scene suddenly changed. You yourself will be the one to grant Raniero liberation. Tunia's voice. That is the form of the thing that possesses Actilus. Even if it was the most unrealistic dream among all the dreams I've had, it weighed down on me with the most realistic weight. How long have I been asleep? Angelica wondered. Is it here? Indeed, she grabbed her messy hair. That wasn't just a dream. But why am I not at the Empress's palace? Why am I here? I almost died of poisoning? This fool? If I had known this, I should have grasped what was happening. It was only then that she felt someone leaning on her. She was startled and screamed inwardly, Ah, Raniero! Why are you? She touched his face. Has he been by my side the whole time? Yes, that's right. Sleeping like this, he looks truly gentle. None of it was a dream, neither God Tunia nor Actilus, nor the fact that I am the Saintess of Tunia. At this moment, Raniero opened his eyes and woke up. Angelica, are you awake? She was still lost in thought. Even the fact that I must kill the Emperor with my own hands. Because of you, Actilus and his godson have fallen into conflict. He senses danger from you, so he intends to kill you before your will awakens. Actilus wants to kill you, while Raniero is determined to stop that. A convoluted relationship that could explode at any time. I must not let these petty feelings sway me, Raniero said caringly. Stay lying there, I'll bring you some food. In the meantime, just rest. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Raniero's trembling hand. His hand is shaking. Afterward, Raniero brought a bowl of porridge and thoughtfully fed her. Come, eat a little. She opened her mouth to take it, but in her heart she said, Who asked you to bring this here at this hour? Then she asked hesitantly, By the way, how many days have I been unconscious? His answer made her spit the food out of her mouth. 10 days. 10 days? Is that so? That's why I was very worried. If you hadn't woken up, what would I have done? And yet I felt like it had only been 1 or 2 hours. Has the poisoning case been verified? He replied evasively. It's okay, you are very safe now. She asked suspiciously, Your Majesty. Is it possible you have already killed the masterminds? He asked her back. If so, is that not allowed? No, I didn't mean that. Are you afraid of that? I've killed 2 and 1 still remains. Should I not kill him then? No? It's not necessary to have 3 ringleaders. So what should I do? Or do you want me to kill him? She thought to herself. It's not that killing him would make me satisfied, but I can't feel any sympathy either. Thinking this, she said, You can do whatever you want. Good. I don't mind. I have allowed Cecin and Sylvia, Jack to stay at the Empress's palace. You requested that, didn't you? She asked in shock. Truly? I thought that was impossible. Yes, Your Majesty. If so, can I stop by the Empress's palace now? I have many things to say to them. He refused and replied, No, you will not return to the Empress's palace. From now on, you will stay here. If it is absolutely necessary to go out, I will go with you. She asked in shock, What do you mean by that? Officially, you are dead. Dead? Me? What is he saying again? Therefore, no one will come looking for you. You also have no reason to appear in the capacity of the Empress. She realized with horror. So right now I have... He spoke again. It's only to protect you. Do you remember what you told me you wanted? Me? Peace. You said you wanted peace. Peace. Thinking back, it seems I did say that once. Suddenly, Angelica's eyes became filled with shock. A bird that was flying suddenly fell down. Raniero spoke up. So, Angelica, I will grant you that. So just stay here. This is a place where no one can harm or disturb you. Enjoy the peace you have always desired. Here forever. A small room with a window. A few items. In a strange space, unclear where it was located. In this place where almost no one passes by, only one person comes and goes. It is the one who is unpredictable, not following any common logic. Peace within a tiny room. A life relying only on the things he feeds me. As if Raniero believes this is the only answer. Asking me to live relying only on a person like Raniero? This is completely not peace. Returning to the present, she said. I heard you have punished all those who intended to kill me. So it's fine now, isn't it? Is that still not enough? He informed her. Among those who approach you, who knows if there might be someone dangerous? She told herself, this man, seriously. It turns out, he doesn't think at all that he himself is actually the most dangerous person. Then she said, in that case, what if you are the one who endangers me? Why would I endanger you? Because deep in your thoughts, there is always someone constantly giving orders. That voice continually tells you to kill me. Right, how do you know about that? Just in some way. If you want me to be safe, you must constantly resist that voice, no matter what the cost. I still cannot forget Raniero's tragic scream, which I thought I would never have to hear. If it is that painful, there is no guarantee that just because he endured it this time, he will be able to endure it the next. You don't even need to worry about that. You will absolutely not face any danger here. I don't even have enough strength to confront him with force. Even the thing called a sword. What did God Tunya mean by that? Raniero said, you must stay here. Only then can I guarantee your safety. Angelica went blank. Raniero always makes me exhausted, no matter how much he likes me now or how much he is trying for my sake. Raniero asked again, will you listen to me? In a certain alley, wearing shabby clothes, a little boy was crying miserably by the roadside. That boy didn't know why he had to leave his parents last night. He could only silently watch the figures of his parents being dragged away before his eyes. Recalling the scene last night, a soldier ordered, you must honestly undergo inspection. Misunderstanding, sir. We were fortunately, the inspection was not that thorough. Thanks to that, by hiding behind the pile of luggage, he was able to survive alone. Although the boy couldn't understand the current situation, he had an intuition about one thing. It turns out the beautiful days have all passed. His greatest weapon until now was his noble title, the Little Duke. But now that noble name has become useless. Now he is just a child, wearing servant's clothes, in a shabby and hungry state. In addition, a child, standing alone and cowering in an alley, is nothing more than a toy to the boys and girls of Actilus. The boy, being pelted with stones, gritted his teeth. You people! Do you dare? Do you know who I am? The boy held stones ready in his hand and threw them repeatedly at him. He could only curl up and endure it. However, this place is not the house of Duke Narima. There is no such thing as them smiling, while obediently letting themselves be hit with wooden swords, like loyal followers anymore. He stepped out of the mansion into nothing but cold harshness. He kept screaming, stop! I said stop! Stop it! A witness also shouted. What on earth are you kids doing? Those kids, honestly. Seeing an adult, the children ran away. That person walked over and asked kindly, are you okay? Where is your house? What about your guardian? Hearing that, the boy wailed and cried intensely, making the man freeze in awkwardness. What's wrong? I'm not a strange person or anything. The crying attracted the attention of those nearby. He hurried to reassure him. At that moment, a growl came from the stomach, making both of them pause and look at each other. The boy turned his head away in embarrassment. The man understood and smiled kindly. For now, let's go eat something first. He led the boy to a house. Come in, child. The boy observed silently. This house is old, cramped, and dirty. What is this? Are these people this man's family? He laughed loudly. Everyone stopped staring at the child like that. Someone asked, who is this boy? I didn't intend to get involved. But it turned out like this. It seems he is lost. I'll give the boy a full stomach and then let him go immediately. Is this a charity house? Sitting on the steps, Eden asked, is this a charity house? It could be sold too. A few weeks ago, when the Empress passed away at the temple of God Tunya. At the time, Raniero had taken Angelica away for a while, thinking that Raniero would turn the temple into ruins. Though extremely fortunate, he only quietly came to take Angelica away and then returned. But before that, the army of Actilus had also swept through this god-forsaken land and left great damage to the temple. The number of children starving to death skyrocketed compared to previous years. The people became increasingly thin, and the entire temple area was submerged in grief and loss. One day at the temple of Tunya, which had been going through such difficult times, an unexpected guest arrived. This news caused a stir throughout the entire temple. Normally, when a guest arrives, the saintess would receive a premonition from Tunya first, then inform the high priest of that person's visit. For whatever reason, however, this time was different. Serafina knew absolutely nothing about this guest. Thinking carefully, this wasn't the first time either. It was the same when Eden came to take Angelica away. Serafina received no premonition from Tunya. Furthermore, the person visiting this time was not allowed to reveal their identity until they stepped into the temple. Everyone in the temple became sensitive, and opinions were split into two camps. One for welcoming the guests generously, regardless of who they were, prioritizing the doctrines of the God of Mercy, and the other suggesting that priority should be given to recovering the struggling area. In the end, the doctrinal faction won and welcomed the guest. The guest said, "Thank you for opening the doors for me. Truly thank you, it's not much. But I brought a few things here that might be useful. I hope everyone likes them. Glistening crates of food were opened. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Oh, this is food! The guest continued. There will be many more crates brought here. At this, the archbishop spoke up and asked, Pardon me, sir, but who exactly are you? Who is it that is helping us? The person slowly pulled back the head shawl. I forgot to introduce myself. A gold coin was produced. This is from Sambinia. That's right. I am the newly crowned king of Sambinia. I am truly sorry for this past summer. In my heart, I have always felt indebted to everyone. This summer, Sambinia had flexibly declined the request for reinforcements for Tunia during the campaign to sweep away the demonic beasts. At that time, a plague was spreading in a special district belonging to Sambinia, so they sent a long letter explaining that because of it, most of the soldiers in the area had to perform the duty of blockading the region, making it difficult to provide military reinforcements. But it didn't stop there. They also gave advice. Try asking Actilus for help, and the tribute items would be brought there. The archbishop asked, Why did you come without any warning, and even hid your identity on the way here? The king spoke solemnly, surprising everyone. Please forgive me for this point as well. I have business that requires moving in absolute secrecy. The archbishop asked suspiciously, Absolute secrecy? I have a bad feeling. I don't want to go through any more exhausting matters. Ultimately, for what reason must you do this? Why must a king personally? The king's words made the archbishop freeze. To overthrow Actilus. What did you say? Both of them sat down at the table to talk. I will get straight to the point. I am not asking for military force, I need information. Raniero Actilus visited the temple area, didn't he? Even though I have no right to ask. I want to hear in detail what happened at that time. Is that why you came to get information? Which is why you rejected our request for reinforcements and suggested that Actilus help instead? It's not like that. The situation in Samvinia at that time was truly not good. If you have already thought so, then I don't know how else to explain it. The words the king is saying are not logical or reasonable at all. And yet, having just gone through a plague, you are now attacking Actilus? I can only see that as an excuse. Fine, as a king, I did not want to show my country's weakness. However, to speak in detail about the situation of Samvinia at that time, speaking to this point, someone threw the door wide open. Eden walked in from outside. Seeing this, the archbishop barked, Eden, how dare you be so rude? Eden asked, You know the way to kill Raniero Actilus? The king exclaimed in astonishment. Good heavens! Did you not station guards in front? The archbishop explained. Normally, even without stationing guards, no one would enter or eavesdrop. Saying that at this moment seems quite unconvincing. Your Majesty, as long as the godson of Actila has not been decided, then Raniero Actilus will not die. The archbishop barked, Eden, get out immediately! Eden still continued speaking, because on the battlefield, the more closely he bonds with Actila, the more he becomes a monster. The archbishop stood up and growled, Eden! The king stopped him. Wait, let him continue speaking. No, but he won't die? Yes, wounds will heal as soon as they appear. And even if he bleeds a lot, he remains unharmed. He can still move like a person without a single wound. Even if his artery on this side is severed, it's no use. Come here and sit down, young man. Your name is Eden, right? I want to hear more from you. Before that, I also have a question for you. Go ahead. How do you plan to attack Actilus? Do you want me to reveal all my tricks right away? Then I will reveal each card one by one this time. I certainly will not fail. Eden raised his finger and asked, One answer for one question. What do you think? Eden told himself. I will not collapse before the mockery of the gods. Raniero certainly likes to make the opponent's spirit collapse, with heart-stopping ideas. But if one escapes the shock and thinks with a cold head, one will see his tactics are extremely simple and clear. What is it? It is overwhelming with firepower. Firepower? That is the best option he can choose, because the army of Actilus lacks nothing. That is true, but yes, only then will his bond with Actila become stronger. To those people, war is a form of true sacrifice. The promised victory makes Actila delighted. Uy thế của hoàng đế cũng lung lay hơn, and the soldiers' morale rises. A brutal attack through an all-out war, judgment, decides victory. Everything is lightning fast. Generally, no one is superior to Actilus. However, tense confrontation with Actilus until now, because they utilize the terrain and features across the mountain range to occupy defensive high points. The emperor's prestige becomes more illustrious, stopping it rather than the one causing it. But no matter how you resist, that's as far as it goes. Raniero is a young emperor, a brilliant talent with a cruel nature. Considering the speed of his growth, one can see that devouring Samvinia is only a matter of time. The surrounding nations acting as a support for Samvinia are not worth mentioning. In truth, Preparing to end the war requires a lot of effort and sacrifice. The decision to act was delayed for various reasons. I cannot continue. Telling the anxious compatriots in Actilis to wait a little longer. Fine. You mean that within Actilis itself, there are already forces from Sambinia, and the path for you or me to enter. Actilis has also been widened. That's right. Rebellions in local areas near the border, and after that, to the entire region. We are leading even more compatriots into the war. We've even prepared several fake identities. That means you want to turn the neighboring countries of Actilis into places where the Sambinia army can pass through. Will they allow it? We have been cooperating for a long time. If discovered, they will be punished by Actilis. They accept that danger and open the doors for the Sambinia army, even though they have no such obligation. Actilis has already, without cause, conquered surrounding countries into a mess. They will be devoured in the blink of an eye, and they know this too. Better to be reckless and defy the danger. Sambinia has placed a bet on making Actilis collapse. Sambinia, along with distant emirates, small nations facing the borders of Actilis, and everyone in the world. It feels as though all hope has been placed in him. His will seems quite firm. It is also very awkward, facing a demon who does not fall on the battlefield. I truly don't understand how they plan to resolve this, but that's no reason to show them all the cards. I have right away, suppressing him is not easy. The only way to kill Raniero, the Sword of Tunia, and the Story of the Saintess. Those cards must still remain face down at the Temple of Tunia. Eden was preparing his luggage when someone called out, "Eden?" Serafina pushed the door open and entered. "I heard about your departure, Eden. You cannot follow the king of Sambinia." "Anyway," Eden interrupted her, "Saintess, if you keep acting like this, it only makes things awkward for me. Regardless, please listen to me for a moment. Many things have changed too much. Last time Sambinia won, but this time they won't. If you go, you will only waste the sword. Based on the divine will, it will surely end in failure." Failure? These words had no beginning or end, but I could somewhat guess the general meaning of what she wanted to say. Eden's face darkened as he snapped, "That's quite enough from you." The intuition that Angelica began to manifest was the very revelation that Serafina could no longer hear, and also the words I alone heard while in a daze. "You were supposed to be able to save me. Why haven't you said anything to me until now? Is it amusing to watch me struggle time and time again? Back then, if you had been willing to speak up, that damn emperor would be dead, and this world would be at peace. After Actilis collapsed, the hardships I've had to endure until now, and the reason I failed, it all stems from you." Hearing these words, Serafina froze. "I had no ill intent. Even if I had said it, the emperor could not have been killed. The reason is that the Saintess must obtain the will of the sword. If so, you should have told me. If you had spoken up, I would never have dreamed of that hasty plan. Perhaps I would have tried my best to find a way to escape. And buy more time. You didn't say anything to me either, did you?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Serafina quickly covered it. I'm sorry, I truly don't want you to go. It's for your own sake. I'll take my leave first." Eden brushed past Serafina. She quickly turned and hugged Eden tightly from behind. Her tears rolled down as she pleaded, "Eden, it's very dangerous." Eden said coldly, "If you have escaped that fate, then stop interfering, and never curse someone who has determined to face the challenge by saying they will fail. But I also know that this matter no longer has anything to do with me. In fact, this person is no longer the Eden I knew. I once knew that, but why does my heart suffer so much?" Serafina collapsed to the ground. "Please don't go. It's exactly like back then. The outcome is all too clear. The Saintess was defeated at the hands of Raniero and the Sword of Tunia, left to reclaim it." Eden went outside and said, "I can set out immediately." Eden gritted his teeth, vowing to challenge fate and achieve success. The king said, "On." This side, there is also a part of the allied forces, and his spirit lasted quite a while, until news came of the Empress's passing. On a carriage, Eden and the king were sitting. Eden sat in deep thought, observing the road leading to Actilis with King Richard. My thoughts after following him for several months are simply wondering if all the mysteries in this world love him in some way. If he throws the dice 10 times, at least 8 times, they come up 6 because it's him. Inspections were very loose throughout the journey. In times of difficulty, he happened to meet comrades and received help. Negotiations that looked tough also happened to go smoothly. That is Richard's luck. He is incredibly optimistic and relaxed, just like someone for whom everything goes well, devoted to everyone. With him by my side, surprisingly, my high sensitivity was also relieved. Somewhat. It's so strange. I want to immerse myself in this optimistic peace forever. However, luck also has its limits. On the way into the city of Actilis, we soon heard a terrifying and disgusting piece of news from the people. The death of the Empress. Why did she die? Who killed her? Two questions occupied my mind every minute, every second. Did she die of illness? No, she wasn't that weak. If so, did the Emperor kill her? That isn't the answer either. If he wanted to kill her, he would have done it long ago at the temple. Indeed, the highest probability remains another force. From the perspective of Actilus, a force standing at the top, Angelica was a thorn in their side. Has all the effort truly turned into bubbles? If the blood of Actila is ready, draw the sword of Tunia. The blood of Actila. Only Angelica, the saintess of Tunia, could prepare the blood of Actila. And in this strange and unfamiliar world, the one who could empathize with me was only her. The king noticed Eden's mood and paid attention to him. The goal of the allied forces under the leadership of Richard is to overthrow Actilus and harmonize world tensions. One person asked wonderingly, "Why does that guy look like a drowned corpse? After hearing the Empress passed away? How should I know? I don't understand why the king keeps a tight hold on someone like that." However, initially, my only goal was to return home. If Angelica has truly died, I must leave Actilus immediately, give up on returning home, and try to continue living here as Eden. But it's not as easy as it sounds. The boy also noticed the mood of Eden and whispered to the king, "Why is he dazed like that all by himself?" "Hey kid, where did you learn to speak like that?" Something bad probably happened. "Can't you behave politely?" Being constantly reminded, he thought irritably, ridiculous. A lowly person acting superior. Something must have happened. Ha! If I were in my usual place, he'd be licking my shoes. Is that man like that because he's heartbroken over the Empress's death? The Empress isn't dead. Haha, are you kids teasing each other like that? Hey, wasn't the lady brought in the old Empress? My mother really told my father that. Oh, is that so? Seeing the king's calm attitude, the boy's expression changed. Does he not believe me? Does everyone think that it's just a nonsense story between children? His teeth gritted together as he thought, "Who do you think I am? If you knew who I was, you wouldn't be able to laugh like that." He stood up and shouted loudly, "It's true, my mother is Dorothy Nera, the head maid of this Empress's palace. I dare to assert it on the honor of the House of Duke. So do not treat me like a child. Do not look down on me." Hearing these things, everyone was astonished. At the same time, at the Actilus Imperial Palace, Angelica lay sprawled on the bed, her mouth mumbling his name. "A few hours ago. I'm leaving. I'll return when I'm done. Wait here." Raniero was determined not to let me leave this place. No, actually, he is not a man of empty words. At first, I felt relieved when he went out. It was lucky to be alone, because when I'm alone, I don't have to worry about him wanting to kill me. It was better for him to just go away like that. "I'm going, then I'll be back." But then I soon woke up to the reality. This place has no clock or things for entertainment. A space without any stimulation. Only I am here. Being all alone in this place, what time is it? Is it possible that without knowing when, instead of fear, I have begun to earnestly wait for him to return? Returning to Eden's side, everyone turned to look at the boy. The king asked, "What is this?" "First of all, calm down. The boy is too agitated." Someone asked, "Why are you lying?" "What? Lying?" Eden said sternly. "The clothes you are wearing aren't those of a nobleman. That name and position are too realistic. To say a 10-year-old child made them up. These are the clothes of a servant in my house. Look closely. The size doesn't even fit." That strange attitude is how one treats subordinates. Maybe it's true, usually. Servant children often wear clothes 2 sizes too large. Wearing old clothes would naturally be loose, wouldn't it? You don't believe me? How can I immediately believe the words of a brat like you? What? Then give me a sword! I will show you all my skillful swordsmanship. How could poor children have a sword master? They only know how to throw stones. Eden replied in a low voice. Even if you know swordsmanship, does that prove you are the son of Duke Nerima? Certainly not. That only proves you aren't a poor child. It doesn't mean you are the son of a duke's family. Aren't you just a pampered rich kid? A nobleman from some village, far from the capital? Everyone wondered. Eden, why are you bickering with a child? Seeing the boy's distorted face, Eden provoked him. What? Feel wronged? Fine then, I'll ask just one question. Where is your talented mother now? The boy's whole body froze, his mouth mumbling. My mother. Images in his memory appeared, intertwined with the chatter of the people. Enough, stop it, Eden. That's quite enough. Right, why pick on a kid like that? Seeing the boy choking back tears, the king came to comfort him. It's okay. You calm down as well. Eden shouted loudly. That boy, don't let him go and don't take him anywhere. Looking at the boy's reaction, something bad must have happened to the Duchess. Don't let him out. I mean it. Clearly, those clothes were put on him by the lady, likely as a disguise to escape. Then why did they have to escape? The Duchess Nerima must have some involvement in the Empress's passing. It can't be wrong. remembering the words from earlier. The Empress isn't dead. The lady brought in was a fake Empress. My mother really told my father. Exactly that. Eden analyzed. Angelica might still be alive. Perhaps. As night fell, Angelica sat despondently waiting for Raniero, her mouth mumbling. Just how many hours have passed? Raniero should be back by now, shouldn't he? At that moment, the door opened from the outside. Raniero betuk andivao. A faint smile appeared on Raniero's lips as he called, Angelica. Angelica looked up slightly, her voice weak. Raniero. She took slow steps toward Raniero. Did he plan this beforehand? I didn't expect I would welcome him like this. She spoke up, asking, Why are you only... Before she could finish, her body swayed and she fell flat onto the ground. The feeling of boredom and isolation, from being completely cut off from the outside world. I didn't expect it to be this overwhelming. He looked at her and said, You must be careful, Angelica. Angelica looked up and wondered why she was such a ridiculous person, to the point where she couldn't bear even small pains. Like that. You were gone for half the day. Raniero was surprised by her words. Half the day, huh? Are you hungry? Oh dear, I was so thoughtless. I should have fed you on time by now. She grabbed his hand. Oh, other than that, you will visit often? Often, won't you? He asked urgently. What do you mean? It's just, I hope you can come here often, Raniero asked back happily. Truly? Angelica's eyes were dazed as Raniero lightly caressed her. She wondered why she was so weak. How ridiculous. In just a few hours, who would have thought I'd flip like this? Angelica, as long as you want, how often can I visit? Let's see, how often should I come? As often as possible. As often as possible, you say? Let's decide on that. After saying that, he locked his lips onto hers. It felt as if my character had hit rock bottom. But that's okay, because since I've walked alongside him, on this tattered path, submissiveness has always been the weapon I use most frequently. I have a request. However, there was one point different from back then. If you're asking to go outside, it's a no. I don't expect that. It's just like right now, if only there was a clock in the room, and some books to read. The fact that he wants to receive some goodwill from me, now that he knows my situation, he will surely agree, just to please me. So that's how it is. Without me here, you must have been very bored and lonely. His tone was sweeter than ever. Yes, that's right. Angelica groaned with Raniero's every move. I was truly miserable. His attitude was as if he would grant her every request, in a place with nothing to do like this. It's true that waiting for time to pass alone is very miserable. It's no different from torture. He is seeing my suffering. Is that all it is? From being the most dangerous person to her life, Angelica said through tears, Thank you for understanding me. Has he hastily become my savior? No, thinking carefully, fear is not the answer. Since I have to keep living like this anyway, I've changed my mind. If only he stayed as he is now. If only he would hold me. Perhaps I could finally acknowledge him and truly love him. Please turn this confined world into a paradise. A person like me has no jealousy and no self-respect. If so, then maybe I could live, without being curious about the outside world. Just now, Raniero's hand brushed lightly over the flowers. My lady, it turns out you were suffering, so that's why you're glad to see me. Like a bolt of lightning striking down, it shattered all of Angelica's desires. Raniero looked at her and said coldly, Waiting is becoming increasingly tedious and painful. You must have missed and waited for me very much. Raniero's next words were different from what I wished for. There will be no clock. Of course, no books either. The hand that was gentle with the hope of salvation pushed me back into the deep pit of despair. They were all wrong answers. Remember that my visit is your joy and your salvation. The more uncomfortable and lonely you feel, the more my existence becomes a brilliant light, shining toward you. The correct answer he chose for me was the wrong answer for me. The series ends here. Thank you for following the entire series. While waiting for a new series, please watch other series on the Q Moy channel. Review them to kill time. Wish you always be happy and full of energy. Goodbye and see you again.